Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Warden Law. We're back on the northeast coast of the UK, just outside of Sunderland, and the sun is shining once again. It's day 2 of the 2023 Warden Law Kart Club Autumn Cup. My name is Joe Bradley, and beside me for the whole day is Johnny Palmer. Yesterday was day 1, today we're bringing you day 2, and Johnny, we had utterly brilliant racing in literally every single Class A yesterday.
It was superb, and I kept thinking we might have a dull race in a moment or two. It just never happened, and obviously the natural build-up of the whole day as you work your way through 2 separate heats for each of the categories, and then to a slightly longer final, with the exception of these cars, the Bambinos, with the 8-minute final. But it seemed to not really matter how many karts were out there on the track either. We had an amazing race, perhaps the best of the day. Heat 2 for the 4 karts that were in, what was that, Inter Rotax. Yeah, the Inter Rotax race Incredible. Was just phenomenal and will live long in my memory.
Well, I've always said we only need 2 cars, karts, whatever, to make a race. We had 4, and it was utterly brilliant. What you're seeing right now, everybody, is the first of our, competitive sessions. We've just kicked off with the timed qualifying. And just to give you an idea of the format, we are kicking off with timed qualifying sessions. They are 6 minutes in duration, so that time just ebbs away. We're already inside of 2.5 minutes remaining for the Bambinos. The timed qualifying sessions will be to form the grids, and the grid will stay for the grid formed for both of the heats 1 and 2. We're bringing you Heat 1 before the lunch break, and then after lunch we've got the second heat. The results of those heats will form the grid for the all-important final. How we finish in the final? Well, there's a trophy up for grabs, and the accolade of standing on the podium and being given a trophy by Paul Bainbridge, the track manager here. But also, we're amalgamating the scores from yesterday's final and today's final to give us the recipient of the Autumn Cup, the Warden Law Autumn Cup. It's the second running off. We kicked this meeting off, a 2-day meeting in November of 2022. The competitors loved it. They loved the aspect of the amalgamating the results and making this a full 2-day meeting, even though it is separate race meetings. It's actually round 6 and 7 this weekend of the Warden Law Kart Club Championship. So not only are we awarding the Autumn Cup this afternoon, but we'll find out who are our 2023 champions. And Johnny, I've got some information on the status of the championships coming into this weekend. For instance, Bambinos, Sebastian Crawford, no surprise there, leads the championship. Just going to check on the points. 295 points from 165. The way Sebastian went yesterday and the way he's going today, currently on the provisional pole at the moment with a 1 minute 10.9. He's about 0.4 of a second ahead of LBJ Stubbs, who's currently lying second. So he'll share the front row provisionally until that checkered flag, which makes it, which sets it in stone, really. So Sebastian Crawford going to be a bit difficult to beat, not just today, but to the championship, I think.
Yeah, he's got some good starts over the 3 races yesterday, but I do think there are other drivers in this field who are capable of beating Sebastian. It's just a question of whether they can muscle him out of the way in the early stages, because Crawford finds his feet very early on in the heats and then can often build a bit of a lead. And the problem for LBJ Stubbs and Brady Atkin is that they are of similar speed, so they sort of get hooked up with each other, and that allows Sebastian Crawford to head away at the head of the order. It's only 4 degrees here at the moment, as the checker flag will be shown to all those karts out there in a tick. So treaded tyres, perhaps the better order of the day for this early on, because you've got grip straight away, if you like, whereas the slick shod categories do take probably 3 laps or so to build the tyre temperature. Still waiting for Sebastian Crawford to complete this lap, although it's unlikely to be an improvement. He hasn't gone green through the course of the first 2 sectors. Plenty of other karts, though, still about to finish the session. So even though the checkered flag has been flying for about 30 seconds now, if you did manage to start a lap at the end of this one, then you will be permitted to finish it. And we are seeing some improvement, including from Brady Atkin, who's just gone quicker than he's managed in the session so far. Sebastian Crawford did turn that into the best lap of the session, and he did it all in the final sector. So an absolute best in Sector 3 gave him a total of 1 minute and 10.5, and that will be even more convincing now on the published result sheet at the end, because he's 0.8 of a second clear of everyone else.
He really has been the driver to beat in this Bambino class. The provisional grid then, Sebastian Crawford will start on the pole. LBJ Stubbs will start alongside. The second row will have Brady Atkin and Arlo Gamble. Third row of the grid will be Calman Simon and Benjamin Siviat. Ethan Pearson and Freddie Blackshaw will share row 4. Row 5 will be Abel Hutton and Summer Upton. Sullivan Crawford and Tyler Grufferty will share row 6. And then the 14 kart field will be rounded off by Phoebe Rogers and Verity Crawford. So that's the grid formed for the heats. They'll start in that grid order for both of the heats going forward. So that's how important this session is. The time qualifying going forward through the day can make or break the sort of day you're going to have. And as Johnny mentioned, 4 degrees. It's very chilly out there. However, the sun is shining. We expect the temperature, the ambient temperature, to climb to a balmy 8 or 9 degrees today. So you are going to need your big coat out there in the paddock. However, track is dry, might be a little bit cold and a little bit moisture still remaining. But as the sun comes up, it is burning off. And I hear engines behind me, which indicates that we've got the next qualifying session out. And this time, we've got the Honda Cadets. And an update on the championship. We've got Toby Turner coming into this weekend's 2-round weekend. Toby Turner leading the championship by only 1 point from Morgan Cooney. So still all to play for, and not out of the reckoning by any state of the nation is Jake Gibbon. Luka Batiev is in the championship in 4th. However, Luka not here this weekend. Hugo McCluskey is next up in 5th place. Few more points down. So Toby Turner and Morgan Cooney, who are very much here, are not just going for a race win this weekend, but also going potentially for a championship. So all to play for, Johnny, with the karts already out on track in Cadets.
Yeah, it's great that the championship has lasted this long as well, and that nobody's managed to win it with rounds to spare. I suppose that's the benefit of having... Is it a total of 7? We haven't got another round 8, have we, next week?
Unfortunately not.
No, okay. No. So this is the final round of the championship as well.
This is the final round today, yep. Yesterday was the penultimate, round 6, round 7. I mean, there is dropped scores, so I'm not even going to have a bash.
Go on.
We've got Paul and Vanessa who are going to potentially try and work out the point standings going into the finals this afternoon. So we're going to, already the finals are built with drama and tension.
I would have thought you would have built a very special spreadsheet that took the drop score into account and told us that right, we don't count that one. So that that's your street.
The information isn't there.
What do you mean?
The information isn't there. I
can't
get it. It's not.
I could have sorted that for you if you'd given me a bit of an advance warning.
Well, you love a spreadsheet, don't you?
I really do
love a bit of a spreadsheet.
And a drop score one is brilliant.
When were you going to do that? At 2 o'clock this morning?
Possibly, yes.
Actually, that doesn't sound out of character.
But to be honest, falling asleep in front of Match of the Day last night didn't bode well for me working late into the night.
This is what I mean, mate.
Oh, well. There's always next year.
You were asleep within 30 seconds of Match of the Day.
Yeah, that's because you put the replay of the Sunderland match on.
I do apologise.
Straight away, I was snoring.
Apologise. A Sunderland 3-1 win against Birmingham at home. See the sacrifices I make, Matt Hunter. Missing a home game.
Indeed.
To entertain here.
The lunchtime match yesterday, wasn't it? But it was a happy one.
Yeah, it was.
Well, for some in this paddock, we shouldn't assume everyone is a red and white, I suppose.
There are a few discreet black and whites, Johnny.
They're not necessarily discreet.
Yeah,
it's shown in their racewear, I think, for at least one driver. Anyway, let's get off the football topic, because that never ends well. A minute 0.9 for Morgan Cooney, setting the pace early on. Ryan White, though, has shown he has got perhaps one of the strongest karts here this weekend. It's Ryan who's the British champion for this year. And Ralphie Branscombe had a real difficult day yesterday because Ralphie, again, has got one of the quickest karts in the field, but the second heat was just dreadful for him. Well, for whatever reason, there was either a mechanical or intermittent issue. He didn't know.
He didn't know, neither did his dad. His dad came over when I went out in Parc Ferme and asked Ralphie what the problem was. He just lost pace and he got overtaken by about 3 or 4 cars. I think he dropped to 5th from the lead of the race in Heat 2. And he says, he looked at me as if I was stupid. He's like, what are you talking about? What do you mean something wrong? And his dad went, what happened? And he went, what do you mean what happened? So I said, what? So you just dropped back to 5th to give yourself something to do, to entertain, did you?
Make it more interesting.
Yeah, maybe he did. Ralphie's doing all right, though. He's 2 minutes remaining in the qualifying session. He's already on the provisional pole, and he's the first one inside of 60 seconds, 59.53, 59.90 for Thomas Potter, who's getting to grips with adjusting sprocket ratios, and final drive ratios. And he goes to the top of the screen, does Thomas, being run here by his dad David. Thomas Potter, 59.40, 600ths of a second quicker than British champion Ryan White here on the 47. Ryan took the win in the final, didn't he, in fine style?
Yes.
And I think what helped Ryan's win, not the fact that he was the quickest kart here over the course of the final, kart 47 there, just on the screen, was the fact that everybody behind him started squabbling.
Well, yeah, and that's always a dream scenario if you get the jump from everyone else, and then there's a battle of sort of 3 or 4 karts for second position and backwards, and that really does enable you then to, undistracted, get the head down and build a tidy lead. But Ryan White's not going to have it all his own way in timed qualifying, that's for sure. He's got 700ths of a second effectively to find to put him 100th of a second ahead of Thomas Potter, but Potter driving very well through paddock and then down the start-finish straight. Ralphie Branscombe now, though, to the 4. So briefly Ryan White was quicker than Potter, but then Branscombe's gone a full 2/10 quicker than Ryan White. Thomas Potter is only 500ths slower than Ryan's time. And Hugo McCluskey, who was probably middle of the top 10 yesterday, this could be his best start of the weekend to be on the outside of row 2.
Well, they're trailing each other around. That's Ralphie Branscombe there on the 96. Just ahead of him is Thomas Potter, and just ahead of Thomas Potter is Ryan White. They're not in a train. They're not benefiting from one another and following one another with regards to slipstreaming and dragging each other around. There's about 3 or 4 karts gaps between them. But these are the 3 at the top of the screens. Ralphie Branscombe, third in that train of karts. Thomas Potter is third on the timing screens. And Ryan White, the kart leading those 3 round, he's the kart that's in second place on the timing screens. Let's see what happens now. They're crossing the line to be greeted by the checkered flag. And this is how it's panned out. Ralphie Branscombe will be on the pole position with a 58.60. 0.26 seconds behind is Thomas Potter. Thomas Potter puts that kart on the front row of the grid. And it's Ryan White that will start in third, a 58.92, about 3/10 off the pole, only 600ths of a second from Thomas Potter in third. Still waiting for Morgan Cooney to clinch his fourth. I think that's done. He hasn't quite taken the checkered flag yet, but it'll be Morgan Cooney that will start alongside Ryan White on the second row. The third row of the grid will be Hugo McCluskey and Archie Garner, with Toby Turner and Tristan Gilfillan on the fourth row with him. Riley Blakemore and Harry Clark will start on row 5, and Jake Gibbon will round off the 11 kart field.
Yeah, Morgan might be a bit disappointed with that because he was actually improving through the middle sector of the lap. That's just about, it is the shortest of the 3 around this 1.2 kilometre Warden Law circuit. So sector 2 for the uninitiated runs from about halfway down the short straight between St John's and the first of the centre hairpins, round to the exit of the chicane. I was about to use the sponsor name there for the chicane because I discovered a few more names this morning, but you told me I couldn't use them. The start-finish straight is known apparently as the Conrod Straight, but you said no, it's just the start-finish straight, Johnny.
It was in 1999.
Right.
But not
yeah,
now.
but that's still it's still displayed in a sort of driver's briefing room,
only for the kids,
just off the cafeteria there. You know, I like my corner names and straight.
Very controversial, Johnny.
Why? Conrod's not a sponsor, is it? The other one I can sort of understand because we're using different tyres from that, the chicane. What are you telling me to do now? Shut up. Be quiet. Be quiet, Johnny.
Okay, so you're now quiet, are you? Entertain the troops, please. So out on the track is the Micromax class. Max Jolly leading Grayson Crawford, Jack Moss, Sebastian Behrman and Luke Millward out on track. 5 karts for Micromax. And again, Johnny, one of the smaller grids we've got. But again, we had some great racing from these micro drivers, didn't we?
It was superb. And, I mean, unfortunately for Grayson Crawford, Grayson had an issue, I think, at the start of the second heat and then didn't appear for the final. But at least Grayson is out there at the moment. The one we're missing so far from time qualifying is Luke Millward. Also, Caleb Franklin has appeared. Caleb didn't race at all yesterday, I think I'm right in saying. Now, is it Caleb who was not feeling too good for a period of time?
No, I saw Caleb's dad in signing on this morning. Now, Caleb's just a novice driver.
Ah, okay.
So the regulations were that you couldn't compete only on a Sunday. However, with novices, we've allowed that. We've allowed the novices in. What you can't do, if you're a bit of a superstar, you can't come in on the Sunday.
Yes.
And race only on the Sunday. Why? Because it's one set of tyres over the 2 days. So you'd be starting today on a brand new set of tyres. No disrespect to Caleb Franklin, he's just learning the ropes.
Yes.
So the chances of Caleb taking... Now, I wonder if he's going to sneak up on us and Caleb Franklin on that new set of tyres.
Like a ringer.
That. Yeah.
It's possible.
He's in his first year. His dad running him and the two kids. So Caleb's dad is run off his feet, quite frankly, when he's here at Warden Law, running his two kids in respective karts. And Max Jolly on the 14 there. First times posted: Sebastian Behrman, Jack Moss, Max Jolly in that order. Grayson Crawford, Caleb Franklin, Luke Millward. I'm not sure if Luke Millward has come
No, he hasn't.
out at all. So Luke Millward has not made an appearance as Max Jolly continues round. Getting already to half distance. These 6-minute qualifying sessions, they just absolutely disappear. You know, considering the clock ticks when you leave the collecting area and you go out on track. You know, the clock is immediately ticking, and you've already lost nearly getting towards a minute and a half by the time you get round to the round to the start-finish straight. Johnny, just for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
By the time we get to the start-finish line on Conrad Straight for Johnny Palmer, you've already, you know, you've eaten into, well and truly eaten into the session, and you've got to make it happen. You can't afford to come out of the box slowly. You've got to be straight on it, get the tyres warm, get them up to temperature, and try and optimise every single bit of this track.
Well, I suppose you spend the installation lap, that lap that you're taking from the assembly area around to the start-finish line. That's where you've got to really turn on the ability to heat the tyre as quickly as possible. Then you almost have to spend that first timed lap, again, getting everything in the operating window. So by that point, you're probably down to half the session already gone, and then the pressure is really on to try and find a good time. Now, that's not necessarily going to be an issue in micro Rotax because there's plenty of clear air, there should be, available to you with 5 karts circulating currently, but the juniors in a little bit should have 28 karts in there, and that is really tough to try and find the necessary track space to set a time. Max Jolly's gone through and set the best so far, a 57.8. He's even quicker, though, on this lap, so it could be yet further improvement. Generally, everybody's going faster, though, than they've managed in the opening 4 and a bit minutes. So Sebastian Behrman, green through the first sector. That means hits his personal best time. Max Jolly, purple through the first sector, and not too shabby either through the second sector, although Behrman is marginally faster. I say marginally, it's 100th of a second faster through the 17-second second sector.
Jolly across the line, and he puts in a quicker time still. He has gone faster. 57.71 is his time. Behrman, even with a green sector 1 and a purple sector 2, he lost it in sector 3 and stays behind Jolly. Shares the front row provisionally with 45 seconds remaining. 58.18 for Behrman there. Jack Moss, Jack out with the True Performance team, is in third, 58.31. That was his last time through. Grayson Crawford, 60.93. Caleb Franklin, 61.96. So Jack Moss needing to find a bit of time to get onto that front row and maybe mix it up with Jolly and Behrman. But with getting towards checkered flag time, I think Max Jolly's going to get an extra lap, Johnny, because
yeah, he will.
We've got 10 seconds. He's crossed the line now. Where is Sebastian Behrman in relation to the checkered flag? I think
far behind.
No, he's not. He's just coming across the line now. But the checkered flag's come out, Johnny. And he's the first driver, I think, yes. And he goes quickest. So purple sector 1, green sector 2, purple sector 3, put Sebastian Behrman onto the provisional pole. However, Max Jolly is still out there, and we're going to stay with him. Can Max Jolly pull this off? All eyes on Max Jolly out on the track. Can he take the pole position? He's already alongside him on the front row for the start of heats 1 and 2, as Jack Moss has took the checkered flag in 3rd, Grayson Crawford 4th, Caleb Franklin 5th. Here he comes then, through the horseshoe and towards that checkered flag. He's gone purple in sector 1, but a yellow sector 2 means it's not as quick as he can be.
Well, he gained a 10th in the first, lost 2 tenths in the second, and the net result is no improvement. It's a 57.7, and he'd already posted a 57.5. So a 10th of a second between them in the end, and Sebastian Behrman therefore didn't need the extra lap. Even though Max Jolly got it, Sebastian Behrman did all the hard work on the previous lap around, on lap 5 for Sebastian to give him pole position. So my understanding is you don't get any extra points for pole.
No.
Is that the case?
Yeah,
right,
that's
so,
right. Yeah.
So that in some car championships you get a point for posting pole position. That is purely, though, the advantage that the inside line of the front row gives you. Although we've seen many times already this weekend, a kart starting on the outside of the front row can get as good a run into turn 1 and often sweep into the lead.
Well, those Micromax karts, like we said earlier, Johnny, I think we said it was Indy yesterday. It wasn't. It was the Micromax field of four karts that entertained us massively. And with Behrman, Jolly, Jack Moss, and those other 2 drivers, I think we're going to see a repeat of that, because they were really, really close on lap times. It's the Intermax class out on the track now. Championship status coming into this weekend, and I state this weekend, already had round 6 yesterday. We're getting an update coming to us very shortly. Daniel Minto currently leading the championship on 237 points. Oliver White is in second on 155. Both these drivers here. Charlie Wolfett not making an appearance this weekend. So Alex Goodson down in what is 4th place, equal 4th place, is the next driver in contention for championship honours on 111 points. So it's a big axe for, I think Alex is out of contention there. And Daniel Minto is looking very, very good for the 2023 championship. But we'll keep that update coming as we get through the day.
So nose to tail, although these two not really trying to push on for a quick lap at the moment. It looked like there was still a little bit of weaving going on to try and build the tyre temperature. Now they're looking slightly more meaningful, though, coming through the back curve. And Alex Goodson and Daniel Minto had a spectacular battle in the final yesterday early evening, which eventually went the way of Daniel Minto. Alex Goodson had led several laps, though, in the number 28, and in the early session, number 26, I should say, in the early phase, Goodson goes across the line straight to the top, but then Daniel Minto, who is pretty much in his wheel tracks, went even quicker by very nearly 0.2 of a second. And I think we're set for basically day 2 of the Goodson versus Minto battle. That's not to deny anybody else a good result in today's heats and final, but they were just a little bit off it yesterday. Hasnan Khan probably the closest to these two, and I wonder whether they've attempted for the number 18 kart to do 1 or 2 tweaks overnight to try and find that lost gap between Minto, Goodson and then Khan, and potentially Blair Smith and Sebastian Clark as well.
This was a fantastic showing by these 2 Hunter Motorsport drivers. I've seen these kids practice every Wednesday, every Sunday nearly, when they're not away racing somewhere else. And Alex Goodson, Hasnan Khan, Daniel Minto out of the same team stable, and it's going to be those 3 drivers that are at the top of the screen so far. 3 minutes remaining, so half distance, so still plenty of time to get even quicker. And we see Goodson there, sector 1 purple time there. We wait to see. It's a green from Hasnan Khan and a green from Daniel Minto. Minto slightly quicker than Khan. So at the moment, Goodson, Khan, Minto, Sebastian Clark's in 4th, Fabricus in 5th, Furby in 6th, Smith, Jackson, Mackay, Franklin. That's the order, but we know, Johnny, that is going to change, isn't it? Purple for Goodson in sector 2. Goodson gets another purple time, another green for Khan and another green for Minto. Minto 0.02 of a second quicker than Khan, so we might see a change on the front row. as we cross the line, and we do. Goodson goes quicker with a 54.03. Minto onto the front row with a 54.17, and Aslan Khan 54.45. Sebastian Clark a 54.84. That's your first two rows.
Meanwhile, Thomas Jackson finding time on that lap, so he's up to 5th. Jonathan Fabricus dropping a position to 6th. Blair Smith, I'm sure, with a bit more to show yet, because Blair certainly had a second row start at one point yesterday. Jonathan Furby as well could be set to improve, but there's only 14 hundredths of a second between Goodson and Minto right now, and it's Minto who's going to improve on this lap because Goodson can't find any more time on lap 4 of his session, whereas Daniel Minto is taking just very small chunks out of the time. Remains to be seen whether it's quite enough, because actually on this lap Goodson, it is enough. Minto goes across the line and he found all that time in the final sector, really. Found just about a 10th there. However, what is the gap?
A 100th. He found the time, Johnny. 100th of a second is what he found, and that has put Minto on the provisional pole. Not over yet, though. Still got a minute. Still got a minute of qualifying, so that means we could indeed get 2 more qualifying laps from these two at the front. Now, Minto, I said to Alex Goodson at the trophy presentation, Minto taught you a bit of a lesson there today. You know when he snuck into the lead right there on the last lap in the final?
Yes.
And Alex said, yes, he did. Daniel Minto, cracking driver. You can't take it away from me. You're not leading the championship here at Warden by being slow, are you? Or not knowing where to make that pass. And I said, is that going to happen tomorrow? And Alex said, no, it's not going to happen today. So you know what? We're building up the tension here in the drama, Johnny.
Too right.
It's going to be a cracking race as ever with these two.
One of the really nice elements of our coverage this weekend is we've got a locked-off camera looking at the effectively Parc Ferme area where the karts arrive to be checked and scrutineered, and to see the body language of Daniel Minto, who was understandably chuffed with his final performance late yesterday. But Alex Goodson just stepped out of the kart. He didn't go over to Daniel. He just sort of stormed off, and I wondered, did he have an issue necessarily with the overtake? I think he was actually more frustrated with himself.
I think so. And because in the heats where these two had been neck and neck, they'd been, a bit of argy-bargy had been going on. They got out of their karts and they shook hands, didn't they?
Yes.
And they were all helmets off.
A conversation. There was none of that at the end of the final.
No. There was a trophy at stake.
Indeed so. And it was almost, body language of sort of beyond their years, really. But that's how important it is to these young drivers. Daniel Minto's going to finish the session even further clear of Alex Goodson, because he's just gone across the line to set the best lap of his session, a 53.7, the only kart in that session to be sub 54, and there was no improvement for Alex Goodson, who stays on a 54.03. So the margin between the fastest and second fastest karts nearly 3/10 in the end, rather than the 100th of a second that we had for a spell during that. So Daniel Minto again will have a big smile on his face. Alex Goodson possibly being left at the end of that session scratching his head a touch. Qualifying is one thing, of course, and racing entirely separate. At least Alex will start from the front row.
Daniel Minto showed us that yesterday. We've just lost the times off the screen. Yes, we have.
Aslan Khan was third fastest. So that is a clean sweep again from their team. First, second and third. And we'll give you the full grid ahead of their first heat a little later on.
Cracking straight on, Johnny. The way that we go about our racing here at Warden is to be as efficient as ever. As one class of karts leaves the grid, the next class of karts get straight on with it, and we are getting on with it indeed. It's the junior Rotax class. 28 karts have entered and 28 karts took part yesterday. We've got the 28 kart field out. It's the biggest field of the weekend. Again, what great racing we had from these junior drivers. We had local lad Jack Thompson take the win. However, it was the demise of Zach Turner with that retirement that spoilt that race to the flag for me. Zach Turner and Jack Thompson, another Hunter Motorsport 1-2, were going at it hammer and tongs, and my heart bled for Zach Turner. It really did. It was so cruel. This sport can be so cruel. It's what makes the winning and the glory feel even better when you do achieve things. And right now, time qualifying underway. It's Joe Anderson though. Joe Anderson, kart 16 today. Joe is leading the championship, and we'll have a rundown of the championship when we get into this session.
Yeah, so we'll give them a moment or two to do the outlap and then whip across the line. But it's already plenty of interesting sectors coming through before we go. So yeah, these times will come in very shortly. In fact, Zach Turner's already posted a 53.1, Joe.
Yeah, Jack Thompson into fourth. Charlie Benson, we saw Charlie come to the fore there, didn't we, Johnny?
Yeah, so Oliver Fabricus, only 300ths of a second away. Charlie Benson right up there. His day did take a while to fully evolve, but he was right there at the final.
Need to mention Lloyd Palmer. He's currently second to Joe Anderson in the championship and not that far behind. So Joe Anderson leading the championship on 2.27. Lloyd Palmer and James Philip Byrne are currently second, or coming into this weekend currently second, on 201. Gregor Reid, Jamie Lumsden, they're in fourth and fifth spot there. 192 for Gregor. Jamie Lumsden running with Bob Shipman at Pro Sport, and he had a great time yesterday. He was qualifying in the top 10 at one point, and then just dropped out the very last lap, but then had a bit of a fraught time in the midfield. So Jamie, currently fifth, should be proud of that. Still on his novice plate, of course, and he's on 180 points. So Joe Anderson, Lloyd Palmer, James Philip Byrne, Gregor Reid, Jamie Lumsden, they are the drivers to keep an eye on with this race for the championship, within a race for the Autumn Cup as well. So we've got lots going on this weekend, Johnny. We've got trophies for who wins today, we've got trophies for the Autumn Cup, and we've also got championships to be won.
From way down in the pack, Manxman Lincoln Bevan has gone right up to the top there by 400ths of a second. So it's a 52.2 for Lincoln Bevan. That's immediately bettered, though, by Joe Anderson by a third of a second. And Zach Turner, a repaired Zach Turner's kart, that is, as well, the number 99 to the 4. So clearly something spot on right with the Zach Turner machine now. And let's hope that maybe he can have a day that will wipe yesterday from the memory. He was putting a brave face on it, though, during the presentation late yesterday night.
You know what? Isn't that a great attitude? You know what? Even though, he was leading the race from his teammate Jack Thompson, he had that mechanical issue with an exhaust. He handed the lead, basically, to Jack Thompson. Yes, he was, distraught. I was distraught. His dad was sick as a chip, I know that. But he was still at the presentation.
Yes, he
was.
was.
His teammate lift that trophy. And that showed great sportsmanship from Zach Turner, and I couldn't help but mention that in the presentation. I thought it was only right because he was there. Joe Anderson, championship leader, to the top of the screens. Every time I look away, Johnny, and look back, the screen's different. Joe Anderson now at the top. Jack Thompson just going ahead of Zach Turner and into second. Joe Anderson on the front row with Jack Thompson at the moment inside of 90 seconds though, so time running out.
Zane Stout's kart is now under investigation. We may get to the bottom of that later on in the day. Zane is currently 24th in the order. But here are the margins between the various karts in the top 10. There's 24 hundredths between Joe Anderson and Jack Thompson, but then only 4 hundredths separate Thompson to Turner. It's 3/10ths Turner to Garthwaite, and then a 700th gap to Oliver Fabricus. The John J. Buchan kart number 13 could well improve as well on this because he's going green through this session, but Joe Anderson has just improved again with a 51.3, so increases the buffer on everyone else up to 3/10. Although having said that, now Jack Thompson up there, and he's got it down to 300ths of a second, so it's Anderson to Thompson, 300ths.
Bodes very, very well indeed for when we go racing. Oakley Garthwaite, the novice with Hunter Motorsport, up into third and ahead of his teammate Zach Turner. Charlie Benson being ran here by Derek Hardy, a stalwart of Warden karting. Charlie there not finding his feet until very much later in the final yesterday. Well, he's finding his feet well early on this week, today I should say. Charlie Benson currently 6th. He was 5th a second ago. He's just dropped to 5th. As the checkered flag flies, I'm not going to look at that screen yet, Johnny. I'm not going to mention anything until we get them all in and across the line. At the moment, Jack Thompson and Oakley Garthwaite are out there, and there, crossing the line to take the checkered flag. Jack Thompson has stolen pole position with a 51.27, 700ths of a second quicker from Joe Anderson. Championship leader Joe Anderson starting on the front row alongside Jack Thompson. Oakley Garthwaite and Bella McConville. Great time from Bella.
Just done it literally now. Up
Really,
to fourth, yeah.
Up to fourth there, sneaking by her teammate Zach Turner. But Oakley Garthwaite, Bella McConville, third and fourth. Third row of the grid, then Zach Turner and Lloyd Palmer. And then we've got championship contender James Philip Byrne in seventh. Charlie Benson in eighth. Just being pipped and knocked down the order there right at the very end. Ninth and 10th is Oliver Fabricus and John J. Buchan. Lincoln Bevan all the way from the Isle of Man. Lincoln 11th, Gregor Reed 12th. Oliver White and Jake Grufferty are 13th, 14th. 8th row of the grid is Matthew Clark and Miles Roby. And then we've got Jamie Lumsden, Liam Watson, Bella Brown, Ollie Poole, Elliot Surtees, Zane Stout, Sam Robson, Harry Warby, another driver across from the Isle of Man. Being run here, by the way, by True Performance Motorsport. Jacob Rump, 25th. Great to have Jacob back. Oliver O'Donovan is 26th. And Lewis Pearson, the novice, on the back there, 27th. But don't despair, Lewis. You're only just finding your feet, mate. You'll get there into the midfield very soon. And this time next year, we'll see you right up there. And you'll be thinking, how did I do that? It's just come to us. Yes, he's with LRG, Louis Large's team. Lewis Pearson here with his dad. And just getting right in there and amongst that. And you can see Lewis just out the window here, Johnny. He's in the bright yellow shoulders on the screen there. Bright yellow fluorescent overalls with a bright green fluorescent helmet. Makes it very easy for you and I to spot.
Indeed so.
But Lewis finding his feet there on the novice plate.
And being run by LRG, so plenty of experience from the team and help in that respect. Some driver coaching, I'm sure, from Louis Large, who we will see very shortly. So that was junior Rotax. We've got senior Rotax out now. So indeed, Louis and the others in the 162 and the 177 classes will be heading out onto track for another 6-minute qualifying time session, in just a tick. So we have 7 162s, 5 from the 177s, and those numbers coming from the kilos of the combined weight of driver and kart. And then finally, we will have the Pro Karts out for both junior and senior levels. So not too far away now from the end of qualifying, and we can look forward to the first batch of heats.
So senior Rotax out on track. We've got the senior Rotax 162 championship. Angus Scrivener leading the championship from Max Kettle. Thomas Wood, who's not here. Martin Fisher is here. He's in fourth. So Angus Scrivener and Max Kettle. I think Angus Scrivener pretty much has this in the bag, and I think mathematically it's going to be very difficult for Max Kettle to catch him in the championship. However, it still is all to race for. We haven't had a 177 championship, Johnny. This is the first time we've had a grid of 177s. It's only a small grid of 5. However, we decided to run them on the Maxxis tyre, a tyre that is the tyre that is used in the NKC championship, a tyre that is very durable and robust. The NKC regulations allow only 2 sets of tyres across the season, 6-round season. So a lot of tyre management comes to fore in the 177 class. And we thought if we let them run here today on that tyre, in comparison to the karts running the blue number plates there, we see, they're on a Mojo tyre, which is a stickier, more grippy tyre than the ones that we see on the 177s, which are wearing using the green number plate with the white numbers. That's Martin Fisher there. Martin Fisher currently 4th in the championship. Martin just putting in his first flying lap. We have literally just gone across the line to start everyone's first timed lap. Got to mention Louis Large making a bit of a comeback, this time in the 162 category. He recently clinched the 177 heavier category O plate, the MSUK O plate at PFI. And Louis, by doing so, clinching that O plate in that class, won a place in the Bahrain World Finals, where he has to go through across to the Middle East and race in the DT2 class, which runs on the Mojo D5. So it's a bit of a voyage of discovery and a bit of a research mission for Louis as he reacclimatises himself with that stickier tyre. And he told me this morning his muscle memory is still not quite there with it, and he's still finding he's braking a little bit too early and it's costing him time and it's frustrating him. And he was saying, that's exactly the reason why he's come here on this tyre, because the Max's tyre, less grippy, so your braking's going to change. So you haven't got the grip to carry the speed into the corner, and that's what he's finding there. That's Max Kettle on the 21, by the way.
So the Bahrain World Final, I'm assuming it's held in Sakhir, is it? Is that all part of the Grand Prix complex? Okay,
yes,
so it's a bit like Portimao, which has a kart track on the other side of the roundabout, which is a phenomenal track. And Nick was in Portimao last weekend, in fact, doing yet more filming and production work. I was a bike, nothing to do with karting whatsoever.
You've broke my dream. I dreamt that we were in Portimao in my dream. However, we were in a multi-storey car park that had undulations like the Portimao track. It was a very bizarre dream. More of that later when we go off air.
I can't wait for the next instalment of that. And you better say... Yeah, I thought you were then, because Nick's actually talking.
Why don't we give Nick a headset?
Well, he's got one. He's got a microphone as well, but it just can't get it to air at the moment. Okay, so I need to research the Bahrain International Kart Track now.
Well, it's basically an arrive and drive thing put on by Rotax and Saudi karts. And everybody's on the same karts, everybody's on controlled engines.
Yeah.
And you basically turn up and drive, and you've got to win. You've got to qualify to represent your country there.
Nice.
And that's what Louis did by winning the Oakley.
Super. Well, Max Kettle at the moment is fastest in the first session. Zach Bolton is fastest in the 177s. One thing I really do like about LRG is the race suits that everyone wears, because their name's not only emblazoned across the back but also on your thigh as well. So if we get a nice close-up shot as we've got at the moment with Zach Bolton, you know exactly who it is. Same for Marcus King, same for Louis Large.
And they're the right colour, aren't they?
Well, in your opinion...
They're the right colour for this area.
In your opinion,
red and
they're
white.
the right colour. Yeah, okay.
Louis a Mackham.
I mean, of course...
Like me...
Of course, Hull City play in gold, so really everyone should be in gold because we're so close to Hull.
Yeah, for Nick. Louis, like me, is married to a Geordie, so there's a bit of a contrast in footballing culture in our households. But Louis flying the flag for his hometown football club by making his team colours red and white.
Very, very smart indeed. And I'm sure there's been some collective shots of them all, although this one as well is a very nice race suit for Mark Gillibrand, or Gilly as he's perhaps better known.
Well, I didn't even know his name was Gillibrand. I thought he was called Mark Gilly for many, many years. Well, for the couple of years that we're in, we've been covering the NKC. I should mention this, actually, the winner of the Autumn Cup in the 177 class, and at the moment it's by winning the final in 177s, Zach Bolton goes into today ahead in the standings for the Autumn Cup. But the winner of the 177 class will win a registration, a free registration and one race entry to the NKC Championship in 2024. The NKC Championship split into two sections, really. The season starts with 3 rounds in the south for the Southern Cup, and it ends with 3 rounds in the north for the Northern Cup. And I think if Zach is targeting that magnificent prize, and a big thanks to Ollie and Chris from the NKC for donating that prize and really trying to promote not just the NKC but 177 karting on the Maxis tyre, and Warden Law will be continuing that, I think, into 2024 with our start of our club season. Checkered flag already, Johnny, so now we can have a look at the timing screens. Yeah,
Marcus King's going to be no better than 5th. 1 or 2 have parked it quite early on, but Alex Duncan, late in the piece, may well have made it an all-Scottish front row, because Angus Scrivener is there in the 41, having got a 50.3, and Alex Duncan, late in the day, as I say, leapfrogs Max Kettle to the front row, only 0.03 of a second shy of Angus Scrivener. Andy Powell goes 5th in the closing stages, so Marcus King, having bailed out of that reasonably early. Well, no, he didn't actually. He was one of the ones that took the checkered flag earlier than anybody else, so therefore there was no chance of an extra lap out of it. Again, some of the margins between these drivers mightily impressive. 0.06 of a second separate Louis Large from Andy Powell. 0.09 Andy Powell to Marcus King. As I say, there's only 0.03 of a second between the top two, but Scrivener, Angus Scrivener, is going to be fastest and to start from pole, and that's for both heats, isn't it? The grids are the same for Heat 1 and Heat 2.
And those 162s, another fantastic prize. Scrivener very much on target and came into this week and is the favourite for 162 honours. A magnificent prize donated by Paul Phelan at the UKC, a full registration, season registration, and 2 race entries free for the 2024 UKC Championship will go to the 162 winner of the Autumn Cup. So Angus Scrivener very much has that target set for today. He goes in maximising his opportunities there with a win in yesterday's final, and looking at time qualifying there for the 162 Senior Rotax, that's going to be a hard act to follow and a hard act to beat this weekend, because Angus very much on the pace this year, winning a major final, ticking that box in 2023. It's all about Pro Karts at the minute though, Johnny. We've got them out there for their qualifying session, and that's Scott Tate in our frame. See what I did there? It's Amy Frame, who's currently behind him, I think, as far as my eyes can see.
Almost. Yeah, you just read the word frame and
I did, and
subconsciously threw it in there.
Don't tell everybody.
I'm sorry, I've
How
blown the illusion.
Works.
So these are twin-engined karts, but that doesn't mean they're more powerful than some of the other ones on the bill. You were explaining to me yesterday. Twin-engined because they're they sort of been designed as an enduro kart, which can also go sprint racing. Then
I think you know what, the history of pro karting is probably that we start. I mean, I remember working at a place called Superkart at Shildon in County Durham, and it was the Honda engine on a kart in an indoor kart track, and then we thought, hey, let's put an engine on the other side and see how fast it went.
Brilliant.
Well, it went very fast on an indoor track. And then it evolved from that, I think, over the course of across the UK. People were experimenting, and, 2 of those Honda engines propel you at a great rate. However, the Pro Kart is very heavy.
Okay.
So they haven't got the sort of nimbleness. It's a little bit like, let's say an LMP2 in comparison to a Formula 1 car.
Yes.
Or an LMP1 even, the heavier hypercar or the heavier GTP car in sports car racing in comparison to a more nimble, agile Formula car.
Okay.
And they are brilliant karts for endurance racing. And we had the 6 Hours of Warden Law rounding off the 2023 British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. Our very own Jessica Alexander, I say very own, Warden Law have now owned her. She may be Scottish, but she's here a lot. She's run with Apollo Karts, which are based not far from here. So Jessica Alexander is Warden Law's one.
They wanted to own Jessica's success, I think, as well.
Well,
because,
yeah, there's a little bit of that, of course.
As the trophy cabinet continues to blossom, then, you want to have that driver associated with this particular track.
This, Johnny, is perhaps the tightest championship of them all. Danny Bean leads on 163. Marty Gilfillan is on 155. However, I think Marty is. Haven't I seen the Gilfillan name in another class? So he's not here racing pro karts. Matthew Hauschby is here, and Matthew currently second on 155.
Marty's in senior Rotax, to answer your question.
Yes, thought so. So moving up the order, finding how nimble the Rotax Max is. Jessica Alexander, winner of the 6 Hours of Warden Law and the 2023 British Pro Kart Endurance Champion, is currently fourth on 120. So Jessica went out and won the final, won both heats and the final in yesterday's event. So clawing back championship points. I'm getting an update as to the championship going into today's finals, or by the end of the heats at least. So we'll have an idea of where the championship standings are, and if indeed we can announce who has won the championship. Joseph Williamson is currently leading the Junior Pro Kart Championship. Joseph on 231 points. Not far behind, though, is Leon Wilson. Leon on 227, and then a little bit out of contention is Oliver Watson, and then Rossi Costello, who really was the driver to beat in juniors yesterday. Rossi's only been here once, though, in round 2, and hence is way off and out of contention for the championship, and that's a shame because Rossi was going really well. Confused us a little. We didn't mention him yesterday in the final because his transponder malfunctioned for one lap, and we thought he was a lap down, even though we didn't know why. but it turned out that he wasn't a lap down, and he was indeed leading and went on to win the Junior Pro Kart Final yesterday afternoon.
That made a bit more sense, because he and Oliver Watson appeared to be battling for the lead, but then we couldn't quite understand why there weren't as many laps having been scored by Rossi. But yeah, that's all it takes, is a transponder not to trigger on one lap, and it certainly messes with our brains. I dread to think what it does to the heart levels of everybody else associated with the kart that is affected. But Jessica Alexander about to cross the line to improve again, it would appear. So she's got a gap of a quarter of a second over Scott Tate, and stretches that out to now just over 0.4 of a second over Scott Tate. David Brown goes through, though, to see an improvement of 57.0. So David Brown, rather, is continuing to get a little quicker. And Jake Richardson not showing improvement through the first sector on this particular lap. Rossi Costello is right in amongst the seniors in terms of time right now, 10th fastest, as the checkered flag is being displayed, and the majority of the juniors have all seen the checkered flag. Rossi Costello, though, forces one more lap out of the session at the moment, not quicker than he's managed already, though, in the previous 6 minutes or so.
So the Pro Kart grid for seniors will look like Jessica Alexander and Scott Tate on row 1, David Brown and Lil Porkchop on row 2. Luke Tomlinson and Danny Bean are on row 3. Amy Frame and David Brewers will line up on row 4. And then we've got Isaac Needham and Jacob Cardani, Zach Dawson, Matthew Hauschby, Dominic Needham. Mark Tate has not gone out. Alex Bomberg not going out as well. The juniors, Rossi Costello will start on the pole with Oliver Watson alongside. And then we've got the number 811 all the way from Stanley in County Durham. Joseph Williamson will start alongside Max Mannion on row 2. Leon Wilson will start in 5th place. Well, that is time qualifying done and dusted. That's out of the way. We're about to go racing here, and if yesterday's round 6 was anything to go by, get ready, everybody. I know you may be busy this Sunday, but it is chilly out there, so why not just stay with us? If you are at home watching, then I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to drag yourself away from the screen, as we've got some fabulous racing ahead of us. We're going to start off with the first heat for the Bambino C50s, and then we've got Honda Cadets, Micros, Inters, Juniors, Seniors, and then the Pro Karts. The Bambinos are about to go out. This is a category of karts for drivers aged between 6 and 8 years old. They've got a minimum weight of 69 kilograms. That is the kart and the driver. That is weighed as a matter of course. And there is our Parc Fermé area. Just to the left of our screen is the weighbridge, and you'll see the karts filing into there and being weighed to just measure whether or not they are meeting the minimum weight. I'll not be the first. You won't be the first person to not make the weight, as for performance reasons, everybody paring as much weight off their karts as they can. So 69 kilograms, the Bambinos, the Coma C50 MSA homologated engine for this category. And perhaps the highlight of the event, with the Bambinos starting from a standing start, we get the brilliant, entertaining and dramatic fathers and mothers and helpers and mechanics running race down to the checkered stripe that runs across the time. It's where the timing beam is. So we're about to get things underway. We are right on schedule. In fact, we are 5 minutes ahead of schedule to get racing underway, scheduled for 11 o'clock. We should see things getting underway. Dan Ashton is our clerk of the course today, and Dan very keen on keeping things running to track, or running to time, I should say. So we've got our cameramen today are Ash and Paul. It's Nick Damon, who are, if you are a fan of Karting Live TV, you'll be familiar with the dulcet tones of Nick Damon, the excited tones of Nick Damon. Well, he's producing today. He's the person alongside Johnny and I who decides what pictures you see. There's Dan Ashton on screen there with these bright yellow earmuffs. That's not his radio, that's just furry earmuffs that he wears to keep his ears warm. And you can see his right ear is a little bit warmer than his left, so he doesn't feel the need to put that on. That's Dan Ashton there with the bright yellow earmuffs. He's the man in charge, he's the clerk of the course. Very experienced clerk of the course as well. A lot of experience at the very highest level of the sport. And it's great to have the likes of Dan Ashton overseeing the proceedings here. This is a Motorsport UK sanctioned event. All the drivers are licensed, and all the karts are run to very stringent regulations with regards to engine power, tyres, one set of tyres over the course of the 2 race days. It's normal practice, even in club karting, to have one set of tyres per day, per race day. However, with the 2-day meeting, we thought it was a good idea to stretch that set of tyres and hence bring the cost of running here this weekend down to a more manageable level for all of our competitors, and it seems to have been a popular choice. Yes, you're on the live stream. Say hello. Who is that with the yellow coat? Give us a wave. He's obviously on to somebody at home. I'm hoping he's going to do well, because the family at home are expecting to see you run down to the grid. So no pressure then. We've got the clock ticking towards our Remembrance Day 2 minutes of silence in respect of our and to commemorate the contribution of the British and Commonwealth military and civil servicemen and women in the 2 world wars and indeed later conflicts. So we are not far away from that. So we're going to have a little bit of a chat, Johnny, leading up to that. We've got about a minute.
Yeah, so a chance to unite across faiths, across cultures and across backgrounds to remember the service and sacrifice of the armed forces community from the United Kingdom and the greater Commonwealth. And just an invitation really to everybody, if you're within earshot of the public address system here or further afield, of course, wherever you may be watching karting live around the world, this Remembrance Sunday, a chance to take a pause and reflect, Joe.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. So we're going to go quiet, everybody, for 2 minutes. Please respect the occasion, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you, everybody. And as a matter of respect, a big thank you to the staff here at Warden Law. Let's lift the sombre mood now. Day 2 of the Autumn Cup here at Warden Law. The final round of the 2023 Warden Law Kart Club Championship. We're about to go racing, and firing up behind me, the sound of engines roaring. Those Bambino C50s about to be released on the grid. And then perhaps, Johnny, the race of the weekend, the father's race, down to the grid.
Yeah, and it's the best of 3, effectively, although, you win points through these heats with the race to the line, and then we'll have a separate grid for the final. No extended distance for the final, though. It's all down to who gets the best start off this banked turn, but run in reverse, which is, a clever bit of thinking, I think, for the foot race.
We saw a bit of tactics coming into play. I am going to have a word with Paul and Matt about getting numbers or even names on the back of their fluorescent bibs, so that we, the commentators, have a better view and understanding of who was where. Because we just, we talk about the tall bloke in the less bright fluorescent, or the smaller bloke with the sleeves. So we are just waiting now for our race officials to release them. There they go. They're off. That's the karts that are off. Oh, we're having some people run over there. So the grid is formed, and it'll be Sebastian Crawford, championship leader, who will lead the field round. Here we go then, the dad's race down to the grid, and it started off slowly, Johnny. We've seen a bit of tactics coming into play here.
Well, this is a more sort of nonchalant approach. We're not really that bothered. We're just going to saunter our way along. And again, 1 or 2 ringer type approaches, because you'll see how important it is. Once they come off this bend and the finish line is in sight.
We've got a couple of runners there, Johnny.
Here we go.
Yeah,
the pace is being picked up now from the middle pack.
Have they
no
gone
one's
early?
Spotted them yet.
Have they gone early? Yeah, they've been spotted there.
Oh,
and he sprinted off into the lead, but has he gone too early? Will the stamina come into play towards the line? Ooh, some pants falling down there.
Yeah, trousers definitely lowering there, because, going into the full aerodynamic setting.
He's gone. Here he goes, Johnny. He's gone for it. He's going to sneak up from behind, but he's seen him over his shoulder, and he's clinched it at the line. Oh, and a penalty flag being thrown in by Dan Ashton. That's very NFL, isn't it?
It was. But that belt line was very nearly round his knees by the end of it.
I think that was a thing that he will have to look at going into the second heat, almost showing us a bit of bottom flesh there.
Cleavage.
Thankfully not. The Bambinos, thankfully, made their way to the grid, Johnny. And Sebastian Crawford will line up alongside LBJ Stubbs. The second row will be Brady Atkin and Arlo Gamble. And then we've got Calman Simon and Benjamin Siviart. Ethan Pearson, Freddie Blackshaw run row 4. Row 5 is Abel Hutton and Summer Upton. And then row 6, Sullivan Crawford and Tyler Gruffety, with Phoebe Rogers and Verity Crawford rounding off the 14-kart field. Standing start, it'll be a sequence of red lights. The lights will go out, and then the karts will go off from the start. It's in 8 minutes and 1 lap heat duration. All of our heats are 8 minutes and 1 lap. We only changed that going into the finals. I'll explain that in more detail when we get there. The grid is being cleared. Dan Ashton is about to give the thumbs up to race control to start off our sequence of lights. And then Day 2 of the 2023 Autumn Cup will be very much underway.
And the real killer starts so far have come from Sebastian Crawford, who took pole position a little earlier on this morning, and crucially for both heats. But his arch nemesis, LBJ Stubbs, trying to get the forward momentum there. There's my first mention of Joe's favourite word. He couldn't quite get the grip down as readily as Sebastian Crawford. So Crawford easily going to lead for the first time into turn 1, with LBJ Stubbs slotting into second place. And then Brady Atkin, I reckon, running in third in the very early stages.
Well, we had nearly 3 and 4 karts wide into turn 1 in the midfield behind Crawford and Stubbs. All hell was breaking loose, but they've sorted themselves out, and now in line astern as they head towards the centre S's, the first left-hand hairpin forming the centre S's, now into the second right-hand part of that, out silhouetted against the morning sun there, just coming up over the horizon here, and then into the back chicane, turning left and then right, and then it's the sprint down, flat out driving on the curving back straight here at Warden Law, and then into the Gasworks hairpin for the first time this morning. Sebastian Crawford already pulling out a gap, but LBJ Stubbs I think that's Brady Atkin behind Albie. And we saw these two drivers racing very, very closely yesterday, and I think it's more of the same today, Johnny.
Yeah, well, they have started the race in the same order that they were on the grid. Arlo Gamble's going to be under some pressure, though, because now to the high side, here comes the Slovakian driver, Kalman Simon, up to fourth briefly, at least as they cross the line, but Arlo Gamble might be slightly later on the brakes, turning right at turn number 1, but that is a good dice at the early stages, as is this. Albie J. Stubbs ahead of Brady Atkin. There has been that change for fourth position, though, so Kalman Simon now up ahead of number 72, Arlo Gamble.
Great racing as ever in the Bambinos. All about that word again, Johnny. It's all about keeping the pace in the kart through the corners. Entry speed and exit speed. Your entry speed shouldn't be compromising your exit speed, so you have to be sometimes cautious. And through the chicane here, going too deep into the first part of that, and you're going to scrub all your speed on the exit, and that's where it's important, because there's curving back straight here into that braking area there, where the road widens into the hairpin, and out of the hairpin using all of the road. Sebastian Crawford has got the race to himself at the moment and eking out a gap of 1.4 seconds there on lap 1. Let's see where it is. Let's see if he's extended that, as Albie J. Stubbs is confident and composed in that second place, not coming under any pressure from Brady Atkin. Kalman Simon maintaining that fourth place as well, crossing the line. Arlo Gamble, no changes yet to report. And 2 laps completed there. Ethan Pearson, Freddie Blackshaw 6th and 7th. Blackshaw ahead of Sivyar for 8th. Abel Hutton still in 9th. And then we've got Phoebe Rogers. Well, it's actually Summer Upton coming through in 10th, just completing Summer's second lap. Sullivan Crawford through in 11th. Phoebe Rogers is dropping down the order. I'm not quite sure what's happened. There she is, coming through in 12th. Tyler Gruffity up to 13th, and Verity Crawford rounding off the 14 kart field on the number 20.
Excellent battle for 6th, 7th and 8th right now, though. Ethan Pearson, Ben Slivar and Freddie Blackshaw crossing the line as one. Ben Slivar, a driver with the flag of Bosnia and Herzegovina next to his name. So it's a truly international field, with Kalman Simon of Slovakia in 4th position as Seb Crawford crosses the line. That's the fastest lap of the race so far. But look at all this as some of the midfield runners are catching back markers already. So in amongst there, Arlo Gamble and Kalman Simon running 4th and 5th and having to go by some... It's not slower traffic, I beg your pardon. That's Ethan Pearson, Freddie Blackshaw and Ben Slivar actually catching the fight for 4th and 5th. So we've got 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th right together. And they were taking very different lines down the Conrad Straight last time around. We're on lap 4. And Sebastian Crawford will be very grateful not to be in this little melee right now. He is 3 seconds to the good.
Yeah, I think the back markers have helped that, haven't they? Albie J. Stubbs and Brady Aiken trying to feed their way through the back markers. The back markers are novice drivers. They've got no... it's not really up to them to get out of the way of the faster drivers coming up behind them. The faster drivers have to find their way around them. You'll find the novices are taught to just stay on the line, don't deviate from the line, and the faster drivers will find their way around. And as we see there, Sebastian Crawford, 4 laps completed. Stubbs, 4.2 now the gap. And then Brady Aiken, it hasn't really paid off for Brady through the traffic. He's dropped 2 seconds to Albie J. Stubbs after being on the rear bumper. Arlo Gamble has come into the fore though, and it's Arlo Gamble now on the rear bumper of Atkin as they go into lap 5.
Freddie Blackshaw, though, on at least a couple of occasions looking for a way through at turn 1 and Brian's Bend as well. So you've got the black helmet out front of Arlo Gamble, and Brady Aitken possibly has lost a couple of spaces there. No, Brady's still out front. Then it's Gamble who's being fought for that position by Kalman Simon. But Simon's the one who's going to lose out once and possibly twice to Freddie Blackshaw and Ben Slivar. So Slivar looking to slot his way through. The one in the middle there is Verity Crawford, who is being lapped at the chicane. And there's another slightly slower runner there at the Gasworks chicane that we're all going to have to be mindful of. Brady Aitken losing 1 and now 2 positions. He's going to be absolutely level pegging into the horseshoe this time around. Great
battles there, and the back markers coming at the fore. It's the same, doesn't matter what level of racing you are involved in, it's exactly the same concepts and principles of how you race across the line. Arlo Gamble ahead of Brady Atkin there as they cross the line this time, and it is very, very close indeed, with Freddie Blackshaw right on the bumper now, on the 28, right on the bumper of Brady Atkin, and it looks very, very close to Brady Atkin maybe being potentially overtaken by Blackshaw, running with the same team. Karts showing the same sticker kits and liveries there, heading towards the first of the centre hairpins, and there's Blackshaw down the inside, it looks like. Will he slide too wide? And I think coming through is Calman Simon as well, Johnny, as they come out of the second centres and head towards the back chicane. Sunshine just stopping me seeing the race numbers, and Atkins dropped right back down the order, losing 2 places.
Yeah, and with the green helmet, Benjamin Slivar might be able to nip by as well to further rub salt into the wound for Brady Atkin, who, for whatever reason, just doesn't quite have the race pace compared to others. In fairness, he's being metaphorically knocked from pillar to post, though. He doesn't quite know where to put the kart next because he's got out of his rhythm, and there are so many others with slightly better speed down the main straight. Again, it's been an amazing appearance for Sebastian Crawford in this race so far. There will be another place change, unfortunately, for Atkin, who is slightly wide on the run into turn 1, and that will put the Bosnia and Herzegovina driver through, Benjamin Slivar.
Inside the final 30 seconds, and the question is, will Sebastian Crawford make it round in time to get an extra lap? It'll be 2 laps if he does. It's looking quite unlikely, actually, Johnny. I'm just trying to get I think we're going to see the 1 lap to go board next time by, so 1 lap of racing after this one. Gaps out to 7 seconds to the leader. While this scrap in the midfield goes on, we're seeing 2 and 3 wide karts going into the back chicane. I can't make head and the tail of what's happening there because all sorts of stuff.
Well, that's LBJ Stubbs, and I don't quite know why he's now fallen a couple of positions. So there's been a change to put Freddie Blackshaw, I reckon, into second place now, ahead of Arlo Gamble. So Blackshaw second, Gamble third, and LBJ slipped down to 4th position. The win will go to... Sorry, we're just starting the last lap, aren't we? So we've got another lap yet to enjoy of this. Sebastian Crawford, I'll still maintain the win will probably go to Sebastian Crawford because he's got a 7-second, and now it's a 10-second advantage over the new second-place man, Freddie Blackshaw, although that's going to change as well.
Yeah, Arlo Gamble there going for second place into turn 1 on Freddie Blackshaw, who will show us as second, showing in second place going into the final lap. However, that isn't the case, as Arlo Gamble on the 72 has gone ahead of him, and will this battle for second place, Johnny, that's going to go on right to the flag as Blackshaw comes back at him down the inside of the first of the centres, side by side, all the way around the corner, and then Arlo Gamble just running out of road. The 96 getting involved, LVJ Subs there, just getting a bit of contact and wheel banging going on. But these cars, I mean, everyone was in second place for a moment there.
It was certainly 3 abreast at times. LBJ Stubbs will be kicking himself. He wants a podium out of this first heat, though, so maybe LBJ Stubbs around the outside into Gasworks, or is it going to be the tuck back in again on the exit of that corner? Still no way to muscle himself alongside Arlo Gamble with the white race helmet. So Freddie Blackshaw looking good as they head out a horseshoe for second position. Still up for grabs for third, and certainly behind as well. Here comes Benjamin Slivar in the green helmet. It's second position, and look at that for Freddie Blackshaw, how chuffed he is to get second place in the race ahead of Arlo Gamble. LBJ Stubbs does hang on to 4th position. Calman Simon and Benjamin Slivar, the 2 international drivers, virtually side by side at the line, Joe. 0.04
of a second between Simon and Slivar. So what a race that those Bambinos gave us. Sebastian Crawford, we kind of neglected a bit because he was way off into the lead. 12 seconds ahead.
Incredible.
And that's because all of those karts behind him were tripping over one another and squabbling between one another. What a fantastic race from the Bambino C50s. Right, let's get our breath. Let's give a rundown of who was where. Sebastian Crawford wins by 12 seconds. Freddie Blackshaw wins by 0.24 of a second from Arlo Gamble in third. Sorry, no, doesn't win. Second. Yes, there it is. On your chair. Freddie Blackshaw, second place with 0.24 of a second to Arlo Gamble. LBJ Stubbs was 4th. Calman Simon 5th. 6th was Benjamin Slivar. Brady 8th. Atkin. How did he end up down in 7th? I do not know. Ethan Pearson 8th. Sullivan Crawford 9th, 10th was Summer Upton, Phoebe Rogers 11th, 12th was Verity Crawford, and then Dropping out on lap 6 was Abel Hutton, and Tyler Gruffity were lost on lap 3. Well, Johnny,
if that's an indication of how the race is going to go today, then strap yourselves in, everybody, because we've got hours of this to look forward to. And, yeah, OK, for the race win, it was never really in doubt for Sebastian Crawford, but who on earth was going to finish second all the way down to about 7th place? Kept you guessing till the very finish, and it also shows you what can change from day 1 to day 2, because there were drivers in that who really struggled for the majority of Saturday here at the Autumn Cup, who could have a very, very good Sunday here in the northeast of England. So Bambinos, that's the future of karting here at Warden Law, everybody, and I think the future is bright. We're going to move a step onward now to drivers very slightly older, and there is a choice in Honda Cadet to either stick with the treaded tyres or with the full slick. It's going to be, well, I don't know, there's probably not enough dampness out there. It's obviously another dewy morning, and we're still only at 5 degrees Celsius, but you would sense that slick tyres are going to be the choice for the majority of the field here.
Yeah, it's going to be slick tyres. Honda Cadet's out next, so more of the same, I think, Johnny. Ralphie Branscombe and Thomas Potter share the front row of the grid with British champion Ryan White and Morgan Cooney. In contention, Morgan Cooney is for the championship here at Warden Law this year. Hugo McCluskey and Archie Garner share row 3, and then row 4, Toby Turner, Tristan Gilfillan. And then we've got Riley Blakemore and Harry Clark on row 5, and it's Jake Gibbon who rounds off the 11 kart field. Another standing start, and off from the pole position has gone Ralphie Branscombe, and into the lead by the time we get to turn 1. I think that's Potter, though, slotting into second.
Look out for that in a tick. The 38 car did seem to get a good getaway. Yeah, it is. It's the green, predominantly green colours and green helmet of Potter. Ryan White is in 3rd position. And then Morgan Cooney fighting or fending off Hugo McCluskey at the start of the race. But it's going to be Branscombe who goes through the first sector out front, followed by Potter, White, Cooney and McCluskey. So pretty much the grid order as they head around. Actually, beg your pardon, we're not. That actually was judged to be a false start because we've still got the red lights on the timing screen. I was wondering why they weren't being triggered at the end of Sector 1. So 8 minutes remain at the top of our screen, plus the extra lap. And they will have to try that again. We are racing. Okay. So our timing screen has paused briefly. Okay.
It's just locked. We are racing.
We are racing, and yeah, not getting the times through, but they will appear. There we go. That's much better. Let's just see whether the order was right. I've got it smack on anyway. So Ralphie Branscombe, Thomas Potter, Ryan White, Morgan Cooney, Hugo McCluskey, the top 5. Apologies for the slight confusion there. Toby Turner did make some ground up by a place to get ahead of Riley Blakemore after the first 1.2 kilometres.
Ryan White there holding off the advances of the number 38, Thomas Potter, and getting ahead and into second place. He will now start chasing down Ralphie Branscombe, and already Ryan White pulling out a little bit of a cushion to Potter. Morgan Cooney not that far away from these two. So Ryan White making his way through after that start. He started on the second row of the grid right behind Ralphie Branscombe, but lost out to Thomas Potter, didn't he, around the outside? However, he's regained that position, which he's got his target on. So the gap at the line was 7/10 that time. And to me, Johnny, visually, I can see that gap coming down. Now, Thomas Potter is being very clever here. He's not coming back at Ryan White to challenge. He's following in his rail tracks and trying to get into that slipstream. And that's what we see. We see huge trains in the British Championships in the Honda Cadets. We see like a train of 30 karts, literally bumper to bumper, snaking their way around this track with like a NASCAR race, nobody making a move, because if you end up out of the train, you end up going back 12 places or so.
You'll get railroaded, which I think is the technical term. There's no way back into the inside lane, and you end up losing, as you say, 20-odd positions in one manoeuvre. There's less of a chance of that happening in this, although bumper to bumper again between Ryan White and Thomas Potter. Potter's route out of paddock looked to be pretty good, but it's not better than Ryan White, crucially, so White will lead again into turn 1 and through the left-hander at Brian's Bend. Sneaky move perhaps to the outside line, but that would have been brave stuff for Thomas Potter and really doesn't benefit you because you have to be well over to the right then for Dogleg, that really tough corner. Some say the toughest corner in the whole of British karting. And plenty of curb taken both in the mid-corner and on the exit of that. That then sends you dramatically into St John's. We're already at the second centre hairpin, though, for Ryan White versus Thomas Potter, and Morgan Cooney taking a watching brief in fourth.
So Ryan White dropping to a second there last time by. Whether or not that's still the case, because visually that gap looks a lot closer than 1 second. It was 7/10, then it went out to a second. Let's see where it is as they come out of paddock turn. We've got 4 minutes on the clock, so we're at half distance. Gap stays at a second. Yeah, so Ryan White not coming back at Ralphie Branscombe, currently leading. Still Potter third, Cooney fourth, Toby Turner fifth, Riley Blakemore sixth, seventh, Archie Garner, then Tristan Gilfillan, Hugo McCluskey, and then Jake Gibbon just crossing the line there. Harry Clark riding off the 11 kart field.
There's a good scrap for sixth as well for Riley Blakemore and Archie Garner. They have been virtually glued to one another from the start and could well change in the next few laps, but they're running out of time, as so often is the case in the heat part of the day. The first 4 and 5 minutes disappear so quickly. We're into the second part of the race now with the extra lap. Good run into Gasworks hairpin that time for Thomas Potter, looking to chisel away at the 0.3 of a second that stretches between he and Ryan White as they snake their way out of Horseshoe, out of Paddock, the right-hander, and back onto the main straight.
Here we go then. Ryan White's closed the gap by a tenth, Johnny. He is chasing him down. Fastest lap of the race for the current British champion in this class. Ralphie Branscombe, though, he's got good pace. And he can see there, he just looked over his shoulder there, coming out the dogleg and heading down towards St John's. Just checking where Ryan White is. There's no mirrors on karts here. They're not like racing cars where you can see where your competitors are in your mirrors. You've got to literally look over your shoulder. You do get a feeling when a competitor comes close to you. You can hear their engine, actually, and you can see in your periphery just where they are, and you seem to get a feel of where your competitors are. And Ralphie Branscombe will be fully aware that Ryan White is slightly closing that gap, because you will detect he's coming closer and closer. He narrowed the gap by a tenth. Here we are, coming towards the end of lap 6 there and completing lap 6. And we'll see if he's done that again. Crossing the line now. No, back out to a second.
I think the key thing for Ryan, though, is that he was a tenth of a second quicker than Thomas Potter now. So you're talking about seeing a driver behind you in your peripheral vision. Ryan, hopefully, has no longer got Thomas Potter as a distraction. He's still there in the 38, but he's just not threatening Ryan White just yet. So Ryan can fully focus on the road in front of him to try and cut that gap. But as you say, Ralphie Branscombe is either managing it or just able to lap at the same speed as Ryan White. Last time actually around, he was about a tenth quicker than the Scotsman. So that's all very good for Ralphie Branscombe, who had a tough day in Heat 2 yesterday. But whatever those gremlins were creeping in the middle phase of Saturday, looks to be now clear of those. Morgan Cooney heading out of the Gasworks hairpin, again under no immediate threat. That's because Toby Turner on his own to a certain extent. Riley Blakemore and Archie Garner, though, are at very similar speed. Here come the race leaders back across the line and towards us, Joe.
Yeah, gap gone out to 1.27, so going inside the final minute of this first heat for Honda Cadets. Ralphie Branscombe is going to be the driver to beat today in this class, I think. With Branscombe there putting in another fastest lap. 57.99 is the first driver to dip inside the 57s. Ryan White in a solid second place. Thomas Potter, he shouldn't be dissatisfied with this drive. He got up amongst it, didn't he, and got ahead of Ryan White at the start of this race. He's in third. He's got a second gap to Morgan Cooney. And then there's a huge gap to Toby Turner of 7 seconds. Riley Blakemore is a further 2.5 seconds behind. But Archie Garner, Hugo McCluskey, Archie Garner is right on the tail of Riley Blakemore. And that's the closest gap we've got in the whole of this field. And kind of out of character, Johnny. Kind of out of character. The Honda Cadets have had a kind of spread out race here this weekend.
So we'll get the lap we've just started and one more, because there were still 4 seconds on the clock as Ralphie Branscombe crossed the line. 1.3 seconds now better off. He's been doing fastest lap after fastest lap. That time around it wasn't a purple time, but it was still only about a tenth away from his best. So Branscombe can now manage that gap, I would say, back to Ryan White, who doesn't have an immediate answer for him. But Ryan White's been working really hard to stretch his legs on Thomas Potter in third. And the gap there back to Thomas is about two seconds now. Yeah. So Ryan White comfortably in second.
I'm a big fan of Morgan Cooney's yellow wheels, by the way. That's the second kart in the shot, the yellow kart. You see the yellow wheels? Makes that kart stand out. So a round of applause. Morgan Cooney gets the prize for the best looking wheels here this weekend. Bright yellow, luminous yellow, and easy to spot in that train of cadets that we normally see here. However, as we go into the final lap of this first heat for round 7 of the Warden Law Kart Club Championship, Ralphie Branscombe, 1.5 seconds is the gap to Ryan White, Thomas Potter, then Morgan Cooney, Toby Turner crossing the line now to start his final lap. And Thomas Potter there in the green helmet. Thomas, local to the northeast of England here. We've seen Thomas here many, many times racing at Warden Law. And it's great to see him and his dad and his family. His sister was a good karter. His sister running in this class when she was of this age. Winning races here and in other areas and other kart tracks. But this heat, Johnny, all about Ralphie Branscombe, isn't it? He's been quite, well, dominant, I think, is the term. Very comfortable in the lead.
This has actually been called as the last lap. So even though there was time on the clock the last time Branscombe crossed the line, I reckon we'll get a checker this time around. We have.
Yeah, we have.
So Ralphie Branscombe wins it by 2 seconds over Ryan White. Thomas Potter and Morgan Cooney separated by only a third of a second by the end. That's because Morgan Cooney did his best lap of the race during that final tour. Toby Turner, with nobody really to play with throughout there, got stuck in 5th. No threat from behind, but sadly for him, he struggled to catch up with the top 4. And there's a late change for 6th position. Archie Garner, that was a race-long tussle, and he eventually got ahead of Riley Blakemore at the line. So Archie Garner finishing in 6th place.
He was threatening to do that the whole race, wasn't he, on the rear bumper of Blakemore. So, yeah, very interesting race that. Ralphie Branscombe, who, he was the kart that had the issue in the second heat, wasn't it, yesterday? Let's see if that manifests again. Inexplainable, really. Ryan White with a solid second place, taking him towards overall honours for the Autumn Cup, of course. Got to mention that we've got prizes for the Honda Cadets. We've got an RPM engine rebuild. RPM are the engine suppliers for this category. It's a spec engine. And we've also got red graphics, thanks to Adam Nichols and his fiancée, for donating the prize of a brand new sticker kit. The colours of the karts, they're basically called sticker kits, and they basically apply to the plastic sideboards and nose cones of the karts. And they're very costly, actually. I think they're upwards of 120 quid or something. So great, yeah, I know. Great prizes there from Red Graphics, and a big thank you for that. And RPM also, big thank you for the support here for the Warden Law Kart Club Autumn Cup meeting. Second running, first running in 2022, and we thought we enjoyed it so much last year that we're going to probably run it for the next 30 or so. Don't know if I'll be doing the commentary in 30 years though, Johnny.
Nick says you better be, and if not, we'll all be standing in the Joe Bradley Memorial Suite anyway. So
absolutely,
it's all perfect.
Future planning, mate. Future planning. Sebastian Behrman leads the Micromax class round. Max Jolly alongside. True Performance Motorsports, Jack Moss is on the second row with Grayson Crawford alongside, and then the 6-kart field being rounded off by Caleb Franklin and Luke Millward. Hello to Caleb, and thanks for joining us today. The novice driver finding his feet and getting some experience here. Off they go, and into turn 1, it's Behrman leading.
Sebastian Behrman with the blue and white front to his car, getting a good getaway. He managed to take pole position just about from Max Jolly earlier in the day, but Jolly clearly not too happy with that, wanting to arm wrestle the lead away as early as possible. But Behrman gets a much better exit out of St John's, and Max Jolly has got his arms full with Jack Moss in the number 33, going to the high line of centre 1 through the second centre hairpin and into the chicane for the first time. And just like yesterday, we've had 6 karts start this race, and the top 4 are staying well with each other. Get used to this for the next 7 minutes plus a lap.
Yeah, smallest grid of karts here this weekend, but I tell you what, they weren't short of drama, an incident, and some intensity, wasn't it? 4 karts going off and battling all the way to the flag in both of their heats, and they're a change for third place as Luke Millward down the inside, and who was that of the 33? Jack Moss running out of road there, making sort of a compromise. Jack Moss did there for Luke Millward coming through the inside, running out of road on turn 1, and now has to get his composure back and chase down that third place kart ahead of him. Luke Millward making the move there in pretty much textbook style, had the speed along the main start-finish straight, Conrod Straight for Johnny this weekend. That's an old name that we gave that many, many years ago. It hasn't been called that for about 20 years, Johnny, but for you, we're going to resurrect it.
Hey, it's just my first time calling races at Warden Law, so I like to hark back to the long history of this place as well, as the top 2 are working their way out of the horseshoe sequence of corners, and now past paddock for obvious reasons. Back across the line they go. Sebastian Behrman leading from Max Jolly, and Luke Millward, who slotted into third a lap ago, ahead of Jack Moss. Grayson Crawford and Caleb Franklin still circulating, but Crawford about 5 seconds off the tail of this quartet out front. But Jack Moss will be kicking himself a little bit to have made that error whilst being overtaken by Luke Millward. He ended up in the weeds and the dirt on the approach to Brian's Bend, and just a little tiny off-track moment like that might well have cost him now any chance of a podium.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where Jack Moss has gone, because he's dropped certainly off the back of Luke Millward.
He's had another issue at the start of this lap, hasn't he? Because it took him 10 seconds longer through Sector 1 than everybody else. So
He's dropped way back, Johnny.
He's dropped behind Grayson Crawford and Caleb Franklin, I think, as well. We'll get that confirmed at the line.
Yeah, here we go. Across the line then. Sebastian Behrman, Max Jolly, nothing in it, half a second. Luke Millward, a second behind them. Then we wait for our 4th place karts. And who's it going to be? Just coming towards us now. It is indeed Grayson Crawford, Caleb Franklin, Jack Moss crossing the line. He's dropped 14 seconds off the leader, 3 seconds off the back of the field. So he's had a spin there.
Must have been, yeah.
Yeah, he's had a spin. True Performance Motorsport should, if you're listening, message me. I know you've been monitoring your kart's progress. It was off our screen, so we didn't notice what happened to Jack. Let us know what happened. We saw him sliding wide at turn 1 there, just putting a wheel on the grass. But I think he's had a further problem.
Well, yeah, it was on the lap after that, so we clocked the issue for Jack initially, but then he had a spin in the first sector somewhere. Might have been the same place. It might have been a little bit further around, maybe at Dog Leg, but we'll try and get to the bottom of that. So the next target really for Jack Moss in the next 4 minutes plus a lap is to see whether he can get ahead of Caleb Franklin and Grayson Crawford, because here's an indication of the gap from Luke Millward back to Grayson Crawford now. In 4th over the line, in 5th it's Caleb Franklin, who didn't take part at all yesterday, and then the recovering Jack Moss. So an indication of how much ground he's lost, Joe.
Yeah, Jack Moss now chasing back Grayson Crawford, Caleb Franklin. Caleb joining us today. Caleb's a novice driver, so it's fine for him to do that. I know the regulations were that you weren't allowed just to compete. And there's Jack Moss catching and getting by and down the inside of Caleb. Caleb just keeping out the way in good style. The 22 there, Grayson Crawford, another novice driver. Again, just new to karting in this Micro Max Cadet class, as Jack Moss on a recovery drive. The True Performance driver just making his way through those karts, or past those karts. Not finding it easy though. Grayson Crawford isn't that slow and finding pace and finding speed throughout the weekend and getting faster and faster. Now this is where I'm getting out the way there, aware that Jack Moss, the faster kart, is behind and just getting out the way. But no, doesn't have to get out the way completely and can make a race of it, because we are racing for position there. And Grayson Crawford, well done to you, because you didn't make it very easy at all for Jack Moss, and that's exactly what you've got to do in karting. It's not a tea party out there. This is competitive motorsport, and none more so than here at Warden Law this weekend.
That's fascinating, because Grayson came off the paddock turn and then was immediately in defensive mode. I'll put my car right in the middle of the track and you have to drive round me. But their pace down the straight was still very good indeed compared to Jack Moss, so much so that they were completely side by side at the turning point. I reckon these top three are getting a little closer to one another. How do the lap times compare? Well, Luke Millward was quickest of the three, and he's in third position. Actually, it wasn't too bad a lap for Sebastian Behrman. He had a shabby one the previous lap around, but Max Jolly is getting squeezed from both Luke behind and potentially to Sebastian Behrman in front. It's really condensing nicely at the sharp end.
Yeah, it's coming together very nicely for us, Johnny. Bit of a grandstand finish. Got to be a certain age to understand what that even means, to be honest. But I know what it means. It means that we're going to have a bit of drama towards the end as these three come back together. Sebastian Behrman, Max Jolly, Luke Millward. That's your three leaders. First, second and third. Through the gasworks hairpin and onto the horseshoe. It's got a never-ending feel to this. You're turning left, turning left, turning left. And then you need to flick the cart into that right-hand hairpin. Very important corner this, because it dictates the speed all the way down the Conrod straight and across the start-finish line and into turn one. They're coming together even closer now. Only 2/10 between first and second, 2/10 of a second between second and third. So it's all to play for. We're almost inside the final minute of this first heat for Micromax. And look at that, Max Jolly. He knows Luke Millward is there. He looked over his shoulder. He was almost on the rear bumper of the leader, Behrman, and now becoming aware that Luke Millward is there and about to challenge, I think, Johnny, as they head towards that back chicane.
It was all down to a bit of an untidy route through dogleg for Max Jolly. Way too much curb, whereas Luke Millward decided keeping the cart flat and away from the concrete curbing on the inside was the better route through there. He's going to have a little look at the inside in the initial part of Horseshoe, but Max Jolly defends well from that. 30 seconds still to go, so it's not until the end of the next lap that they'll hit, the clock will be at zero, and that's when we put the extra lap on. Jolly having to put the cart right in the middle of the track to prevent Luke Millward from throwing one up the inside. But this is good pressure from Luke Millward. He's pulled Max Jolly towards him. They're going to be side by side in the dogleg, and great overtake there through Brian's Bend. He had way more speed, did Luke Millward, and sealed it in the right-hander.
And that was all about Max Jolly taking the defensive line through the first turn. He slowed the cart up ever so slightly. That allowed Millward to get the, shall I say it, momentum into the dogleg. Here we go again. And as they come through the dogleg, Max Jolly looks over his shoulder. And there's Luke Millward right there, side by side, making the move stick. And now we've got Millward in second place. And that's where he remains, coming towards the horseshoe. It'll be the one lap to go board this time by. I got excited there and lost track of where I am.
Yes, it will. One more after this.
Yeah, one more lap to go then. So it's all to race for. And if anything, Johnny, that's now put a cushion between first, second, third. Jack Moss is still fourth, Caleb Franklin still fifth, and Grayson Crawford is now sixth. But this battle for the lead is where it's all about. And if anything, Millward coming back towards Behrman, who lost a lot of speed over the curb there, and now bumper to bumper into the centres. There's no defensive driving though. Optimised line into the left-hander. Now they flick the carts to the left and then take the right-hander. And Millward looking like he's a bit racy, going towards the chicane. He's running out of chances, Johnny. This is his last chance now down towards the gasworks.
Yeah, it's got to be that hairpin, and I got the feeling he was setting it up many corners back, but good defensive driving from Behrman. However, is he too far across on the right-hand side? He could afford Behrman to run out wide. Up the inside of Horseshoe, there's not quite a cart's width to go at. So Behrman, I reckon, will now fend off for the race lead Luke Millward, who really did time his run to the front almost to perfection. If he had another lap, it could have been a very different story indeed. But a terrific overtake on Max Jolly as it was into dogleg on the previous lap. Just that slightly tighter line coming through Brian's Bend, and then crucially that right-hander after the left where Luke was much tighter and could break that little bit later to prevent Max Jolly from turning in at the dogleg. And Luke Millward up to second position. He could be a real threat for the final win later today.
Once again, Johnny, the Micromax, there's four of them.
They never
we
disappoint.
Had drama, one of the main protagonists dropping out and then making his way back through to fourth place, Jack Moss. And then the three that was left at the front of the field. I mean, what entertainment there. And there's a little bit of conversation going on there between those three drivers. They're in this scrutineering bays because they finished first, second, third and fourth as the rest of the field come through. Caleb Franklin there running the number 4. Straight on with the race meeting though. And we are now in Intermax territory. Same engines, same karts, slightly less restriction on the engines, giving them a little bit more power than what we've just seen in Micromax. And it'll be the same engines that we see in the junior Rotax class and indeed the senior Rotax class. It's a 125cc Rotax motor, water-cooled, and the way that we gauge the karts for the various age groups is basically by stopping the engine breathing so well. So we basically restrict the amount of air-fuel mixture going into the engine and reducing the power, and it works. Some very clever people at the MSUK and around the world making these regulations and creating this, well, we would call it balance of performance, Johnny, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I suppose so. So, it adds an extra element, I suppose, and some terrific racing through the course of Saturday at the Autumn Cup meeting here at Warden Law. It's round 7 of the 2023 Track Championship, remember, but bolting these two rounds together as a double-header will also generate a very special trophy awarded for the first time last year in each individual category. And we'll have a winner by the end of tonight of the 2023 Autumn Cup. 4 into Rotax and all the rest of the karts here today. It's a great start for the pole sitter just about, Daniel Minto. And Goodshaw tried to get around the outside. He's now going to try the inside route through Bryant's. And a grass track moment there for Minto prevented him from being the leader into dogleg. It will be Alex Goodson who's marginally ahead of Daniel Minto, these age-old foes.
Well, he told me last night, Johnny, that he'd learnt a lesson. He lost the final on the very last lap when Daniel Minto snuck down the inside. I think he showed his cards already as Goodson. That was a very, very forceful first sequence of bends here through turn 1 and then onto Brian's bend, and Goodson making that move on Minto. He wasn't taking any prisoners there. And Daniel Minto, now our pole position man with the fastest time in qualifying this morning, finds himself in second place and looking at the rear bumper of his teammate Alex Goodson across the line to complete lap 1. It's a Hunter Motorsport 1-2-3 with Goodson, Minto, Khan. 4th place is Blair Smith, Sebastian Clark 5th, James Fabricas, Zach Mackay in 7th, Thomas Jackson, Jonathan Furby and Harvey Franklin are the 9th and 10th place karts. But Goodson, Johnny, looking very, very racy indeed there. And Minto, we've got to let this settle in, of course. We've only had one lap of racing, so the tyres aren't really where they want to be. And I'm pretty sure that Daniel, once those tyres come up to optimised pressures and temperatures, we'll see Daniel coming back at Goodson, and we're going to have a little bit more drama and incident in Intermax, just like we did yesterday.
Well, one of the things Daniel Minto did as he went down the start-finish straight was had a glance over the shoulder to see how close Hassan Khan was, and now he knows he's in the clear, then he can completely focus on Alex Goodson's lines and attempting to reel Goodson in. I think Minto will be able to do that before the end of the race. The question is, will Goodson crack at all and allow Minto alongside and perhaps pass for the race lead? I'm expecting a few more lead changes yet, though. We've got 6 minutes to go. That's space for at least 4 more lead changes. So let's see where the first of those is going to happen as Daniel Minto gets close on the brakes into the first of the centre hairpins.
It's a repeat of the final and pretty much a repeat of yesterday, but we saw Minto. He was quite happy to sit in the wheel tracks of Alex Goodson and then pounce when it mattered right there on the last lap. Is he going to do that again? We've got a lonely Hasnan Khan pretty much by himself there in 3rd place. Behind them, behind Hasnan, I should say, is Blair Smith and Sebastian Clark, who are running pretty close in 4th and 5th. But the race at the moment is all about the two at the front. Goodson across the line. 3 laps completed then. He looks over his shoulder. Yes, Minto is there now. He's right on his bumper. They're almost so close you could pitch a tent over them. Through Brian's Bend and into the dogleg then for the 4th time. Out of the dogleg and into St John's. Goodson and Minto, karts 26 and 28. Out of the centre hairpin, now into the right-hander and on towards the back chicane. Can Minto get a good draft out of there, and he does, and he's alongside through the right-hand curve, and it'll be Minto that will lead into the Gasworks hairpin, and that was all about the chicane, Johnny. Goodson lost a bit of time with the curbing there, but Minto, absolutely beautiful line through it, and gathered the speed up and carried that all the way down that back straight.
Yeah, managed to get the grip required to actually take a very tight line coming out of the chicane. Remember the kind of science to it is actually throwing the kart well over to the left, so you really have to muscle the kart to the tighter line through the back straight, and that gave him the prime opportunity then to be alongside into Gasworks and have the inside line. I thought Goodson might be going deliberately wide, and now he darts up the inside at the centre hairpin. So that's 2 of my 4 lead changes that I'm expecting, and there's space for more yet with 4 more minutes to go. Now, will Minto go for this very tight line coming out of the hairpin again? Right over the curb he goes, but he can't quite do what he did a lap ago. Having said that, on the brakes into Gasworks, through goes Daniel Minto again.
They've been choreographing this, haven't they? They've been through rehearsals, haven't they, all last night? That's choreographed, surely. Surely that's not real. I mean, this is
like wrestling.
This is fantastic racing here. And here we see the dive by Goodson down the inside. He's done a Minto on Minto, hasn't he? Because that's exactly what Daniel done to him yesterday. And then, further round the lap, Minto came back at him at the hairpin. Here they are again, out of the dogleg. Minto, Goodson. This is a cracking battle, and the fact that it's for the lead, this is, I'm sorry everybody, we can't really leave this one because this is outstanding motorsport. Here we are, grassroots level, and these 2 youngsters showing the professionals how it should be done into the back chicane. This is where Goodson needs the drag. Minto, for me, has a very good line through there. He's a very experienced driver here at Warden, been racing here for a few years, even though he's not that old. And he does know the best way around that, and that momentum he carried out of that back chicane has benefited him because he's given himself a cushion going into what will be lap 7 now. Shows how determined they are, though. Both drivers ducking their heads behind the steering wheel to reduce the airflow. Absolutely maximised entry into turn 1. That's the dogleg bit there. And then down to St John's. This is where he's lining up, Johnny.
The incredible thing about this fight is that neither of them are losing any time on it. They're still able to post fastest laps of the race. Poor old Hasnan Khan must be thinking, oh, they're battling up ahead. I'll be able to draw them in any moment. But he's losing maybe half a second every single lap. So they're having this almighty arm wrestle out front. And yet, just about the 2 fastest karts in the race still as well. There's poor old Hasnan Khan, who wants to be involved, but he's miles back. But thankfully for him, he is in the clear in 3rd from Sebastian Clark 4th and Blair Smith still 5th. Minto will lead this lap. That'll put 7 in the book, Joe.
Well, Hasnan Khan is having to race his own race. It's a very lonely 3rd place he's driving at the moment, which is a bit tricky because you've got to keep the focus. You've got nobody to drag you along and nobody to slow you down. So he's having to keep his focus and keep his concentration. A little bit of an oversteer, sideways moment there for Alex Goodson as they came out of the dogleg. But this race very much on now. We're heading towards the final minute of this first heat. Johnny, like you said earlier, if this is anything to go by, we're going to have, the intensity is going to get really raw towards the final. We saw these 2 battle it out yesterday's round, and then here they are just continuing where they left off. Minto leading. Is Goodson going to do a Minto on Minto? That's the question. And what do I mean by that? Well, Daniel Minto, right on the final lap of the final, he made the move. Minto looks over his shoulder. He's got a bit of a cushion, but that was a good lap from Alex Goodson, but not as good as Daniel Minto's, because that's the fastest lap of the race there from Daniel Minto, right there.
But it was a better turn in through turn 1. I think Minto was so distracted by looking behind him, he sort of missed the opportune point to input the steering. So Goodson is right with him, and now will dart for the race lead into the hairpin. He loves doing it in that position on the track. So Goodson, that was all down to a cracking run through the first corner.
Yes, and this is where Minto got him before. Out of the chicane, Minto uses more curb on the exit, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And gets more speed, but not enough speed to get and do what he did in a previous lap by diving down the inside. It's going to be 1 lap to go this time by Johnny. So we've got 1 more lap, and Alex Goodson, has he gone too early? Is Minto going to have an opportunity on the very final lap of this first heat? Now he's dropped back a little bit because he lost a bit of that performance through that overtaking move, if you like. So here we go, through Brian's Bend. into the dogleg. That right-hand sweep that leads into the tighter second part of it. That's St. John's, the left-hander, off camber, very tricky. Oh, he defends there. Goodson, knowing that it might be coming, went down the inside, and Minto having a look. Goodson's aware, though. Minto taught him a lesson, and Minto taught him a lesson yesterday. Alex Goodson being a very good pupil and listening and remembering, and he'll defend into the gasworks, which is perhaps the last opportunity. And what happened there? We've lost Daniel Minto going off on the brakes into the gasworks hairpin. That's left Alex Goodson off and into the lead, and it'll be Hasnan Khan that will pick up second place. And whether Minto can dig his kart out of the tyres and get a finish, Goodson delighted with the win, pulls off into Park Fermé. Hasnan Khan will come through in second. And what happened here, out of the chicane, Johnny, and then Minto looked like it was just a lock of the brakes that pitched the kart off.
Very difficult to tell from that angle whether there was contact, but no, I agree with you. There wasn't contact. It was Minto trying a do-or-die manoeuvre just 3 corners from the finish of the race to try and go up the inside at Gasworks, and he was just asking a bit too much from the grip of the tyres and from the brakes themselves. Did very well, actually. I think that was more luck than judgment to not run into the back of Alex Goodson and clean him out as well. But unfortunately for Daniel Minto, that looks to be quite a hard impact into the tyres. We don't know which direction he was facing at the time. He's ended up backwards into them, so may well have winded himself. And unfortunately for Daniel, was therefore not able to continue. And it'll be a non-finish for kart number 28. Hasnan Khan, well, he'll be saying, actually, it paid me dividends to just sit back and wait for it all to go a little awry, because he does end up second, Hasnan Khan, ahead of Sebastian Clark, who gets a podium in kart number 51. Blair Smith fourth, James Fabricus fifth, and Jonathan Furby in sixth position. Then Thomas Jackson, Zach Mackay, Harley Franklin, and a non-finish for Daniel Minto.
So it perhaps gives us an opportunity to speak about the support we've had from all of our partners here this weekend, bringing you the Autumn Cup and some fantastic prizes. All of the Rotax classes, the Micromax class, the Intermax class, which you've just seen, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax 162. The winners of the Autumn Cup also will win and receive a free registration and 2 race entries for the 2024 Ultimate Karting Championship. And I know a lot of the front runners in these classes are very much part of that championship. And that's a chunk, if you put that in cash terms, that's a chunk of money off next year's budget to register with the series. And a big thanks to Paul Phelan and Sonia at the UKC for that. The other Rotax class, in the senior category, the 177s, the heavier class, well, we've got a prize for them as well. We're running on the Maxxis tyre, which is how the 177s run. In fact, the 177s as a class have sort of gravitated and landed on the NKC Championship. Big part of the Karting Live coverage for the past 2 years has been covering the NKC, and a big thank you to Ollie Nitch-Smith and Chris Cox from the NKC, because they've donated to the winner of the 177 Senior Rotax class a full season registration and one free round of their 2024 championship. So all of the Rotax classes being very, very well represented with some fantastic prizes. The Honda classes, they have been big thanks to RPM Engines. The winner of Junior and Senior Pro Karts and the winner of the Honda Cadets will receive a free engine rebuild. And also part of that prize fund is the Red Graphics donation of a free sticker kit for those winners of Pro Karts, Juniors and Seniors and Honda Cadets. The Bambinos, they will receive free registration into the Kart Championship going into 2024. So everything really well worth receiving our prizes, and we've just received another prize. So this is from Andrew and Helen and Andrew, A&H Photography, who are here today taking some great pictures as ever of our racing here at Warden Law, and they've donated to the winner of the Autumn Cup in Bambinos there'll be a one-off limited edition RT Kart print. So thank you, Andrew and Helen, for that. Or as it says here, Helen and Andrew. From A&H Karting. A&H Photography. Now check out their photographs that'll become available. Probably the easiest way to find them, the Warden Kart Club Facebook page. Keep a look on that because Andrew and Helen will be putting up there the link to their pics that they've taken. Always great pics, always get the atmosphere, and you'll be able to see and make available to you to purchase some prints or some photographs of your of yourself or indeed of your child who is here racing today. So that's a great prize from them. The Bambino winner will receive a one-off limited edition RT Kart print. So Johnny, we're just waiting for a bit of a clear-up process to go on. We are about to get going. The next karts that we'll see out on track will be our junior category. The better subscribed grid here this weekend. 28 karts subscribed, 28 karts entered. Championship leader is Joe Anderson, and Joe is on the front row of the grid with yesterday's final winner, which was Jack Thompson. Jack from the Hunter Motorsport table had a great battle, didn't he, with his teammate Zach Turner, and that was going to go all the way to the flag until the gods intervened and Zach Turner lost an exhaust, which put him down the order and out of contention. Jack Thompson went on to take the win. So he's in a very good position for overall honours today. He's going to be under a bit of pressure though, because alongside championship leader Joe Anderson, he's currently leading the championship on what will be 227 points. Got a bit of a cushion there. And then on equal second is Lloyd Palmer and James Philip Byrne. They're on 201 points. Now, Lloyd Palmer, just looking for him. James Philip Byrne, I can tell you, is starting on the fourth row of the grid. And then just ahead of him, Lloyd Palmer, the number 42, starting on row 3, alongside Zach Turner. So perhaps another worthy of mention. Where's he gone? Jamie. Where's Jamie? Jamie Lumsden, starting on row 9. He's here with Bob Shipman, the Pro Sport owning there in the paddock, being a feature of Warden Kart Racing for almost 30 years, Bob. Wow. Wow, yes, he's that old.
Time flies.
Yes, he's that old.
It was a really interesting qualifying session earlier on today. There are a number of names up there that are up there by virtue of their single lap speed, but it's going to be interesting for me as to whether that can be sustained across the 8 minutes, like Bella McConville, who really timed her run to perfection to pop up into 4th place alongside Oakley Garthwaite. So there's a chance for one or two names there to shine that we didn't see top 6 finishes from on Saturday. And this is what I mean about how much can change inside 24 hours. Yes, you got the usual protagonists as we had in the previous race for the Rotax runners, but there's always the scope for someone to have found some time, maybe unlocked a bit of pace through 3 races yesterday, and then that shines through on day 2 of a meeting. Another nice way, I suppose, of running round 6 and 7 together. Sometimes races are like a carbon copy of the first running of them, but more often than not this weekend, we get a very different top 10. So shaking it up. Of course, typically of qualifying as well, you get the odd few that didn't perform particularly well. Maybe they didn't get the cooler conditions right, but those karts will be a lot more racy now that we're at a massive 6 degrees Celsius. Track temperature might be slightly higher than that, but again, you've really got to treat these opening laps with caution.
It did say we're going to see highs of, and I love that term, highs of 8 degrees.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Highs of 8 degrees. Complete contrast to where I was last weekend.
Indeed. You were in the sunshine state of the USA last weekend,
Quite
weren't
literally.
You? 4,000 miles from here. As he moves forward.
Where would I rather be this weekend, though, Johnny?
Well, there's nothing going on at Daytona, so
exactly.
You clearly want to be here at Karting North East and the Warden Karting Club.
Yeah, right here.
Terrific.
We are almost ready to get things underway. We've got our junior grid behind us in the collecting area. So I can hear some sort of official announcements. This concludes the 2023 Warden Car Club Championship here this weekend. We've already promoted our season going forward into 2024. 3 two-day meetings kicking off February, March and April. 6 rounds of our, well, it's kind of like a winter-spring championship. And if you are out there needing to gain license signatures to go racing on a national level maybe next year, it's an ideal way of getting that all done and dusted before the summer starts, even with 2 race meetings per weekend. Check out the Warden Law Car Club Facebook page for the exact dates. I will remind you of that. So Jack Thompson will lead the juniors out, Johnny. We've got things getting underway. Joe Anderson alongside. Oakley Garthwaite starts on the second row. A great lap time from Bella McConville gets Bella onto the second row of the grid for today. We've got Zach Turner and Lloyd Palmer in row 3. James Philip Byrne, championship contender, on row 4 alongside Charlie Benson. Oliver Fabricus and John J. Buchan are on row 5. We've then got Lincoln Bevan all the way from the Isle of Man alongside Gregor Reid on row 6. Row 7, Oliver White and Jake Grufferty with Matthew Clark and Miles Roby on row 8. Row 9 is Jamie Lumsden and Liam Watson. Row 10 is Bella Brown. Who's that spinning off?
99.
That's Zach Turner. Come on, Zach. Your arm, that lad's look has got to change. And now he's grounded on the grass. Slippery grass, not able to get the cart away. We'll probably get another lap to give Zach a chance to get back onto the tail of the grid, but Zach does recover the cart. He'll have very wet rear tyres, and I'm pretty sure he's not allowed to do that. Zach, you're not allowed to do that, mate. You've got to stay at the back when you do that. All sorts of, and people making room for Zach, which is brilliant stuff. I may be wrong about the regulations, but we've got Zach Turner, thankfully, in his rightful place. We'll let the officials sort that out, Johnny. We're in the entertainment business.
Indeed.
And we're about to be entertained.
So, are we going to get a start?
No, we are not.
No, because the gap on the front row was just about right, but I was in the driver's briefing yesterday that Dan Ashton were expertly presented to everybody. And one of the messages for the race start, as one goes left and straight into the paddock, I'm afraid, one of those messages, that was Lewis Pearson, who's not going to be able to take the race start. You must be over your lane, your grid hatchings, for the start of the race. And although Jack Thompson and Joe Anderson were doing exactly that, I think Oakley Garthwaite wasn't quite fully over to the right, and there were several others as well, not in the correct part of the grid as they crossed the line. Part of that may well have been down to Zach Turner wanting to get into 5th position, and it'll be left as that for the time being, but may well be a decision later on as to how Zach returned to 5th place, simply because for a moment he was on the grass there, and that's why he's now erratically steering left and right to try and clean up those very wet and muddy tyres.
Yeah, he's had plenty of time to do that, and they will be up to temp. I mean, you can't get your tyre. You're not. I mean, the rules are you're not allowed to weave, and I know we're seeing a little bit of weaving going on there, so we'll just look away, everybody. And it's hard to get your tyres up to where they need to be, just in even 2 rolling laps. But by about lap 2 or 3, that's where the tyres will be, and we'll see them. They see the drivers. Then their lap times will come. Here they come. Then Jack Thompson leading them around. Championship leader Joe Anderson alongside, and we get things underway. I see the green flag flying, and it's Joe Anderson who will lead into turn 1. He slides wide, and I think Jack Thompson's going to come back at him. And by the time they've sorted themselves out through the dog leg, it is indeed Jack Thompson. Who's that down the inside? It's the 99 of Zach Turner, who gets back to where he thinks he needs to be, and that's at the front of this junior Rotax field.
Big look over the shoulder, but there's no danger of being overtaken into the first of the centre hairpins, because Zach Turner took no time at all to force his way to the front, starting from 5th position and alongside Lloyd Palmer, but he's leading in the 99 now as they round the turn. And then it is Jack Thompson, I reckon, maybe Oakley Garthwaite in 3rd place. and then just about the same as the grid starting positions. But the huge winner on this lap has been Zach Turner with the green helmet, who will cross the line as the first one to the front after one lap.
It's a Hunter Motorsport 1, 2, 3 with Joe Anderson now dropping back behind Oakley Garthwaite and into fourth. Now the thing is, Johnny, Jack Thompson won the final yesterday. Zach Turner had a non-finish in that final. So Jack Thompson, he doesn't need to beat Zach Turner today. He can sit in his wheel tracks and then win the Autumn Cup. Now I think if Jack's got his head on, and I know he's a clever lad, and he usually does think the long game, and by the looks of things, as Zach Turner goes away, Jack Thompson sitting there in second place is on course for the Autumn Cup win. He just has to sit there. He doesn't have to battle. He doesn't have to take a chance with Zach Turner. So we might see that happen. However, Oakley Garthwaite, remember Oakley Garthwaite on the number 40, Nick, that's the kart just behind Jack Thompson with the orange helmet. He's showing a black number plate. That means that Oakley Garthwaite is still on a novice plate. It's club racing this, and the novice number plate being ran by Oakley Garthwaite. He may be a novice, but he's certainly not racing like a novice. Right up there in third place, and that number 16 car just behind him, that's Joe Anderson. And Joe, currently leading the Warden Kart Club Championship, will follow in the wheel tracks of Oakley Garthwaite. And going into lap 3 now, this is the point that we see the tyres on these karts beginning to get where the drivers need them. Just there, just off the picture on the red kart, Charlie Benson, and he didn't come into view for us, Johnny, until the final yesterday, did he?
No, that's right. And I was chatting with both Charlie and his dad late on yesterday. They honestly thought that it was a brand new set of tyres for the weekend, and they thought there was something up with that set of tyres because he was just nowhere. Now there's a charge down the inside. That's a slower kart from the back of the midfield, isn't it? So we don't need to worry about that as actual fighting out on track. Still Garthwaite in the orange helmet in third, ahead of the 16 of Joe Anderson. But yes, Charlie Benson was tootling around in 10th position early on in the day and just could not make any progress. And he and his dad and everyone else at the team rather scratching their heads as to precisely why that was the case. And then, come the final, Charlie Benson, it was almost as if he was on a completely different kart. Same set of tyres, but they just came good, it seemed, as the day wore on. So they'll be hoping with, again, just a single set of tyres for the whole weekend that Charlie Benson's pace will be a lot better in this equivalent heat, where he did struggle on Saturday. Bit of over-rotation possibly for Jack Thompson. Might be an opportunity for Oakley Garthwaite in the next few corners, but Garthwaite with company. Joe Anderson in the Dayglow yellow helmet running there in fourth, and he almost put a nose on the inside there of Garthwaite rather, to work his way through. No opportunity to do that. Again, a very tail-happy Garthwaite, though, through the chicane, but he's managed to fend off Joe Anderson, at least this time, into Gasworks.
Great battle there for third place. Charlie Benson just keeping a watching brief. Bit of a lonely drive for Charlie in fifth, just down the order. Lincoln Bevan, all the way from the Isle of Man, currently running in the top 10. Just behind James Philip Byrne, but on the bumper of James Philip Byrne. While we continue to watch this battle for third, it looks very much to me, with the clock still ticking, we're well inside the second half of this first heat for Junior Rotax, and it looks to me as though Joe Anderson is just playing a bit of a waiting game, just sizing up Oakley Garthwaite, isn't he? He's running in his wheel tracks. It looks like he might have performance. If he could just clear, not quite the performance to get by Oakley Garthwaite, I think he's going to have a bit of a moment on the brakes to do that.
One of the big losers from the start of the race has been Lloyd Palmer, who qualified in 6th, and he's now running in 7th place, although Bella McConville is just a 10th of a second in front, as the 4 karts for second, third, fourth and fifth cross the line now. In fact, no, Zach Turner is there, isn't he? So these have been reeling in the race leader, yeah. Zach Turner, and in the white helmet, Jack Thompson, a real threat now to Zach. Oakley Garthwaite and Joe Anderson. Joe next to me claps his hands because he knows that this final 2.5 minutes plus a lap is going to be utter entertainment. It
absolutely is. Jack Thompson playing the waiting game there, just closing the gap to his teammate Zach Turner towards the final stages. We're inside the inside 2.5 minutes remaining and almost 2 minutes remaining. And Jack Thompson, if anything, looks like he might even be sizing it up. Now, I mentioned earlier, Jack doesn't really need to finish ahead of Zach Turner today. He just needs to finish in his wheel tracks because, unfortunately for Zach, put him out of contention for overall honours in the Autumn Cup. However, that's not how these boys go racing, is it? And they're wheel to wheel. Zach Turner already defending through turn 1 there. And Jack Thompson right on the rear bumper there. He's got to be careful though, Johnny. We've never mentioned bumper penalties this weekend, but he's got to be very careful because if he hits the rear of Turner's kart, it's going to drop his bumper down and he'll be given an automatic 5-second penalty at scrutineering. At the minute, I think he's all right. As he follows him round, there's very little in it through the back chicane. This is where Thompson can have a go, but Zach Turner's completely aware of this, and that's why Zach Turner... Oh, and he's left the door open. And they're side by side through the gasworks. Jack Thompson takes the lead. That was a bit textbook, wasn't it?
Well, as you said, I thought Zach Turner had covered it off, but then in the mid-corner, coming out of the back straight/curve, much better rotation from Jack Thompson. Here, though, comes Turner on the fight back, and they're going to be side by side into Brian's corner, and now Zach Turner is back ahead. And that's actually closed the gap back to Garthwaite and Anderson. There was only about a kart length anyway between second and third. It is absolutely nothing now. It's any one of these four that could actually win this race. Joe Anderson might be thinking, yep, I'll just wait for all the carnage to kick off. He's the one sitting in fourth spot. If we're lucky, we'll get to the end of this lap and there'll still be time left on the clock. It's going to be nip and tuck, but I'd sooner 2 more laps of this rather than just one.
Everybody at home, just make a note of that name, Oakley Garthwaite. I think this is only his third or fourth or fifth race. He started karting this year, and he's running on the tail of Zach Turner and Jack Thompson, who are at the very forefront of national karting this year in things like the UKC and the Vera Tools British Championship. And there's Garthwaite, who's going to be very prominent in the National Series next year, right there in third place and following them in very close order. Behind him, the fourth kart in that order is Joe Anderson, current championship leader coming into this weekend. And these three, the 300 Motorsport cars and the watching brief being taken by Joe Anderson as we go side by side into the chicane. There's not room there. There is not room to do that. I don't know how you've managed that, boys, but you've all come out unscathed without even touching each other.
Still the same order. Oakley Garthwaite wanting definitely one of the 2 places up ahead of him. Again, I think there was a touch between Turner and Thompson. It just goes to show, Joe, this karting lark, it's easy. You can just rock up after 3 races and be right on the pace. I'm joking, of course. As the top 2 occupy right in the middle of the road there, straddling the asphalt seam of the racetrack. And again, Garthwaite later on the brakes than the front 2 into dogleg. He's not really allowing Joe Anderson any opportunity. Now the race leader, Zach Turner, to the left-hand side. And this is where Jack Thompson is incredibly strong. Through the second centre hairpin, he'll get to the inside line just as he did a lap ago. 2 abreast through the chicane once more. And here comes Garthwaite to the high side. Garthwaite maybe for second position. He's going to have to do it on the brakes around the outside into gasworks and can't quite pull it off.
And everybody slots in because it's the checkered flag this time by. So the final 2 corners of the lap coming up now, and incredibly, none of these karts have tangled, and they've been racing wheel to wheel as they take the checkered flag, line astern. Zach Turner takes the win, Jack Thompson second, Oakley Garthwaite third, Joe Anderson finished fourth. Guess what covered the lot of them? 4 karts in half a second. That's how close they were. Just outside of that action was Charlie Benson a couple of seconds back, and then a further second and a bit was Bella McConville. Bella will be happy with that. Top 6 place for Bella. That's a good race there. I'm sorry, everybody, we neglected you because that was so much action to talk about at the front of this heat. Bella McConville, 6th, as I said, and then we had Oliver Fabricus, Lloyd Palmer, Lincoln Bevan, James Philip Byrne 10th, Gregor Reid, Jake Groverty up to 12th, John J. Buckland in 13th, Oliver White, Elliot Surtees 15th, Miles Roby, Zane Stout, Sam Robson, Ollie Poole 19th, 20th was Matthew Clark, and then we had Liam Watson, Bella Brown, Harry Warby, another driver from the Isle of Man. Jacob Rump finishes 24th, and then the last of the finishers was Oliver O'Donovan. Lewis Pearson, we lost on lap 9, and Jamie Lumsden I saw pulling off on lap 7.
An incredible race, and again, sort of reminiscent, I suppose, of the Micro Rotax battle earlier on in the day where there were 4 karts nose to tail. That was the whole race in the Micro Rotax, whereas that was 4 of 28 karts that were level pegging pretty much. And I feel for people like Charlie Benson, who didn't appear to do a great deal wrong, but just didn't quite have the speed compared to those that occupy the podium and just off it. So let's go racing again with the senior Rotax 162s and 177s. Here's the grid. Angus Scrivener and Alex Duncan make it an all-Scottish front row. It's Max Kettle and Louis Large third and fourth, ahead of Andy Powell and Marcus King. And Martin Fisher completes the lighter of the 2 karts within this category. 177s, pole sitter is Zach Bolton. Perhaps unsurprisingly, he's taken 3 wins already this weekend, ahead of John Wilson, Mark Gillibrand or Gilly, Stephen Mottram and Marty Gilfillan will complete the lineup.
Here they go then. Angus Scrivener, who will be leading these karts around. Alex Duncan, the Argenti driver, coming here this weekend and running with Hunter Motorsport. He's on a Hunter Motorsport kart. He's normally with the Argenti team. And that's the bit of the confusion coming in there with the Argenti overalls. Very prominent. Alex Duncan, it's great to have you down from Scotland racing in the Autumn Cup here. Being very, very slow pace onto the start-finish straight. Now Angus Scrivener gives it a go. Slots across to the left. Louis Large slots behind Alex Duncan and keeps Max Kettle at bay. There the 162s go through the first turn. The 177s get underway just behind them. Andy Powell dropping down behind that order. Andy was right at the front yesterday as Louis Large comes alongside Alex Duncan. And we've got a spinner in 177s, Nick, just coming towards St John's. Just dropping back towards St John's there. Not quite sure who that was, but they will rejoin.
It's Mark Gillibrand, because he hasn't reached the end of the first sector, so got to be Gillibrand, who was starting third in the 177s. So green flag into the first of the centre hairpins, and there's Louis Large running in third position after that cracking move on Max Kettle.
He's into second.
Second.
That was him going round the outside of Alex Duncan, and Alex Duncan's thinking, how's he done that? I don't know how he's done that, but he has. Louis Large on the number 13 finishes the first lap in second place. Angus Scrivener's checked out. He's already got 1.3 seconds. Louis Large pulling out the gap to Alex Duncan. And now Alex Duncan has youngster Max Kettle to contend with on the number 21. The Sam Pollitt Racing driver there, just coming onto the rear bumper of Duncan. And will try to get by Max in great form. He's had a great year in the National Series. And here goes Max Kettle down the inside of Alex Duncan, is it? Yes, he does. Textbook move, just flick the kart sideways on the brakes. Great driving from Kettle. And there he is, ahead of Alex Duncan now. Let's have a look at the 177s, Nick. There's Zach Bolton, the Zach Bolton fan club, you'll be happy to hear. Zach already has a gap of 1.5 seconds. And we're going to have a look down the order as they come across the line. Zach Bolton completes lap number 2 for the 177s. Got John Wilson making a comeback this weekend. There he is on the Lando Norris kart. And then we've got Stephen Mottram, who's just behind John Wilson. That's John Wilson just coming out of St John's. Through St John's, there's Stephen Mottram on the number 39. Stephen, local Sunderland lad, out on the 39, been telling me he's going to be doing the NKC next season. And then Marty Gilfillan on the 590 numbered kart, 3-digit number on that card, just going through the chicane. And Mark Gilly, a bit of a recovery from Mark Gilly after that spin. They are very well spaced out, the 177s. And so we'll get back to the front of the 162, where it's anything but spread out. And we've got Max Kettle now just coming onto the back of Alex Duncan. The tyres have come on, Johnny.
Yes.
So now we're seeing Alex Duncan be able to keep Max Kettle behind him.
Yeah, these are the Mojo tyre, so slightly softer than the Maxxis, and therefore they take, they don't take quite as long actually to come into the operating window. And if you push them, then obviously they're going to, as we get a place change there into Gasworks, yes, you'll start to lose performance slightly earlier because it's a softer compound. But that was Max Kettle slotting ahead of Alex Duncan for third position as Angus Scrivener ticks off another lap. How does Louis Large's lap time compare? Well, he is not quite faster than Angus Scrivener. That is a good lap from Louis Large, nevertheless.
No,
but he was quicker, but he wasn't quicker than Angus Scrivener.
Yeah, he wasn't.
He was 0.4 of a second quicker. So that gap to the race leader is growing for Louis Large. And actually, Max Kettle behind was faster than the local man.
So Alex Scrivener, he's not quite being ignored. It's just that we've got too much going on behind him. Louis Large now has Max Kettle chasing him down, and going with him is Alex Duncan. Andy Powell, who had a great finish in second place yesterday afternoon, a little bit off Alex Duncan at the moment. He's got a gap of about 0.3 behind them. Marcus King, another of the LRG drivers, there in sixth. Martin Fisher behind them, just dropping off the back of them. But now Large has got pressure. He's got company through Brian's Bend. Louis Large has got the back marker in the form of Mark Gilly just to contend with there. Mark Gilly, a very experienced karter there, just making a bit of a comeback here at Warden Law. And there, Mark Gilly there, very heads-up driving from Mark there, just keeping out the way of this battle for second place in the 162 Rotax category. And because of that back marker, they've closed right up. We've got Large, Kettle, and now Duncan on the back of Kettle. Andy Powell just struggling to get on terms there, Johnny, isn't he, as they come out of the gasworks? Can Andy Powell get involved in that four-car battle for second?
I think he can. He's, yes, a few kart lengths away, but the three in front are certainly not going through Horseshoe as quick as they might in qualifying, let's say. Louis Large is about to be overtaken, is he? No, not quite. He closes a door in Max Kettle's face. And Alex Duncan will have had to have got out of the throttle with that as well. So Andy Powell now latches himself onto the back in the number 19. Second, third, fourth and fifth. You could throw a blanket over them. They hit the bump as they head into the centre hairpin. And Louis Large, not the quickest, as now Duncan forces his way up the inside of Max Kettle. And the big winner in all this is going to be Andy Powell, who gets two positions in one go there into the chicane, Joe.
Incredible. It's not over, Johnny. We've still got 2 minutes. Let's have a look at the replay. So Alex Duncan, the Argenti driver here with Hunter Motorsport this weekend, textbook down the inside into the second of the centres. Max Kettle goes wide, Duncan goes wide, and there's Andy Powell. He says thank you very much. He's got the traction out of that second centre hairpin that could put him into that third place behind Louis Large. The benefactor here more so as perhaps Louis Large, who's been able to maybe pull away even more. But Alex Duncan, while we've been away at the replay, Alex Duncan has come back and he's taken Andy Powell and has taken that position back.
Terrific racing. Fair, but very, very close indeed. And now not the ideal exit out of the first centre hairpin for Andy Powell, who's under threat from Max Kettle in behind. And these two getting tangled up with one another and losing pace on Alex Duncan, who's in third. Duncan can set the crosshair again then on the rear of Louis Large, who's finally been given a moment's peace. They were queuing up to try and get ahead of Louis Large, but amazingly he didn't fold and he didn't wane to that pressure, despite him being at a slight disadvantage because he's slightly heavier than the guys behind him.
He is slightly heavier, but it takes a lot to get inside the head of Louis Large, a very experienced karter. Here he's got the Argenti driver right with him. He's on the Hunter Motorsport Venator engine though. This weekend is Alex Duncan. Louis on Nigel Horner's HRS motor. So it's a battle of the Northeast engines here, right there in front of us for second place here. Angus Scrivener, I've got to say, 3 seconds in front of these two as we get towards the final stages of this race. Into the gasworks hairpin, and Alex Duncan now, he likes the way his kart's feeling because it's very racy indeed. And indeed, he's putting his nose down the inside of Louis Large at certain parts of this track. Out of the final turn then. It'll be 9 laps completed. Scrivener already across the line. And Louis Large having to defend, looks over his shoulder, just seeing where Duncan is. It'll be side-by-side action into turn 1. Not quite side-by-side action through Brian's Bend. And because of that defensive driving, as Duncan goes down the inside at the dog leg, I should say, and Louis Large came into contact. Again, Andy Powell reaps the benefit and takes the position. However, Alex Duncan very forcefully comes through. Andy Powell there pulling off, not quite sure what happened.
No, he hit
there.
the grass. He had no turning whatsoever. He was on the turf, and slick tyres don't work great when you're in the weeds, and away he skated towards the tyre wall. So it's all hit a bit of a moment, this battle for second position, essentially. First of all, the contact to Louis Large as Alex Duncan stabbed his way up the inside. And then Andy Powell, I think, trying to get the better of these two as he did a few laps ago in one, just skating off towards the tyre wall at the second of the centres.
Yeah, he squeezed down. The gap was there because his kart was there, and I think Louis, it was that come together and contact, wheel-to-wheel contact, put Louis in the air and out with a spin. Meanwhile, the race goes on. Final lap then for Angus Scrivener, and behind him, Alex Duncan has now got Max Kettle, and a little bit of a nudge there, and an unavoidable contact is how I call that. It hasn't changed things though as they head down towards the Gasworks hairpin for the final time. The green helmet there just going off into the distance. That's the leader, Angus Scrivener. So we get Angus crossing the line in a moment through the final turns then. Angus Scrivener crosses the line, takes the checkered flag and takes Heat 1, Day 2, Round 7 of the Warden Kart Championship. And let's have a look at the 177s and see who... Oh, here's a replay. This is what happened. Let's have a look at it again. So here we are.
Look out for the blue helmet of Alex Duncan, who spots the opportunity down the inside, and Louis Large just tries to turn in on him.
I think it was more Louis turning into Alex Duncan there. Racing incident in my book. We've got Zach Bolton crossing the line to take the win in 177s. There's John Wilson, a distant second, 7 seconds behind, a further 1.5 seconds to Stephen Mottram. He'll be happy with that, and through has come Marty Gilfillan, and it'll be Mark Gilly who finishes. In fact, Mark Gilly is pulled off there at 7 laps. So it was Scrivener who took the win. Alex Duncan takes second, Max Kettle third, Marcus King fourth, Louis Large recovers to fifth, Andy Powell recovers to sixth, and Martin Fisher rounds off the 7-kart 162 field. Zach Bolton takes the win in 177s. John Wilson, Stephen Mottram second and third, Marty Gilfillan and Mark Gilly rounds off the 177 field.
And amazingly, despite so much fighting, we ended up with the same top three at the end of that as we had on the grid. As in Scrivener, Duncan and Max Kettle were the first, second and third on the grid. And even though Louis Large was well ahead for many, many laps in second, unfortunately, Louis Large and Andy Powell struggle for a good result in that first heat, but they've got Heat 2 as terms of building more points.
Yeah, final heat of the morning, then we go into a lunch break. We'll be re-screening our paddock show, I take it, Nick, in the lunch break. So another chance to see the interviews that Johnny and I gathered on Friday afternoon, just as the sun was setting here at Warden Law. Pro Karts has been all about two drivers, Jessica Alexander in the seniors and Rossi Costello in the juniors. Rossi has really been the driver to beat and has been ahead of some of the senior category, even though the engines have got a little bit of a restriction on them. Weaving to get heat into their tyres. I'm going to have a look at the rule book and see if that's allowed these days. I'm pretty sure it isn't, but we'll just look the other way. As Jessica Alexander and Scott Tate. They are the karts at the front row. David Brown and Jake Richardson, or affectionately known as Little Pork Chop, on the second row. David Bruce and Luke Tomlinson on row 3. The Rossi Costello and Oliver Watson are on the front row of the junior grid with Joseph Williamson and Max Mannion. As Jessica Alexander does not lead into turn 1, that's going to be Scott Tate again. We saw him do this, and we've got action at the back with the juniors tripping over each other and others, and ending up with pretty much every junior involved in that incident at turn 1.
Except possibly Rossi Costello, which is the last thing they needed. We'll check them through the first sector, but it is Scott Tate who leads, as you've said. Jessica Alexander there in second position. Yeah, Costello survived all of that, so he's got a massive head start on the other 4 karts in the junior category. Meanwhile, Jessica Alexander is already spotting her opportunity, maybe for a pass at Gasworks right underneath the rear bumper of Scott Tate, but there's no way through into that tight hairpin towards the end of the first lap.
This is what happened at the start then as they go into the first turn. Scott Tate definitely getting that, but then we've got a kart half spinning, that sort of concertining everyone up, and then we had people going on the brakes. I hope everybody's all right, or more importantly, I say this tongue-in-cheek, more importantly, their karts are all right to continue.
Dominic Needham was the one who got, I think, 1, 2, maybe 3 parts of contact. He was facing the wrong way and then got walloped with a head-on. but Dominic Needham is still circulating. The only one Max Mannion has just crossed the line. So we started with 18 karts, and they're all still running. And now the fight is on for second position. Jessica Alexander having to work hard to keep Little Pork Chop behind, or Terence is the other nickname. And everybody absolutely loving that, apart from possibly Jake himself, although he's putting a brave face on it.
He was kind of fine. I think we've made a celebrity of Little Pork Chop.
Well, I was told that back close to home for Little Pork Chop, there's a pub that yesterday had us on a big screen in one of their function rooms, and the whole place was howling when we decided to revert to the nicknames.
Is that right?
So hopefully it's day 2 in said pub today. Still, is it early to be in a pub on a Sunday? No, it's 12:30. That's perfectly acceptable. Hope you're having a good day.
Yeah, we'll find the name of the pub out, Johnny, in the lunch break and give you a shout out. Scott Tate still in the lead, though. We've seen Scott Tate lead these Pro Kart races, but Jessica Alexander has been able to then just take the lead from Scott Tate probably before we get round a lap. But we've completed 2 laps now, and young Scotty is still in the lead. Fabulous.
Yeah, so Tate now perhaps getting more knowledgeable about Jessica Alexander's approaches into the chicane and into the gasworks hairpin as well, so he's able to just defend slightly ahead of time. This is a good run though, down the back curve and into gasworks, and that was a perfect overtaking opportunity for Jess to pull that one off into the tight right hand hairpin. And I think now Alexander is really going to skirt off into the distance. Let's wait and see. But as they cross the line, it's still a great battle. The top 4 totally together.
Well, Jessica is obviously listening to our comms in her ear, and she obviously had the wake-up call from Joe Bradley saying, hey, how come you haven't got the lead yet? It's lap 3, and you haven't got the lead yet. Now off she went and snaffled the lead from Scott Tate. Little Pork Chop, though, chasing down Scott Tate as they go for it. And I think, was that a gesticulation from Scott Tate saying, come on, let's work together and catch Jessica Alexander? Well, Jess has been absolutely the driver to be in Pro Karts, because last weekend, the 6 hours of Warden Law was when she took the checkered flag in first place. Don't know the name of our teammates, though. We'll have to find that out. And also clinched the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship by winning the 6 hours of Warden Law. So back here, this time in sprint format, and showing everybody how it's done, with already a 2/10 gap the last time by. Let's see what sort of gap she's extended. It's gone out to 6/10.
Really good pace, though, again, from the certainly top 4 runners in the mid-56 second laps. And Scott Tate looking good at this stage for second position, because Richardson's not quite close enough to attack just yet. David Brown in 4th, taking a watching brief. There's even larger gap back then to Luke Tomlinson and David Brewis, scrapping over the 5th and 6th positions.
We've got a bit of a stretched out battle for the junior categories. Rossi Costello up to 11th overall, and ahead of I count at least 3 of the senior category.
It was down to what happened at turn 1, unfortunately, though, wasn't it? I mean, that really put the cat amongst the pigeons. I mean, Oliver Watson and Joseph Williamson sort of rejoined together after the off-track moment, but there's now nearly 4 seconds between Ollie and Joe in 3rd and 4th in juniors. Yeah,
they've strung out a little bit. We'll see if we can get them up on the screen and follow them round. That I think there he is there. That's him there. That's the number 5 there, is it? That's Oliver Watson, currently 2nd. So we're just trying to find Rossi Costello, who yesterday baffled us a little bit, didn't he? There he is there, the number 75. I think that's the number 75, isn't it? What's that number say, Johnny? Yes, it is. It is Rossi Costello. Now, Rossi's transponder fooled us into thinking it was a lap down going into the final, so he never got a mention as winning the junior category here. But here he is. He won the first heat, he won the second heat, and he won the final yesterday. And here he is leading the first heat, and just managed to be ahead of all of that fracas that kicked off into turn 1. So it looks like another successful heat for Rossi Costello. Here he comes across the line to complete what will be his 6th lap. And then we're going to drop back to Oliver Watson and Joseph Williamson. And that's Scott Tate there.
Danny Bean got ahead of Zach Dawson that time through. That was for 9th place. Been a disappointing race so far for Amy Frame. I wonder whether Amy was hooked up in that first corner incident, and that's the reason why she's now in 11th position in category and 12th overall, because Amy was right up there in the top 6 during yesterday's final. So frustrating for her to know that she's got a quick kart beneath her, but not able to show the pace quite yet. Last time through, her best lap of the race, a 57.6.
Scott Tate there in 2nd place. That kart there, that's Little Pork Chop, chasing down Scotty Tate there. He's got about 3/4 of a second to make up before he can get on terms. And there, you just saw there, really good pictures there from the crew here at Karting Live TV, just showing how much those karts are sliding as they head towards the first of the centre hairpins. The centre S's is basically a left-hand hairpin followed by a right-hand hairpin that leads you out onto the back chicane. Got a few retirements there just pulling in. I think that's Rossi Costello. Rossi Costello has gone into the pits. This will hand the junior lead to the kart that is the number 5 kart of Oliver Watson, will take over the lead of the junior class.
And there was no real indication of a problem there for Rossi, because his last lap through was a 58.1, and that's quicker than the others in the junior category. So, yeah, this is a slightly more unusual result for the juniors. First of all, the other 4 in the division were heavily delayed in that first corner, and that was the big chance then for Rossi Costello to take the win, and he can't.
That was my fault, Johnny.
Was it?
I said, here he is. Here he is on his way to another heat win. I do apologise, Rossi.
Well, the Costello family now
know they're going to be hunting me down.
They will be sending their postcards in directly to Joe Bradley, Warden Law Kart Club. This is where you live, isn't it?
Pretty much, yes. Yeah. Pretty much.
Through the back curve for the 2nd and 3rd places in seniors, and Scott Tate and Terence, Little Pork Chop Terence, is there in 3rd position, and he's getting closer and closer with every turn of the wheel. It'll be last lap this time for Jessica Alexander, who crosses the line now with a reasonably comfortable margin of nearly 3 seconds.
And you know what? The way that she's been driving there, just flicking the kart into turn 1 there, purple time across the line, fastest lap. She may be leading by quite a margin. 2.7 seconds is a huge margin in any kind of motorsport, and especially in karting. And she's not just relaxing into that lead. She's pushing all the way to the flag, using all of the road there. We're just going to follow Jess to the flag here. Just get a bit of a textbook lesson in how to drive a pro kart round Warden Law here. She became obviously very familiar with this track, raced here many times, and last weekend the 6 hours of Warden Law. She didn't do the 6 hours herself. She did a couple of hours stints, I think, is how they split it. But here she comes out of the final turn and across the line to take the checkered flag, and Heat 1. And in 2nd place will be Scott Tate. Jake Richardson, Little Pork Chop, finishes in 3rd with David Brown 4th. And then we wait for Luke Tomlinson and David Brewis. No change there for 5th and 6th. Isaac Needham 7th. Danny Bean will finish in 8th. Oh, and Jacob Cardani. No, Zach Dawson. Zach Dawson in 9th. Amy Frame 10th. Jacob Cardani finishes 11th. And there's our first junior across the line. Oliver Watson inheriting the lead after the demise of Rossi Costello. That will mean Joseph Williamson will cross the line there. There's Joseph there. Crossing the line in 2nd in juniors. Dominic Needham through in seniors, and Leon Wilson will take the 3rd and final classification for juniors, as we lost Rossi Costello, went out on lap 7. Max Mannion we lost on lap 1. Well, we go into the lunch break, and I've got to say a big thank you to Ivor Powell at True Performance Motorsport, who have given us a lovely delivery of cake. Okay. Yes, being a commentary team, we are very, very keen on people bringing us cake, or pretty much any kind of food.
Generally, yeah, because we're not often fed, are we? By the time we got to a track, we are. We've had about 4 breakfasts even before we get it. However, because we go for a typical sort of test match special style of commentary during the morning, they eat a lot of cake, and therefore I think we should eat a lot of cake.
We're about to eat a lot of cake as we're about to go into lunch break. So let's go into lunch break. We'll be back in about half an hour. So let's have another look at our paddock show that Johnny and I did on Friday. We'll see you soon.
Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV's coverage of the fantastic Autumn Cup here at Warden Law in the northeast, just a tiny bit north of Hull.
I'm sorry, everybody. He's from the south. Welcome to Warden Law and welcome to Johnny Palmer, who joined me this weekend. Johnny, here we are, Autumn Cup at Warden Law on the northeast coast, just outside of Sunderland.
Correct.
You've been looking forward to this for some time, haven't you, mate?
I've wanted to commentate at Warden Law karting track ever since I was a young boy, Joe. I cannot wait for this weekend.
Well, Johnny Palmer, officially, is still a very young boy. Johnny and I are now going to have a wander about the paddock and see who's there to talk to. Junior Rotax 25, young driver, local to Warden Law. He's been here, I've seen him racing for years now. He's moved up to Junior Rotax and he's taken to it as I knew he would, like a duck to water. His father Neil took some encouraging to get him in there, but he's in there and he's doing really well. Now he's run by a man I've known for far too many years. I'm going to come round Derek.
Many years.
Derek Hardy here, who's running young Charlie, who you can now see on the camera. Derek, I remember you when you were actually rally driving in the British Rally Championship. How far back is that?
When I was British Open Rally champion in 1983. So that's a long time before. That was before you were born.
Yeah, all these before, yes. So here you are. You've been around karting, and certainly karting at Warden Law, Derek, over the years, and here we are. You know, we're seeing a resurgence of competitive karting back with all the national championships, and here we are with the club running their annual Autumn Cup again. I mean, you've seen some changes over the years.
Yeah, I mean, I think the owner of the track here has done a lot of investment here, made it into a fabulous track now, and is now hosting a lot of the championships that are run throughout the country.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think it's excellent. I think the standard of driving is getting better. I mean, I remember back, and you remember back in the days of doing the IKRs here and the fun meetings and stuff. You know, it's just got better and better.
Yeah. You've seen some changes also in the karts. I mean, you know, we use, when you run your sons Paul and Stephen, the karts are a little bit different than the Rotax mats as well. They're direct drive, I would imagine.
No.
Are the bones not that old?
No. I mean, Paul went through the Hondas, the Rotaxes, and then KF3s and KF2s.
Yeah, right.
So yes, some fast kit there.
Yes. Have they changed much over all those years? Have a few decades in that?
No, the Rotaxes haven't changed. I mean, they've gone from the pre-Evo, now they have an Evo engine,
yes.
Which makes them more equal, which is also good for racing. It means more reliance of the driver.
Yeah. Derek, great to talk to you, as ever. A stalwart of Warden Law. Let's get young Charlie in here. Yep. Charlie? Charlie, you were a lot smaller than when I first met you about 3 or 4 years ago. You made your debut in Junior Rotax a short while ago. Can you tell me a little bit about how that felt when you got onto the faster, grippier car?
To be fair, I thought it would be harder than it was.
I knew you would say that, you know, I was telling you that.
It was made out to be harder than it was, but it's been hard work so far. And I'm going to try and get my physical fitness up more so we can hold up for longer endurance in the longer races.
So when you say harder, you mean physically harder on your body kind of thing?
Yeah, it's like, it's really hard on your body because of the extra G's that you pull.
Yeah.
Because it's significantly faster than the Cadet.
You weren't bothered about the top speed though, were you? Look, I mean, I was there when Derek put you out the first time, and there you were flat out into turn one. That didn't faze you at all, did it?
No, the speeds were just normal. Yeah.
He did come in with a smile on his face.
He did. I remember. I was there. Charlie, this weekend you've got a massive grid, the biggest grid here for the Autumn Cup. Where are you gonna? What's going to make Charlie Benson happy on Sunday afternoon?
Looking for a top 3, hopefully win it. Yeah.
Great stuff, guys. Thanks for talking to us, and great to have you as ever. Thank you.
Really, thank you.
Signing on, done and dusted, all ready to go for the Autumn Cup, Johnny. Welcome to Warden Law. It's, I mean, I know you're familiar with the track, but I also know you're familiar with the catering side. Shall we have a walk across?
Yes, okay.
And have a look.
It's very good catering, by the way. I've had several coffees already.
The coffee's fantastic here at Warden Law.
It really is.
I mean, Matt Hunter, the owner, really prides himself on his coffee. His expensive coffee, he calls it.
It's nice. What I'll say is, it's a couple of quid, fair dues, but you get what you pay for at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and of course, all right, it's the end of play today here on Friday. We're pre-recording this paddock walk, but we'll have this full of pleasantries of sausage sarnies and bacon sarnies on breakfast. I know you're looking forward to a nice breakfast, Johnny. I know you should never miss breakfast, JP.
That is true, and I've been told that by many different people. I will admit, I'm not a morning person, right? So tomorrow, I'm being told we've got to be here for 7:30, which I'm not looking forward to. However, the breakfast will perk me up a little bit, a few coffees, and this is the place to do it.
Jacob, come on here, my
Here
son.
he is.
Jacob Rump here is a young stalwart here at Warden Law. He's been racing here since you were... When did I first see you? Were you on Cadet?
Aye.
Yes. Now then,
Yeah.
you're a bit bigger now, aren't you? And
Yeah, I'm junior.
Junior Rotax?
Aye.
What number are you?
77.
Now then, you've been out of karting for a little bit this season, haven't you? You've just come back for this one.
Yeah.
So what are you expecting?
Hopefully not to come last.
No. And your dad's racing as well, I hear.
Yeah,
So as long as you finish higher than he does, yeah?
definitely.
How are you finding the new Rotax then? Because you're new to Junior Rotax this season.
Fast and hard to control when going around a corner and trying not to spin.
But Jacob's going to manage fine, aren't you, mate? Best of luck. That's it from the reception area and the cafe area. And Jacob, wish him all the best of luck. We'll
you
continue
later.
on in the paddock, eh, Johnny?
Yeah, our next stop in the paddock here at Warden Law is this incredible facility that below karts have got. It's basically a whole quadrant. Very impressive indeed. And now with a very successful driver, Jessica Alexander, just off the back of a big title win. Tell us about that. What exactly did you win?
So last weekend was the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. It was the 10th round of the championship last weekend. So we, with the 113 with my teammate Sam here, we'd already won the overall championship at Glenny Gores. We won that around early at round 9, which was great. And we had the 6 hours of Warden Law last weekend, which we took pole. We were run close in the race. We had to work pretty hard for it, but we won the race, and that meant we won the 6 hour championship as well as the overall one. So it's been a pretty successful end to the season in this camp, and then obviously the sprint championship this weekend just to try and close that one out as well. But yeah, it's been a good week. Hard, but it's been a good week.
For those that don't know the details of that event, I do quite a lot of endurance racing. What are we talking in terms of stint times for each person?
Yeah, so a fuel stints about an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and a half. We get out a tank of fuel. We generally double stint drivers, just to give your teammate a bit of time off and a bit of time to relax. So I did. It ended up split pretty evenly. I did the first 2 stints, which were about an hour and a half each, and then Sam got in with about 3 hours to go and brought it home. And again, that was 2 stints of about an hour and a half and a splash 10 minutes from the end, because we have to make 4 fuel stops as per the rules. So that was a quick, in the pits, nozzle in the tank, nozzle back out the tank, job done just to satisfy the rules. And it was that short stint that kind of kept us safe. That 7 or 8 seconds we saved in the pits was enough to really make it not comfortable, because it's never comfortable, but enough that we felt we didn't have to push really hard towards the end. So yeah, it's a tough one on drivers. It's pretty tough around here as well. It's not an easy track to go around, because you don't really get a break. It's the straight, you get one straight, and then you're pretty constant from there on. And it's pretty physical over curbs and bumps, and it works you pretty hard when you factor the traffic and everything in as well. So that's why we tend to stick to double. They asked me if I would do a triple stint at the start, and I was by that point 3 hours in. I was like, guys, I'm not feeling this.
Yeah, fair enough. I would imagine you get the chance to race at lots of different venues, but actually coming off the back of 6 hours around here is very useful for this weekend, because it's a place you know intimately.
Yeah, it's track we know a lot. And Adam's obviously Apollo Karts are based. We're based just up the road from here, so we do a bit of testing here. We've been sprinting here all year.
So track knowledge, really, you should have everything sorted.
In theory, you're always learning. That's the problem. We went out on Wednesday because there was obviously, when you try and set a kart up for a 6 hour race, you need to try and guess. Is it going to be fast in the morning? Is it going to be fast at night? When are we trying to get the kart to work? And we weren't great for the first kind of hour of the race. We struggled a little bit with the kart, so went out on Wednesday just to try and understand, that it was the fact that we had the kart set up to come on at the end that was the only reason why it wasn't great when the track was drying, and we think we understood that, so that was positive. But it's just a sign, you're always, when we're pushing this hard, you're always learning. There's always you never fall into the trap of thinking you know everything. We would have probably liked the sprint this weekend before the endurance because it would have been useful testing.
Right.
But yeah, it does mean I got on the track this morning and I thought, this feels quite familiar. But yeah, it's good to close the season out with the sprint here because the sprint season's been great all year.
Jessica, thanks for talking to us.
It's a pleasure.
It'll go well this weekend, I'm sure. Wonderful setup, as I say, and look out for, what number are you again?
I'm racing 113 this weekend.
113, Jessica Alexander. Our next victim is Paul Bainbridge, who's the track manager here at Warden Law. This is only the second time the Autumn Cup's ever been run, Joe's just told me. I didn't realise it was such a young event, but very popular, isn't it?
Yep, and growing year by year. So obviously over 100 entries now for this weekend. Hopefully next year it's going to grow again. We've got some fantastic prizes on offer for the whole event, and also the final rounds of the championship for Warden Law.
How do you win the Autumn Cup? Is it pretty complicated? It's 2 days of action, we should point out.
Yep, so we have 2 rounds running, so it's the last 2 rounds of the Warden Law Kart Club Championship. The way the Autumn Cup works is your points from the 2 finals added together, and that gives you results for your Autumn Cup.
Okay, nice and simple in actual fact.
Yeah, we certainly try and keep it that way.
And generally the year, obviously we can look back, now we're in November, how's the year been for Warden Law on the whole?
It's been really good. We've had a club championship that's ran throughout the year. We've had a lot of the championships visits, UKC, the British, the Kart Championship. We've had them all kind of through here at BPEC last weekend. This kind of concludes the season for us. We're looking to start again next year in February with IPKC.
And it's also quite exciting from our point of view because we get to come here and live stream it as well. That must be great publicity, I suppose, for you guys too.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. You can obviously watch it through the live stream Saturday and Sunday. So both rounds, everyone can watch the drivers racing, and it's going to be some fantastic racing as well.
Any names that we should particularly sort of look out for that you see as sort of pre-event favourites, or they're just too many to pick?
Probably too many to pick, but certainly the inter-category running on different regs this weekend, so that's going to be a real good one, along with Micromax, and we've got a fantastic junior grid, which always gives a lot of excitement.
Thank you, Paul, for your time, because I know you're a busy man. We need to get a car moved at this point in time as well, so that's still being done. Paul Bainbridge, the track manager.
We're back at Apollo Karts because I wanted to catch up with the team principal here. Adam Nichols here is a gentleman who has been running this team. That's the only name for it, and quite a team it is. Very well stocked, well provided for, and the skill set here is just second to none in the world of pro karts. But also, Adam, I want to thank you very much indeed for supporting the Autumn Cup with your Red Graphics company. Tell us, what does Red Graphics mean?
Yeah, so that was it was started through lockdown. My fiance, we're having a little one. She didn't want to go back to work. We wanted to do a little sideline business, and it's now better and bigger than what I'm doing. So she's now the full breadwinner in the house. But these things happen by chance, and we just made the most of it.
So what exactly do you? What services do you provide?
So full design, like what you see on the cart here.
So the stick, we call it stick.
Kart graphics kits.
I come from the world of cars. We call that livery.
Liveries,
but in
yeah.
karts, they call it sticker kits.
Yeah, so we from the start to the end, we'll do full custom design. We've got stock designs. If you don't want to pay to have a custom one, we can swap the colours and names, numbers for that, and various bodyworks that are out there now. Yeah, that's the result there.
So and also by support the event, not just coming here with numbers of customers and racing in the event, Adam here has provided a fantastic prize in the Pro Car classes with a brand new sticker kit for the winners of the 2 Pro Car classes.
And cadets.
And cadets, of course,
cadets,
yeah, the Honda. Anything with a Honda engine.
Yeah, anything with a Honda engine, yeah.
So Adam, you're here as team principal. This is your other hat on. You said your fiance's side of the business is the graphics, but you're running effectively a custom race team.
Yeah.
And I've always worked to the adage of it doesn't matter what you pull off the truck, whether it's a kart or a Formula 1 car, logistically and operationally, it's exactly the same, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we, regardless whether it's doing Pro Kart, Rotax, big car events, you all got to turn up in the truck, put the awnings up, all the graft behind the scenes, you know, well, I think we're professional cleaners, really.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, the logistics are the same, it's just a different class. Obviously, this is it's a low end on the budget, but Pro Kart's getting more serious as the years go by. It's costing a bit more money. It's a lot more professional now than it ever has been. The numbers are bigger than they ever have been. And yeah, it's a great time to be involved in the sport, really.
I've always seen Pro Karts as an entry-level form of karting because of the cost.
Yeah,
However, with anything, the intensity of the competition becomes a factor, and that's always going to push the cost up. But it's still an entry-level form of karting, isn't it?
I mean, anything with engines and tyres, regardless whether you're lawnmower racing or doing Formula One, it's still gonna. You can spend what you want on it. There's no limit on what you can spend on any class you're racing. But ultimately, with the SIL 200s, you know, people aren't chucking serious money at it.
Yes. What you mean by that? So tell us what you mean by a SEAL 200. So you mean the actual motor?
So it's RPM, the sole engine company, engine builder. Sorry.
Yeah.
The seal here that runs all the way around the engine, the rocker box, exhaust, side casing, carb. The only thing we can do is oil and a spark plug. Anything.
Now that's to stop what I like to call creative engineering to make these things go faster outside of the regulations. So that surely is, keeps the cost down, because then people aren't spending silly money for silly development on the motor.
Yeah, absolutely. And also an added bonus as well in the class is a thing called buyback. If you think there's someone out there that might have a better engine than yourself or pair of engines, it's at a fixed price, and at the end of the day you can ask to buy the engines. If they refuse to do it, you know, it might be highlighting something's going on, that they'll be removed from the meeting, so they have to sell you them engines. So that prevents you then throwing loads of money at them on the basis that someone might come along and buy them. So it does keep the class pretty fair.
Wow. I've just noticed behind Adam here, Paul, if we get this in, some beautiful rack of brand new slick tyres here. The thing about Pro Karts that I find amazing is that we've talked about wet tyres and dry tyres before on our karting live streams, but Pro Karts, when it rains, you've just got to suck it up. You've got to stay out on the slicks, haven't you?
Yeah, there's so quite a few years ago now we had a vote whether we wanted wets or not.
They put it to the vote, did they?
Yeah. Put it to the vote, and we all opted for slicks. Obviously, it's another cost save, because you know what it's like on a drying track. You chew through £150, £200 set of tyres. If it rains, slow down. If it's dry, you can speed up a bit. That's it.
Now the thing is, we've got, all right, here we are, Friday night, pre-recording this paddock walk. The forecast is for dry, and I'm a little bit disappointed because I've noticed, when Pro Karts go into the wet, you kind of everything goes on to slow. It's like watching slow motion racing, but it does. Having driven Pro Karts myself, you feel like you've got 1,000 brake horsepower under your foot. I love it, and I know you do too, because you're a bit tall, aren't you? Notice I didn't say heavy.
No, thank you for that. It's one of them. Everyone's on the same tyre, so it doesn't make a difference. It makes for good racing. I mean, here it all depends on what circuit you're at. Warden law in the wet is really slippery, like PFI. There's other tracks out there where you can feel the grip even though you're in the wet on a slick. But I think it creates great racing. It does. And the mechanics like it as well, because when it's going mixed conditions, that's it. You're not rushing around throwing tyres in it. So.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, Adam. And most importantly, when it dries and you've still got your wets on, it's not going to cost you 200 quid, is it?
That's it. Absolute bonus there. So.
Great stuff. Goodbye from Apollo Karts. Thanks, Adam. Well, best of luck for the weekend.
Well, hello and welcome to
Welcome back to Warden Law for the final segment of the Autumn Cup weekend. It's the 7th round of the Warden Law Kart Championship and the second day of the Autumn Cup. We've got our Bambinos about to be lined up on the grid. Standing start for Bambinos and 14 karts qualifying. Sebastian Crawford, it's really been Sebastian Crawford's weekend, hasn't it? And once again, Sebastian Crawford there in that bright lime green livery nose cone of that number 6 kart there on the front of the grid with the LBJ Stubbs alongside. We saw some great racing behind Sebastian. Karts tripping over one another and enabling the karts behind to get mucked in and start battling and tripping over one another. That allowed Sebastian Crawford just eke even a bigger lead. Second row of the grid is Brady Atkin and Arlo Gamble, with row 3, Calman Simon and Benjamin Sivyat. Ethan Pearson and Freddie Blackshaw share row 4, with on row 5, Abel Hutton and Summer Upton. We've then got Sullivan Crawford, Tyler Gruffity on row 6, and row 7, Phoebe Rogers and Verity Crawford. We've got the grid cleared. We're about to go racing. Dan Ashton gives the thumbs up. The lights go red. When the lights go out, we will be racing. And the heat, the final heat for the Bambino C50 class about to get underway. Thumbs up now. Watch the lights, says Dan Ashton. And Sebastian Crawford and LBJ Stubbs will get away. LBJ Stubbs just jumping up and down, trying to get the kart to work. But it's number 23 of Brady Atkin who gets ahead of the second place kart and into that second place behind Sebastian Crawford, who very much leads into turn 1 and through Brian's Bend as the rest of the field form through.
That's Phoebe Rogers at the first corner, but it's been a good first few corners from Sebastian Crawford. Not quite as good a getaway as Sebastian managed in the early phase of the race, but the place change behind to put Brady Atkin in front, and now there's going to be another one just a couple of karts behind, because darting up the inside there of number 78, Benjamin Sliver, was Calman Simon, or Arlo Gamble, I think, gaining the position, as these two squabble, as they have been all for the last day and a half pretty much. Brady Atkin versus LBJ Stubbs, and LBJ Stubbs down in third position now.
Into the gasworks for the first time then. It's still 8 minutes and 1 lap. We're already lost a minute on this first lap. 8 minutes and 1 lap for the Bambinos. There's the battle for second, with the third, number 23, Brady Atkin, and the number 72, the number 96, LBJ Stubbs. LBJ Stubbs coming out and alongside, side by side across the line and into turn 1. Stubbs should have the optimum line. Side by side action into turn 1 there, and LB Stubbs had the inside. The kart in fourth place, Calman Simon there now joining in and getting on the back of Brady Atkin. And as they go through the first section of the dogleg and out of the dogleg already and into St John's, already Stubbs pulling away.
Yeah, so good a little overtake there to put the 96 into second position. And Atkin, who will have been frustrated after Heat 1 earlier this morning to have lost so many places. I think Brady finished something like 7th at the end when he had a much quicker kart than that yesterday. So hoping to at least stay in the podium positions. But Calman Simon is all over the back now of Brady and gets a slightly better exit coming through the chicane. But it's only the high line. Oh no, having said that, Brady's left the inside door open. Oh, and there's contact right in the middle of the corner. And that has spun the Slovakian driver as everyone goes left and right to avoid. Horrible place to be sitting there for Calman Simon, Joe.
I always hate to see that. Especially these youngsters. I always hate to see that. It sorted itself out and kind of robbed us of a bit of a race there with that kart spinning off. LBJ Stubbs through in second. There's the Atkin kart in third. Freddie Blackshaw now in fourth. Benjamin Slivyat in fifth. Ethan Pearson sixth. Arlo Gamble now in seventh. And Calman Simon there recovering to eighth.
Yeah, so through the dogleg they go again, keeping off the curb on the exit of that corner. Round St John's now, the left-hander. And here is fourth and fifth positions. So Freddie Blackshaw ahead of Benjamin Slivar, with Ethan Pearson a couple of places back as well. So that is the 77 of Ethan Pearson into the second of the centre hairpins. Good sector times coming through for Seb Crawford once again on this lap. He's gone quicker than anybody else through the middle sector. LBJ Stubbs no answer to the pace of Seb Crawford just at this stage, but Brady Atkin could well keep LBJ at level pegging for the next few laps. It's just a question of following LBJ Stubbs for the next few laps to see whether he can match the sector times, or indeed whether Brady Atkin's going to be kind of sucked into a tussle with he and Freddie Blackshaw, who's now only 0.8 of a second back, so he gained a full second on Brady Atkin on that lap alone.
Benjamin Sliviar there on the 78, just turning into turn 1 there. Yeah, the bright green helmet there, just showing how smoothly these Bambinos are driven. All about keeping the speed up and not using all of the curbs like other classes might. They're very underpowered, understandably, for 6 to 8 years old, these drivers. There's the 77 of Ethan Pearson, just coming through there, the blue helmet of Ethan. And again, using all of the road. Look at that, very little speed scrubbed off there, not needing to use all of the road as he turned into the second of the Sennas, into the back chicane. And a lovely line there. Not using any of the curbs, these Bambinos, Johnny. As we'll drop back to Arlo Gamble, the kart behind the blue helmet. There's the white helmet of Arlo Gamble there, Johnny, just going through the gasworks.
Yeah, and Arlo, again, a difficult one to judge, really, because yesterday he was keeping pace with the top 3 in the middle phase, or the early stage of the race. This time today, 72 has struggled at times. Out of paddock will go Arlo. At least he's got one in sight, who is Ethan Pearson, up ahead on the road, and ahead of these two, Benjamin Sleovar of Bosnia and Herzegovina, with Kalman Simon, after that spin at Gasworks, now down to 8th position.
Kalman Simon there was challenging for a top 3 slot there. Just not really seeing the numbers on that kart. It's very, very difficult to see. The number 12, Kalman Simon. And we've just going into the second, or the first of the Sennas, that's the left-hand bit. And again, Salmon using all of the effort there. That's a distinctive helmet there, though.
Well, Nick's saying it is a full replica Lewis Hamilton helmet, that, with
all
of the detail.
They change the helmets every 2 minutes in Formula One. So
you mean, so that's a cast-off, like a hand-me-down?
Well, it might be a Lewis Hamilton helmet. It's only going to be worth about 10 grand, isn't it?
Surely.
Oh, well, actually, as a Lewis Hamilton helmet, 100 grand if he's won in a race. We've got a spinner at the gasworks. Not quite sure who that was.
It looks like it might. It's not Blackshaw's helmet, I don't think. 72 is still running. Arlo Gamble.
Yeah, but being challenged now by Kalman Simon. Look at this, Kalman Simon with the Lewis Hamilton helmet on the number 12. Love the way he's got his numbers side by side. Got back markers in front of them. Almost did a Schumacher Zonta move on there. And through has gone Kalman Simon ahead of Arlo Gamble. And by the time they get to the dogleg, that's a change for position for 7th place there.
It might have been Phoebe Rogers possibly with the spin. It depends, or indeed Verity Crawford. This is second, third and fourth though now, really starting to warm up nicely. So it's no longer LBJ, is it, out front? Is that Freddie Blackshaw has got ahead, therefore. 96 closing in on what may be 28. Yes, it is. So Freddie Blackshaw's got up to second on this lap. LBJ Stubbs in third with the gold helmet and gold fairing on the kart. And then it is Brady Atkin, who's found a bit more speed, probably helped out by 2 creating a tow on the longer straights.
There'll be one more lap after this one, Johnny. Side-by-side action there, but slotting back into the slipstream has gone the number 96 of LBJ Stubbs as he pulls alongside, getting towards the corner. He had the power to pull alongside the Freddie Blackshaw kart 28. Keeping a watching brief as Brady Atkin as they go through the dogleg then. So Stubbs now back ahead of Blackshaw as they race towards that 1 lap to go board. Ahead of them, Sebastian Crawford by 10 seconds. He is going to be seeing, and down the inside, that's the number 28 Blackshaw coming back. So Blackshaw back up to second. These two have been swapping this position backwards and forwards like a card game.
Superb racing. Now they're going to have to get around the 51 though on the approach to the chicane, which will further complicate matters. Look out for Brady Atkin, who might read this situation perfectly, as the 96 of Stubbs and the backmarker got literally tangled up with one another and sweeping around the outside. Brady Atkin to bag maybe a podium finish in this. Not quite on the last lap though, Joe.
Yeah, Tyler Gruffity there, not being able to get out of the way, right in the middle of the chicane that. And it really is difficult for the backmarker who've got their own race. Now, it was the front bumper of Gruffity that came into contact with the number 96, LBJ Stubbs' rear bumper. That's cost Stubbs a bit of time and a position as Brady Atkin went through. So it's Crawford, Blackshaw, Atkins, Stubbs, Sliviart, Pearson, Simon. That's your top 7 going into the final lap.
Threading their way through Brian's Bend. And now on to, well, just a slight lift of the throttle probably for Dogleg. And now towards St John's. So one sector ticked off. LBJ Stubbs getting a good run out of St John's though and into the first centre hairpin. But there's not quite enough forward momentum to head him up into the inside of Brady Atkin. So this time into the second hairpin. Stubbs does find the inside line. And good locomotion off the corner there for Stubbs down the inside, but again it's a back marker that might scupper his plan. Sullivan Crawford trying desperately, well, not to stay out of the way, just to stay on the racing line and allow these quicker carts through, but they'll find their way to the outside line at Gasworks, and there goes Atkin back in and front then. So Brady Atkin judging again through the traffic his options perfectly, as the win will go to Sebastian Crawford. Checkered flag now being shown to Seb, a convincing one over Freddie Blackshaw. He's across the line in second, and then Brady Atkin jumping around in the seat, absolutely thrilled with that third place finish ahead of LBJ Stubbs.
Great racing once again from the Bambino C50s. Absolutely outstanding racecraft shown by these 6 to 8 years old. It's incredible, isn't it? So Crawford takes another win, Freddie Blackshaw second, Atkin third after that hard-fought fight with LBJ Stubbs, who finishes fourth. Benjamin Sliviart finishes fifth. Calvin Simon finishes, Sliviart finishes fifth. Simon finishes sixth. Ethan Pearson seventh. Eighth was Arlo Gamble. It'll be Abel Hutton that finishes in ninth. And then we had Sullivan Crawford, Tyler Gruffity, Verity Crawford finished on lap 6. Phoebe Rogers we lost on lap 6 also. And Summer Upton dropped out on lap 3. Well, it was great to have that delivery of cake and pastries from the True Performance Motorsport team. Thank you to Ivor Powell for that. Coffee has been delivered by track manager Paul Bainbridge, I'm happy to say. That's Joe's with the cappuccino and 1 sugar. That's fantastic. FM starts for field manager. I don't know what. I've just made that up, Nick. Of course it doesn't. Got a cheeseburger as well, Johnny. Isn't that nice? And 1 for Ash.
That says flat white.
Ah, flat, yeah, FW. Anyway, while we sort out the catering here in the commentary box at Warden Kart Club, we've got our next heat lining up, which is for the Honda Cadets, of course. Now, once again, some absolutely fantastic karting taking place in the Bambino class. Another standing start, and this is their final, I should stop saying final, it's their last heat of the weekend for the Honda Cadets. Ralphie Branscombe and Thomas Potter once again will start on the front row after time qualifying. Ryan White and Morgan Cooney are on row 2. Row 3 is Hugo McCluskey and Archie Garner, and then on row 4 we've got Toby Turner, Tristan Gilfillan. Row 5 is Riley Blakemore and Harry Clark, and then it'll be Jake Gibbon who rounds off the 11 kart field. We saw some great racing from this lot. Well, we saw some great racing from the very outset from the Honda Cadets. And Johnny, I have no reason to think otherwise. Ralphie Branscombe, though, he's going to be tricky to beat here. And the question is, can Ryan White get onto his tail? Ryan White recently crowned the British champion in Honda Cadets. Can Ryan get ahead of Thomas Potter when Thomas Potter is going to try and stop him?
Well, it depends whether the difficulties in Heat 2 yesterday for Ralphie Branscombe creep back again, almost like a Heat 2 curse. But I can't imagine lightning striking twice. That'll be a famous commentator's curse, though, now, if the 96 all of a sudden in the middle of the race loses a bit of lap speed. It was a bizarre situation 24 hours ago, and Ralphie dealt with that actually pretty well, dropping back to 5th and then the kart came good again to work his way back up the order. He starts from the opportune position, though. Some final instruction from Dan Ashton to make sure that karts are in the correct position on the grid. So that was the 59, I think, of Tristan Gilfillan being told to move from one side to the other. Yes, he should be on driver's left on the 4th row. And a bit more shuffling of the order. It's probably because... Well, now Ralphie Branscombe is being shown as being in the pit lane. So is Ralphie not even out there? That's him, isn't it, on pole position? Or has everyone moved up one? No, Thomas Potter.
That could explain. Thomas Potter's still on second.
He is. I think that is the 96 of Ralphie. So for whatever reason, yeah, it's triggered as a starter,
right, okay.
number 96. So just a glitch from our timing screen. And Ralphie Branscombe will be the race leader. I wonder whether there's one other kart, though, that we are missing, as now, straight into defensive mode, Thomas Potter goes in the 38 car because Ryan White is right on his tail in number 47, turning into St John's now. The all-white helmet of Morgan Cooney is in 4th, and in 5th place it looks like Hugo McCluskey just ahead of Archie Garner, but we'll pick out those places in a moment or two, Joe.
Yeah, cold tyres as well, don't forget. The tyres are cold, they don't grip through the corners as well as they perhaps should. And that'll come in about 2 or 3 laps. By lap 3, towards the end of lap 3, the tyres should be up to their optimum operating temperature. So at the moment, the drivers are contending with a slippery kart, the kart sliding around, perhaps not braking as well, perhaps not turning in as well as perhaps they become accustomed to once they get into this race. So Branscombe it is leading across the line to complete lap 1. Thomas Potter second, Ryan White, Morgan Cooney, Toby Turner, Hugo McCluskey, Riley Blakemore, Archie Garner, Tristan Gilfillan, Harry Clark and Jake Gibbon rounding off the order.
So these 3 for second place are right together, and this is allowing Ralphie Branscombe, as he's had before, the chance to make a bit of a breakaway. Once this settles down, though, and tyre temp is right there, I think Branscombe will be pushed to the finish, possibly by Thomas Potter, who can break away from this. He's already showing signs that he might be able to do that, actually, building a couple of kart lengths over Ryan White, although Ryan's speed into the chicane is decent as they hug the right-hand side white line through the back straight and into Gasworks once again, pairing off behind. So a nice dice between Toby Turner and Hugo McCluskey, and again Riley Blakemore and Archie Garner right together.
Into the final turn then at Paddock. The Paddock hairpin ends the lap here at Warden Law, and it's Branscombe. Let's see what the gap is. Almost a second to Potter, looking over his shoulder. Ryan White's not there because he's over your left shoulder. Thomas looking over his right shoulder. Still doesn't know. He can hear him, though. You can hear the karts behind you. And Ryan White and Morgan Cooney in those great bright yellow wheels of his, absolutely there with Thomas Potter and with the British champion now right on the bumper of the Potter kart going into the centre hairpin. Thomas holding them off in fine style. Now into the second of the centres. And Potter, if anything, having better grip there through the final stages of the centre S's, and now pulls out a bit of a cushion towards the braking area for the Gasworks, which is going to benefit him massively, I think.
Yeah, it's about good flow through that corner, and if you get a good exit, then that means the first part of Horseshoe, you're getting good top-end speed, but it's a careful balance through that never-ending sequence of left-handers. I think it's 3 of them, basically, 3 separate apeces.
1, 2, 3, yeah.
Yeah. So not quite. Oh, and up the inside there will go late in the day, Ryan White to bag second position. I was about to say it's not quite the 4 corners that we used to have at the old Istanbul F1 track, but 3 corners to the left of Horseshoe, and you end up facing Gasworks. And really frustrated Thomas Potter. Now, is that an issue with the kart? He's got no pace all of a sudden, and the kart number 38 is dropping significantly from now. Morgan Cooney has just got by.
Thomas is acknowledging a problem with the kart. He's lost power. He hasn't lost a chin. He's still got drive, but he's lost power for some reason. I know not what. I'm not really that familiar with the Honda engines. More familiar with Rotax, and I can't really think, what exactly has happened with the Potter kart. But certainly, he seemed to lose out at top end speed when Ryan White was able to pull alongside before the braking area for turn 1. And will we see Potter pulling in? No, he continues. So Potter continuing on, but certainly, Johnny, losing a massive amount of performance.
And now, very sideways indeed, was the 80 of Morgan Cooney, and he's lost a bit of pace there compared to Ryan White. So that's all you have to be in terms of just a slightly ragged entry into dogleg, and that's lost probably half a second or more to Ryan White. Ralphie Branscombe, we're not featuring him a great deal, even though he's 2 seconds down the road, because the fight is all about second and third. Just caught a glimpse there of Ralphie rounding the back straight, if you know what I mean, and into Gasworks. Interesting angle that from our further camera away of the route into Gasworks, where the cart's really moving around on the brakes for Morgan Cooney. And here is Ralphie Branscombe to tick off another lap. That's 5 now he's done, and that's his best lap of the race to lead by over 2 seconds.
Yeah, we've seen earlier, and you know what, Johnny? Purple lap time for Ralphie Branscombe in the lead. Green lap times. What does that mean? Well, on the timing screen, the green lap time means that they've gone and done their personal best. And every driver there in the top 6 putting in green lap times. The number 16, Toby Turner, has Hugo McCluskey for company on the 0-4. And this is a great battle there. This is for 5th and 6th. And it was Toby Turner who put in a personal best lap time to keep Hugo McCluskey behind him. As these two come back together out of the second centre on towards the back chicane. Great battle from Turner. Hugo McCluskey. Now, Turner is Zach Turner's brother.
Yes.
Yeah, they're in the Turner family, and their dad has got a right old weekend with running a Honda Cadet and Zach Turner in the junior Rotax. Move around the inside at the Horseshoe, not quite as the momentum you can carry around the outside line at the Horseshoe has kept Turner ahead of Hugo McCluskey.
That was Toby doing the wall of death around the Horseshoe, but it worked for him. And even though the door was left wide open, the terminal velocity on that higher line was great enough to keep behind him Hugo McCluskey. But McCluskey might be wise to that next time around and be very, very close to stab his kart down the inside. There's also a very similar battle to this right behind between Riley Blakemore and Archie Garner, which we caught sight of a moment or two ago, but we'll stay with this for the time being for 5th and 6th, because 2nd, 3rd and 4th are getting slightly more strung out. Although it'll be interesting to keep an eye on Morgan Cooney's lap times. He was 0.2 of a second quicker than Ryan White last time around, so there's now only half a second between Ryan in 47 and Morgan Cooney in number 80 for 2nd and 3rd. Here, though, are the battlers between Toby Turner and Hugo McCluskey. In the 0-4 kart, Ralphie Branscombe leads lap 7, and this is the next battle that I told you to keep an eye out for. Riley Blakemore over the line just ahead of Archie Garner in very similarly liveried karts with the sort of sky blue and white. These could be Coventry City fans, perhaps, in the middle order of the top 10.
Yeah, it'd have to be as far afield as Coventry City. These two having a cracking battle. The number 68 there, just keeping ahead of Garner into the centres, now into the right-hand bit. And it's great, isn't it? Oh, these Honda Cadets, these drivers finding a pairing and pairing off and having their own little private battles all the way down the order. I mean, this one's for 7th and 8th. And it's a right old ding-dong going towards the gasworks there. Just ahead is another couple we've just been watching. But great wheel-to-wheel dicing in the Honda Cadets. And this really is how they learn the craft. And, you know, they'll gather pace and increase their experience and find themselves running like this at the front of the field. However, there, Archie Garner sliding a bit wide going into the final paddock turn there. And just look at the difference that's made, Johnny. You saw the kart snap sideways, and there just dropped right off the back of Riley Blakemore.
Oh, 0-4, Hugo McCluskey almost down the inside there of, I beg your pardon, that was that battle, McCluskey versus Turner. But this is Riley Blakemore ahead of Archie Garner, and they still remain in the same order. I think Hugo McCluskey is still behind Toby, although they're threatening to change with every corner. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
I was about to say it'll be one lap to go, Bod, would you believe, Johnny?
Yes.
The time has flown by. There's Ryan White, currently in second. Branscombe's already seen the last lap board. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd, though. Into the first turn. Slightly banked, as you said, Johnny. The camber advantages you into the dogleg. And Cooney's followed Ryan White around this track here in this second heat. pretty much the whole of the 8 minutes and 1 lap. And not looking like he can really get on terms. Thomas Potter there with the green helmet just behind these two. That's the car that we saw drop off for some reason, and now the pace is then back up there. So I'm not quite sure what's happened to Thomas.
Yeah, it's difficult to assess from this distance, I suppose, but he's just lost the very top end of the pace that he had at the start of the race, and he could clearly tell that something went, or I don't know, some sort of gremlin was creeping in. But it's weird that he can continue around, still within touching distance. Here's a checker flag, though, for race winner Ralphie Branscombe. Second position to Ryan White and Morgan Cooney. Third, fourth place, arm up to acknowledge the yellow flag at the end of the Conrod Straight for Thomas Potter. And he and the rest of his team are going to be left scratching their head a little bit as to what happened there.
I'm scratching my head what happened to Thomas Potter, so I'm going to nip out, yes. So fade me down there, Johnny.
I will indeed. Well, it means the great position of our commentary spot here at Warden Law is that the Parc Ferme area, and where all the scrutineering checks take place, is literally out the door through a little garage section, and there you are. So Joe can very quickly ask Thomas Potter quite why he was thumping the steering wheel and why he felt something was awry with the 38. It is parked up, of course, as one of the top 4 finishers. And Joe munching away on his burger at the same time as doing some on-the-spot journalism, multitasking, yes. And thanks again to Paul Bainbridge and all here at Warden Law Kart Club for supplying the lunch and the very nice coffee, which we are working our way through in between commentating on some superb action for the Honda Cadets in that case. And Ralphie Branscombe a winner again by nearly 3 seconds over Ryan White in second, Morgan Cooney third, and they crossed the line with only half a second between them. Thomas Potter was a further second behind with Toby Turner, Hugo McCluskey, Toby winning that little arm wrestle in the mid-order, and Riley Blakemore and Archie Garner, who were only 0.15 of a second apart at the line, but Blakemore just about getting that one as well. So we look ahead now to the second heat of the day for the Micro Rotax Cadets, and some of the best racing from this category through the course of the weekend so far. So I'm expecting very similar. The grid we'll look at in just a tick. Joe's back again, his face full of burger, but have you managed to swallow and then you also got some information for us?
It's not literally full of burger in my face, is it?
Well, the thing is, you were on camera.
Oh,
and
really?
I said, oh, look at Joe, there you go. He is actually eating his lunch, and we said you were multitasking
Totally
on the spot journalism and, a face full of burger.
I had a very upset Thomas Potter. Guess what? His engine cut out.
Aha.
His engine cut out. He dropped back. The engine then switched, came back on, and he was able to continue. So I've just kind of tried to re-motivate him a little bit. All right, this is what motor racing is. It's it builds your character, and the final's the important bit. So you're up there, you're in the top. You're in the top 4. There's a trophy to be had. So let's lift yourself for the final. Let's have a look at the karts out on track, Nick, as we come out for the Micromax final, the Micromax second heat, second and final heat is what I was trying to say. Sebastian Behrman, been hard to beat, hasn't he? But right behind him, Max Jolly, Jack Moss, Grayson Crawford and Caleb Franklin, that we welcome here today, and Luke Millward. They're going to make it as hard as they possibly can, as we've got the grid coming through the final turn in great ordered fashion. Sebastian making a great job of this. Ollie Behrman's cousin, I believe, or nephew, or cousin. Yeah, cousin. Ollie Behrman from Formula 4 and other single-seater categories gets into the lead. Formula 2 winning races, Nick tells me. He's tested the Haas, and isn't he a Ferrari Academy driver? Yeah.
Can you refresh your timing whilst we're having this argument in the commentary box? Because it's still showing red lights, and that's not correct. We are racing, and in second position, Max Jolly on the defensive mode already to not Jack Moss, but it's Luke Millward, who started from 6th position and has already gained 3 places to now run in 3rd and trying to attack Max Jolly. And whilst he does that, Max just in danger of losing sight of Seb Behrman in the early stages, because Behrman must have something like a 10 or maybe 15 kart length advantage even before the first lap is completed. They'll cross the line, and Behrman leads ahead of Max Jolly in second, Third spot then for Luke Millward. Then it is Jack Moss as Millward thinks about a move on the inside of Max Jolly for the second time through the first corner. The left-hander at Brian's Bend, and again having a nibble on the rear bumper of Max Jolly, but there's no chance to outbrake into the right-hander at Dogleg. And then plenty of curb being taken at St John's as each of them negotiate in their own separate way that bump on the approach to the first of the centre hairpins. So this the battle of a second position. Max Jolly leading Luke Millward, and then following suit Jack Moss taking that watching brief and from a suitable distance to maybe pounce if these two happen to make contact.
Well, these two kind of, I'm not going to say tripping over each other because they're not yet. And there's the gesticulation from Max Jolly to the driver behind him, Jack Moss. Let's work together. Let's try and catch Sebastian Behrman, who is pretty much off and away. 1 minute, 1.45 seconds there after just one lap of racing. That's quite a gap to pull. And these two here, the Hunter Motorsport and True Performance Motorsport drivers in the form of Jolly and Moss and Millward getting in amongst it there. Millward, I was waiting for my timing screen to update, Johnny. It's Luke Millward on the tail of Max Jolly, not Jack Moss. He's just falling off the back of them now on the True Performance kart. These two really need to work together, not try and battle with one another for second, and maybe they can close that gap. Still plenty of time, 5.5 minutes still on the clock.
Yeah. And at the moment, the lap count is slightly out because we'll be completing lap 3 this time across the line for Sebastian Behrman from Max Jolly and Luke Millward in third position. I think in this instance, it was nothing down to you, Joe. I think there's been a slight glitch with the timing as it began the race. But that is now 3 laps completed, as I've counted them, by Sebastian Behrman, with Max Jolly, Luke Millward and Jack Moss running in fourth. Over the line will go Grayson Crawford in 5th place, and 6th spot for Caleb Franklin. They're being shown a lap down, but again, that's not quite accurate because the timing kicked in maybe half a lap late.
Right, we'll try and keep a handle on that. It's pretty easy. Thankfully, we've only got a 4 kart and 6 kart field to keep a tab on. Right now, it's most definitely Sebastian Behrman off and out into the lead. That battle for second, though, beginning to, look settled. I'm pretty much sure Luke Millward is just playing a waiting game. Strangely, Jack Moss, who's been right on the pace with the karts in front of him, seemingly not being able to keep up now for some reason. Jack Moss has dropped off the back of them by about a second and a bit there as they come through. Yeah, it's 1.5 seconds, Jack Moss, the gap to third place Luke Millward. Millward, though, very much in the wheel tracks of Max Jolly, isn't he? Absolutely following him through. Not as much curb as Jolly there. Kept the speed up well. And Jolly aware that Millward is very, very close indeed. Just making the kart look as wide as possible into and out of the second of the centre hairpins and on towards the back chicane. Curving entry. There's very little straight. There's only the Conrod straight on the start-finish straight. That is truly straight here, Johnny.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a straight between St John's and the first of the centre S's, but all the entries to the corners there, the corners here at Warden Law, they have you have a strange line where the kart is turning and braking at the same time. Even the Gasworks hairpin, you're coming off that curving back straight.
Well, the other massively unpredictable thing on that short straight into centre is the huge bump in the road. So, yeah, you've got a little bit of a straight to go at, but some actually deliberately drive off around the worst bit of that bump. Speaking of which, the 38 car really hammering the curb that time for Luke Millward. It was interesting to me a lap ago that Max Jolly was the one that hit the curb, when actually it's Luke's vision that is impaired by the kart in front, and he's entirely reliant on muscle memory to know where the track goes next, I suppose, because all he can see is the rear bumper and the back of the helmet of Max Jolly, but he threads himself perfectly through the chicane on the back of the circuit.
The kart as well, the kart is sliding, ever so slightly sliding constantly across the surface of the track. Yes, we have grip, but the kart is, you commit through a corner and you've got to literally go with it wherever the kart, all the way out to the outside.
It sort of floats its way
kind
through.
Of floats its way through, the sort of the G. And there's Luke Millward. He's gesticulating to Max Jolly. I think they're in agreement that they need to catch Sebastian Behrman. and Luke Millward gesticulating to Max Jolly as if to say, hurry up, we're going to catch him soon. The gap has come down to a second. It was a second and a half to Behrman in the lead. It's only a second now. It may be that time is running out as there's now underneath 2 minutes to go before we see the checkered flag for this second heat.
So there's no way by because of the tight defensive work from Max Jolly into the chicane, and likewise he's very neat and tidy on the exit. Through the back curve they go and into Gasworks first, second and third within touching distance, but the gap staying pretty constant for the last 3 or 4 laps as they now head towards paddock. The hairpin at the end of the lap, some adjustment there to the radiator flap perhaps for certainly 2 of the 3. The gap's coming down, Nick reckons. Well, yes, that's the best lap of the race for Max Jolly. So first to second has come down by maybe half a second actually on that. Well, no, it's stayed about constant between Behrman and Jolly. But Jolly to Millward, you're right, it is half a second. I was misreading the 56 for the 57s. So yeah, half a second down between Behrman and Jolly bringing Luke Millward with him. So definitely first to third, really concertinaing nicely. They're not quite inside a lap time, you know, so we may get to the end of this lap with still some change on the clock and a chance to go round on 2 more occasions.
I think very much so, Johnny. 40 seconds on the clock. They're at the horseshoe now. That never-ending left-hander you mentioned earlier. They're going to cross the line in good time, and we're going to go into the final 2 laps with literally first, second and third bumper to bumper, so close you could pitch a tent over them. If anything, Max Jolly looked a bit racy. He's got what I call race momentum. When you close that gap and then you get to the kart you're chasing, you want to just get by as quickly as possible, because if you sort of settle back, you settle back into the pace of the kart in front, and that's what we're seeing happening now. So Jolly needs to continue the pace. He's caught the kart in front. He needs to continue with that pace and get by him as quickly as possible. That's a lot easier than I've made it sound there, of course. And Sebastian Behrman, who's been the star of this second heat, has now got company for the first time going into the most important part of the heat, and that's the final couple of laps.
He doesn't want to break his flow, really. This is a good part of the race for Max Jolly, and the danger is if he starts to react to the way that Behrman is driving, then that rhythm can be lost very easily indeed. So looking to be still nose to tail across the line. I'm not sure there's going to be an opportunity into turn 1, but they will be assessing it because they'll have one more time. No, they won't have one more time to go through. That was judged as the last lap. So it's the final tour for Behrman, Jolly, Millward, totally together. It's a 12-kart train through St John's and into the 12-wheel kart train into the first of the centre hairpins. And Behrman not wanting to be distracted too much about what's going on behind, but he ran a bit too wide there over the concrete, which doesn't offer much grip at all.
Chances running out. They've got the Gasworks hairpin coming, looming large now. Max Jolly a little bit defensive there, middle of the track for Behrman. He can do that. It's more than allowed. And here we go through the horseshoe for the final time in the heat section for the Micromax cadets. And out of the final turn, it is going to be Sebastian Behrman. Max Jolly, it is going to be in second. And Luke Millward will finish in third. A little distance fourth for Jack Moss. I'm sure Ivor Powell at True Performance Motorsport will be looking at that as Jack Moss has been more in touch with the 3 karts ahead of him. Grayson Crawford will come through to finish in 5th place, and it'll be Caleb Franklin classified in that 6th spot. So
terrific action at the front.
Again, incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, they never disappoint. And a small but perfectly formed field. But this time it's 3 absolutely together to have a 12-wheeled cart effectively crossing the line together. I'm going to scrap that line because I've tried 2 times now to attempt it, and it's gone awry.
Just throw it at us again. I've got a cheeseburger, you know.
I know I have. I can't tear myself away from the action. That's the issue.
While I go through the grid for the Intermax, that's coming out next.
I may go quiet for a short time.
Yeah. I mentioned Red Graphics earlier on, and fabulous prizes from Red Graphics with sticker kits for the 2 Pro Car classes and the Honda Cadets. It's Danielle who's Red Graphics. Adam Nichols is Apollo Karts. Yes, they're both. It's a family business, but a big thank you to Danielle and Adam for supporting the Autumn Cup here at Warden Law. I hope you're enjoying the pictures. A big hello to João Pereira, who I have no idea why he's not here, because he should be here. And Sebastian Pereira should be in the Pro Kart race. I'm not all right. They did the 6 hours of Warden Law last weekend, so they're probably sick of the side of the place. But João, great to have you along on the live stream. Hoping with you, probably sitting with your feet up, being fed grapes by your better half. What we're looking for? No, there's been nothing in here. There it is, man. It is in here. Nick had it. The scrutineer there just popping his head in. Because the Joe Bradley Memorial Suite is connected to the scrutineering. Because we like to be at the heart of the action, seeing what's in, just on and off the track. So we had one of the main regulation files. Nick you were going through that there, weren't you? Just appraising yourself of the karting technical regulations. Yes, looking for loopholes, were you? Nick Damon cutting the pictures for us for the live stream. Ash and Paul on the cameras. Johnny, I don't want to spoil the magic, mate. Just to remind everybody, while we've got a quiet moment, A&H Photography here in the form of Andrew and Helen, or as Helen likes it, Helen and Andrew. And big thanks to them for being here. You can find their pictures, their photographs from today on their website. Probably easy to find the Facebook link. Andrew and Helen usually put up a link on the Warden Law Facebook page, so look out for that. You'll be able to link to their website and see the pictures of you or your child racing today, and available for purchase, obviously. And big thank you to that for the Artie Kart print that they've donated to the winner of the Bambinos. The Bambino Autumn Cup winner will also win an Artie Kart print. The Inters are out. And remember, we saw in Heat 1 Daniel Minto having that big hit off under braking for the Gasworks hairpin. I'm happy to say he is out on the track. Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, he'll have knocked the wind out of himself. Alex Goodson will line up alongside him. Second row of the grid is Hasnan Khan and Sebastian Clark. Then we've got James Fabricas and Blair Smith with Jonathan Furby and Thomas Jackson. Harley Franklin and Zach Mackay round off this 10-kart field. So, yes, I know. Are you sure we've got Minto out, Nick? Because he's showing us being in still. Right. Let's have a look at the front of the grid. I think we have not got Daniel Minto out there. We've got Hasnan Khan. We've got the 26, right? That's Alex Goodson. And then alongside is the 18. Yeah. So Daniel Minto, regret to inform everybody, Daniel Minto has not come out to take part in the second heat. Hopefully, he might be feeling a lot better for the final. As we get going, the Intermax race gets going, or are we sending them round again? The drivers I see gesticulating to go round again. That's because the clerk of the course has decided so. So it gives us a chance to wish Daniel well in that Hunter Motorsport team morning. Hopefully he won't be feeling too bad. So Alex Goodson it is then, left to wave the flag. Hasnan Khan steps in alongside. Sebastian Clark, James Fabricas are behind. So 8 minutes and 1 lap, like I said, and the winner of the Autumn Cup will get a free registration and 2 free race entries for the 2024 Ultimate Karting Championship. And a big thank you once again to Paul Phelan and Sonia at the UKC. We've here at Warden Law, we've evolved into a cracking working relationship. We run their Rotax Festival here for the past 2 years and have always been recipients and glad to be part of the UKC. And once again, 2024 will see the championship return. So we're getting towards the race going green. The field being brought round in great order by poleman Alex Goodson. His teammate Hasnan Khan alongside, and we are in very good grid order there, Johnny, as they head down to the first turn.
Yeah, the space between the two rows was almost perfect, wasn't it, across the grid hatchings. and it's really nip and tuck for Hasnan Khan, who just about slots into second place, but there was no getting ahead of Alex Goodson that first time through turn 1, and left-hander at Brian's Bend. But now the 56 kart of Blair Smith is very wayward on the grass coming out of Dogleg. It's difficult to tell whether that was as a result of some contact or just too much curb for Blair on the exit. So look out for the 56. Hit the curb there, and I think, hit the back maybe of the 51 of Sebastian Clark. So slightly quicker through the first phase of Dogleg, but then nowhere to go on the exit. And Clark caught, Smith caught the back of Clark, and that sent him off into the scenery, Joe.
Yeah, Alex Goodson, though, and Hasnan Khan now pulling out a gap to the third place kart of Sebastian Clark. Crossing the line now, 1 lap completed. Clark dropping off the back by a second now, and you can see those two going off at the front. It's going to be hard for them to catch. As these two go off, will give us a chance to have a look further down the field. We'll leave Alex Goodson and Hasnan Khan at the front of the field, Nick, and we'll drop back to take a look at Sebastian Clark and how he's going about his job of chasing them down. There's the third place kart there, Sebastian Clark, and not far out of the picture is James Fabricus, the 51 there, through the back chicane, out onto the curving back straight, being chased down by the number 90 of Fabricus as they go into the Gasworks hairpin. He's got a cushion though, Johnny. He's not under any threat, I would say, and he is being chased down.
Yeah, so be interesting to compare Clark's lap time at the end of this to James Fabricus. Jonathan Furby perhaps as well. They'll cross the line behind all together. Some signalling there to maybe someone in the spectating area as an indication as to what to do next with the kit. Thomas Jackson followed by Zach Mackay, and the 50 kart there we just caught a glimpse of is Jonathan Furby in third spot. So hang on a minute, Alex Goodson and Hasnan Khan have completely not come through. Now, is that a transponder issue, or did they genuinely not finish the first? No, they are still there, aren't they?
They are still there.
So that's okay.
That's a transponder
After you
issue.
told Nick to drop back to third position, I thought we'd missed the craziness at the front with the top two taking one another out.
No.
But they are still there, even though they're shown on the scoring tower in 8th and 9th.
Yeah, Alex Goodson and Hasnan Khan just coming out of the final turn there as we look further down the field. I can confirm. The timing's going to score them a lap down, though. That's the problem. So we'll keep a handle on that. As we've got this cracking wheel-to-wheel battle between the number 16 of Thomas Jackson and Zach Mackay on the 91, trying again to squeeze down the inside at turn 1. Into St John's, the left-hander, all of the curb and more, with Mackay using it as best he can. The Lando Norris livery kart of the number 16 there, Thomas Jackson, he's not that far behind Jonathan Furby. But I tell you what, as we look at Zach Mackay just sliding that intercart around the chicane, through the twists and turns, hitting the apexes, through the gasworks. Now this is where Mackay will come up onto the rear bumper of that yellow and blue Lando Norris livery kart of Jackson, out of the final turn. This is where he's done it before. Little bit of a engine management from the number 16 driver. And not this time, though. Doesn't look down. Takes a bit of an earlier turn in than the kart ahead of him, but there's no difference whatsoever with regards to performance through that corner.
Yeah, tighter lines all the way through, in actual fact, for Zach Mackay. But the end result is maybe a bit of time caught up on Thomas Jackson. So this shown on our scoring as 4th and 5th. In reality, it's for 6th and 7th, because you have to insert, remember, Alex Goodson as the race leader, which he still is, and Hasnan Khan in second position. But the gap between first and second is really not that great. It's much bigger back to Seb Clark in third place, and he in turn is 1.8 seconds in front of James Fabricus in fourth.
Still the leader, Alex Goodson, Hasnan Khan. 5 laps completed for them. Still leading in team order as the battle down the field rages. Still Fabricus in second. Sebastian Clark in second, in third, Fourth is Fabricus, Jonathan Furby next. Then this battle for the positions of Thomas Jackson and Zach Mackay. That's 6th and 7th is the battle that we're looking at here. And as much as Zach Mackay looked like he was about to challenge the number 16 ahead of him. It seems to have calmed down slightly. Blair Smith not that far behind now, Johnny. We've now got maybe a 3-card battle for that 6th place.
Yeah, Blair was a touch slower on the lap times than Zach Mackay as they came across the line for the 5th time, but Blair's possibly upping the pace now. He was quicker through Sector 2, certainly, than Mackay. And, yeah, 16 definitely with pressure now. Well, Blair Smith should be higher up in the race than he is in 8th, but after that spin, after making contact with the back of Seb Clark, that's obviously put him quite a number of positions down. So 56 should be quicker than these 2 karts up ahead. But saying you're quicker and being able to actually fashion an overtake are 2 different things, as Blair really smacks the curb coming out of Dogleg, and they're all taking very similar lines through St John's.
Now, we're getting gesticulations from Zach Mackay towards Thomas Jackson. As Thomas Jackson was looking over his shoulder there. That's the blue and yellow kart leading this train of 3. We're getting Mackay in the second in that train there, just gesticulating to say, let's work together, come on, let's catch the karts in front. And now we go to war. Now we go to battle now, as we've got a change for 6th place, as Zach Mackay goes ahead of Thomas Jackson. Thomas Jackson almost losing out to Blair Smith. And as we cross the line, we'll see a change in the order, but these 3 staying together. Now Blair Smith coming down the inside of Jackson. Has he made it stick? No, side by side. It'll sort itself out at Brian's Bend and then into the dogleg. And yes, Thomas Jackson has to stay. He stays ahead of Blair Smith. Blair Smith had to settle in because he just was offline if he tried any further.
Yeah, and almost now picking the 16 off Thomas Jackson is Blair Smith, thinking I'll deal with you one at a time, and perhaps the gap between the 2 now is going to be quite useful to Blair Smith to pull off an overtake in one corner and one a couple of turns later. Here then late on the brakes is Blair Smith, but in fairness the door was closed in his face there by Thomas Jackson. This is the scrap, remember, for 7th and 8th places. Jackson's a bit wide, but that will deliver him right into the apex at Paddock. And he actually mops up his line just about coming out of the corner. However, maybe exposed now down the main straight. No, Jackson again on the inside line and is able to fend off Blair Smith for 7th spot.
Cracking driving from these 2 in the midfield. We've kind of lost Zach Mackay, hasn't he? He's broke free and moving way ahead, trying to get on terms with Jonathan Furby ahead. It's Alex Goodson and Hasnan Khan still leading, and it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by as they head into and out of the Gasworks hairpin. We'll stay with this battle here down in the midfield order, though, because I don't think it's over, Johnny. With 1 lap to go after this one, here we go again. Blair Smith down the inside of Gasworks. Can he make it happen? Oh, and the switchback coming from Thomas Jackson, and side by side into the horseshoe. But it's Blair Smith that hangs onto it, and a change for position at last.
Yeah, he could afford to run out wide coming out of Gasworks, as then 3-wheeling it through Paddock was Thomas Jackson. 1 lap to go for the race leader Alex Goodson ahead of Hasnan Khan. They are now heading through Senna first hairpin with quite a bit further back Sebastian Clark in the all-white helmet. So there's the race leader Alex Goodson, despite what it says on our scoring at the moment. Remember, timing and scoring just missed 1 lap and has effectively taken Alex Goodson and Hasnan Khan out of the fight. But they are there in reality. And Alex Goodson, with no Daniel Minto in this race, presumably still, unfortunately, unable to take the start after his big crash in the first heat. Alex Goodson, untroubled, will take the checkered flag this time around, although it doesn't trigger on the screen. No, because, of course, Goodson's not technically leading by timing and scoring.
Yeah.
But it will be Goodson who takes a checkered flag ahead of Hasnan Khan and Seb Clark being shown as the winner there, but in fact finishing 3rd when everything is untangled.
Behind those 3, Johnny, James Fabricus was next, then Jonathan Furby, Zach Mackay, Blair Smith, Thomas Jackson and Harley Franklin were our final finishers. The winners, though, into Parc Fermé. And with the next race, our most subscribed to category, I'm going to leave Johnny to read down the grid of 28 karts, which enables Nick to fade me down.
Yes.
So no one hears me munching on.
You've gone already, Joe. No one can hear you munching away on the rest of your lunch. Although they did see you earlier on in fairly graphic conditions. Okay, here is the starting grid for the second heat of the day for Junior Rotax. It may be quite familiar to you because it's a carbon copy of the Heat 1 grid, and it will see Jack Thompson to start from pole position in kart number 65, and alongside him in number 16, Joe Anderson. The second row, a great opening race for Oakley Garthwaite in something like only his third meeting of his career, third or fourth. So he began karting in 2023, and to be at the level that he's at already in juniors and punching for a race win, mightily impressive for number 40 Oakley Garthwaite from third, alongside Bella McConville in fourth position. Then it's Zach Turner in the 99, the repaired 99 kart that had all those dramas mechanically in yesterday's second heat. Lloyd Palmer in number 42 will start in sixth place, and then on the fourth row it'll be James Philip Byrne on the inside and Charlie Benson on the outside. The fifth row, Oliver Fabricus and John J. Buchan, 91 and 13. 36, the Manxman Lincoln Bevan will start on the inside of Gregor Reed in 49. Then it's Oliver White and Jake Grufferty on the seventh row, 24 and 17. Matthew Clark and Miles Roby will start on the eighth row, ahead of Jamie Lumsden and Liam Watson. English and Scottish pairing there on the ninth row. Starting 19th will be Bella Brown in 58, alongside Ollie Poole in the number 94. The 11th row, Elliot Surtees, number 11, good racing name that, Surtees, alongside Zane Stout in the 117. The 12th row, Sam Robson and Harry Warby, 55 and 19. 77 of Jacob Rump will start on the inside of Oliver O'Donovan on the 13th row, so that's 25th and 26th positions. And finally in 27th, Lewis Pearson. It remains to be seen whether we get the 28th kart as part of the grid. There were certainly 28 entries for Junior Rotax this weekend, but obviously some difficulties in time qualifying this morning for the one we're missing, and my brain's not quick enough to know which of the 28 didn't take part in qualifying. But we'll wait in a moment or two to find out whether all 28 can at least start this second heat of the day. And Joe is back with us, still digesting
my fabulous burger from the cafe. Big thank you to Deb, Emma, Carolyn, and all of the staff here. Sorry if I've missed anyone. Hello to Sunrise on YouTube. Hey guys, I've dropped my daughter Katie Drake to watch the action. Can you give her a big hello? I hope he hasn't dropped his daughter literally. I'm not sure. But here's a big hello. Hello! That was a bigger one.
Now, is that a case of just stumbling across this race meeting on YouTube, realising he's about 10 minutes' drive from Warden Law, and his daughter going, I'd love to go to that. So literally just bringing her in the last hour or so. That would be a great story.
I think this delay is a timing delay, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so, Nick. I think you're right. Nick, I know.
Hang on a minute.
I'm saying I think so, Nick. No,
the viewers and listeners didn't hear the question.
No. We think the delay is for a reboot of the timing system. Motorsport timing is the system we use. Same system that's used for the Vera Tools British Karting Championships.
So are we doing what's known as a Control-Alt-Delete here? Sorry, Nick, what are you saying?
Every minute is 1 minute darker than last one.
That's true, yes. The longer we go on, the darker it's going to be ahead of the segment of the day reserved for the finals.
Can I suggest something, Nick? That for the next time we do a coverage where Johnny and I are in the comms and you are producing the pictures, can you have a headset where you can be part of this? Because you've said some really funny things, which is really out of character of what you normally say. Maybe it's because you're off air that you're saying funny things.
But the only people privy to those very funny lines are me and Joe. No one else can hear them. Oh, and our fantastic camera people, Ash and Paul. Yes, that's true. They weren't saying similar feedback during dinner last night, I have to say.
Well, Joe Pereira, I just want to say this. Joe Pereira says, great coverage, by the way. Nice camera angles. Yeah, and this, I've had confirmation as to what Little Pork Chops pub is. It's the Frosterley Inn in Weardale. Hello to the Frosterley Inn in Weardale. They do great pizzas. Forget the pizzas. What's the beer like? I'll have a pint of Guinness to start off with, and then we'll see what's on offer. So that's Jake Richardson from our Pro Kart.
It is.
Field, yeah. But
no one could quite believe last night that we were willing to drop in the nicknames, but we love a little bit of nicknamery. If anybody else knows a really embarrassing nickname for any of our drivers that we can throw into the commentary, we are game for that.
Absolutely. And another, we've got a massive fan in the paddock at the moment. We've got the founder member of the Zach Bolton fan club. She's here. Yes, and I met her in the break. Jojo is here. Zach's mum.
Oh, right, okay. Well, that makes sense that she would start the Zach Bolton fan club.
Don't need to mention that it's his mum who started the fan club.
Can you officially subscribe to the Zach Bolton fan club for a year, let's say?
I'll ask Jojo.
There is a money-making exercise.
Jojo is listening in the paddock, so Jojo, you need to sort out a facility where you can
direct debit.
Where you can direct everything and become a member of the Zach Bolton fan club. A 5 to 10 minute delay. So we're going to go to a 5 to 10 minute delay. Let's see, who are those people waving at the... So just below Paul's camera, Paul, if you have a look at the collecting area, just below you, let's see who's there. Where's Paul? There's Paul's camera. Let's go to Paul's camera. So give us a wave, everybody, in the collecting area. So those two elderly gentlemen there, the one on the left is Neil Benson with the glasses.
I like how you're just ignoring the fight on the left-hand side of the picture
they're just
I mean, that is just jostling, isn't it? Oh, I don't
There's
know.
Neil
That was a good
Benson
old right
waving
hook.
to us there. Hello, Neil. Now, the chap next to him is Derek Hardy. Now, Paul Hardy, his youngest son, was a bit of a legend here and won quite a lot in the early 2000s. And Paul now living in Dubai and running a race team over there. They've been around the scene here at Warden Law for quite a while. That's the driver doing the little spins is Jacob Rump, who's back after a bit of a layoff. The driver with the white overalls and orange sleeves, that's Charlie Benson. That's the ones I can recognise. Right, okay, we've made... But let's move away in case there's a litigation about to happen. I think it gives us an opportunity to talk about our prizes again, Nick. Just to give I'm sorry, Nick. It's the first time I've done that this weekend, Johnny. It's because I was looking at him.
You were?
Where have you gone? You've gone further back.
I'm sitting here.
Yes, I know. But I know.
Just like you, reclining in these wonderful seats that are provided to us in the Joe Bradley Memorial Suite. Go on.
Yes.
Sponsors.
It's a lovely sofa, that, isn't it?
Fabulous.
Have you seen the piano in the back as well?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
will we get cocktails later as the piano plays?
If I have time, I can play us a tune on the piano.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Chopsticks.
I always like a piano in my suites. Yeah. So, the Autumn Cup, second running. Oh, there's Mick Palmer, just walking across the track there. You're not on camera, Mick, so it's pointless waving. Oh, there he is, just coming into shot there. Our trusty Mick Palmer. Mick, I forgot the name of your magazine because you changed the name. It used to be Motorsport Motor Racing UK. But,
maybe he can spell it out with his body with giant letters.
Probably not.
Maybe not.
I love these impromptu breaks.
Aren't they great?
Yeah.
I'm so pleased you've planned.
Used to be Motor Racing UK. What is it now? Touring car magazine.
Simple.
Focusing on touring car racing around the world. Check it out online or subscribe to a paper copy full of journalistic prowess, the like of which you'll not find in the likes of Autosport. Mick likes to call it as it is.
Okay.
Warts and all.
Special, yeah, okay.
Oh,
a typical style of journalism.
Yes.
But is that any sort of tin-top racing around the world?
That's why he's banned from most paddocks in the world.
I see.
Probably.
And yet he's still got a key to the Joe Bradley Memorial Suite, so this is a bit concerning. He's just walked in.
Give him your headset, will you?
Yeah, I will. Okay. This is bound to be entertaining.
Yeah. Give me a headset, because it gives me an opportunity in this break to catch up with what's happening in the world. So fade Mick up. Right, you faded up, Mick. So Sebastian Behrman then. So his cousin, Ollie Behrman,
Yes.
who you are familiar with, running because you follow car racing.
Yeah,
Formula
British
car
Formula
racing.
3 or GB3 as they've now decided to call it.
Yeah, but I mean, he's doing well in Formula 2, and is he a Ferrari Academy driver, Ollie Behrman?
Yes, he is, and he made his debut, I think, was Mexico and free practice one.
FP1, yeah.
Yeah, he's the next big thing for British motorsport, I think.
So is he the next George Russell, Lando Norris kind of thing?
I think, judging by his junior record, he'll be way above them. I mean, he won 2.
Really? That's a big thing you're saying, Michael.
Yeah, but he won 2 Formula 4 titles in one season. You know, I mean, how many people running 2 championships in one season? Never mind win them both. And as I say, covering British Formula 3, he also won in that. GB3, as they like to call it.
Yeah, I know. I'm confused. That's why I've taken the opportunity to talk to you. So Ollie Behrman, the real deal. Then I mean, we know how much of a real deal George Russell was and is, and Lando Norris is. We know how very much the real deal Lewis Hamilton is, and we could tell that from the likes of which we're seeing today in the karting scene. George Russell was a big name in karting. Lando Norris was a big name in karting. Still is. He's got his own karts out there. So is Sebastian Behrman, are we seeing the next part of that, what's it called?
I don't know, I'm not the bright one, so don't ask me.
Dynasty.
Yes.
Seeing an American TV show. Are we seeing the next family dynasty there in the shape of... So are we bearing witness here to the next dynasty that's going to follow in the footsteps of his cousin Ollie Behrman?
Well, you would certainly like to think so. You'd certainly like to think so, yeah.
He's on the threshold of a Formula 1 contract.
Yeah, and like you say, I'm more of a car guy than a karting guy. And from what I've seen this morning, there's a lot of talent here, including young Behrman. So I think there's a good chance moving forward.
Mick, I know we can all tell by our accents and the people on the live stream who are not from this part of the world that this is your local track.
Yes, I've got my telephone voice on.
Yeah, I know you are. People wouldn't understand us, mate, if we spoke like we normally speak.
I know.
You travelled to most racetracks in the country and follow car racing, British touring cars, TCR UK, and the like.
Yep.
But to have this facility on our doorsteps, we're very lucky, aren't we?
Yes. In fact, I've been filming a video about that this afternoon because I think it's becoming an integral part of motorsport in the North East. Because we're not a place with a great motorsport history and heritage. I mean, you've got to go back to the likes of George Robson winning the 1946 Indy 500 is our zenith. We've had 2 F1 drivers. Leslie Marr, 2nd Baronet of Sunderland. He won a Grand Prix. It was non-championship and he was the only F1 car in it. So that's and we also, from Darlington, provided the world with the slowest Formula 1 driver of all time, Al Pease, who was black flagged from the 69 Canadian Grand Prix for being too slow. So we need this. We really do need this.
I mean, we do. I mean, all right, it's been here since 1999, and the North East has seen some, we've had representation. I mean, Warren Hughes should have been a Formula 1 driver.
Yes, indeed.
And Warren Hughes, we've now got Christopher Hughes, his 13-year-old kid, coming here. He would have been here this weekend if Warren hadn't had to go off to work. But Warren was a legend in Formula 3.
I was a bit of a fanboy, in the Formula 3 days.
Yeah, well, I was his sponsor.
Yeah.
I paid for his burgers in his lunch break.
Did you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you pay for his flight home back from Germany after his little accident?
Oh, no. I do remember him getting that contract with Ford of Germany to run in the Touring Car Championship there. And he was given a Ford Probe as his company car from Ford Motor Company. And
the Pullman's Capri.
He went. It was. I tell you what, it was a V6, lots of power. So he stuck his head out the door and said, "I'm going to spin the wheels." And he's looking at the rear wheels to spin the wheels. He drops the clutch and the front wheels start to spin. And I said, "It's front wheel drive, you loon." And he says, "Is it?" You'd only driven it for 3 months.
And this is a guy who raced in Formula 3 and Formula 3000.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tested the Lotus F1 car.
Tested the Lotus F1 car. He was that close. The story of his potentially becoming a Formula 1 driver with Williams is like he got so close. I forget the machinations of how he didn't. But, all right, you're right. I mean, I've been a motorsport fan for years, but being involved in motorsport and you're in the North East, we have to travel 6 hours to get anywhere.
Yeah.
But
I get called a lunatic every week because I Brands Hatch trucks and covering touring cars.
Well, you do it. You get up in the middle of the night and go.
Yeah, 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Some days, sometimes I'll drive to Brands Hatch and come back in the same day. What an idiot!
It's you know what? It can be a problem being this far north I mean, I know we've got tracks in Scotland, kart tracks in Scotland. It can be a problem in getting people to come this far north. But, you know, you've said yourself, the facility here, we're very lucky to have this. And it gives us an opportunity to perhaps talk about 2024 and what's on the calendar for Warden Law Kart Club and the Warden Law track. We've got 3 two-day race meetings. That's going to kick off the 2024 season. That's going to be a club championship, a 6-round club championship. Pretty much like the format of what we have this weekend, where you race on the Saturday and race on the Sunday. And then once we get into the spring, we've literally got every single national series are going to visit here. We've got the Vera Tools British Championship for Rotax. We've potentially got the IAMI British Championships. We've got the UKC, who are a big supporter of the Autumn Cup here. The NKC's coming here. We've got the IPKC, which is a new championship that's going to kick off with their very first meeting, their very first proper meeting, I like to say, here in February. We've got the Kart Champion Series that are gonna be coming here and running twice here. I'm sure I've missed somebody. Super One, no, Super One's not coming here. Little Green Man is coming here. That's another national series. And you know what? When you look at how many people are from the area,
yes,
it's the problem we've got in seeing that progression is that age-old issue of funding.
Yeah, indeed.
And I'd like to think that with things like live streams, where you are going to perhaps create exposure for companies. You know, if you are a business and a company that you know can get some marketing exposure out of the kind of audience we can generate, and you're from the Northeast and you just want to perhaps support what's going on here at Warden Law, then get in touch. But you see this all over the country, don't you, man? It's an old problem, isn't it?
It is. I mean, up here we're lucky in terms that we've got the likes of Croft. When you step into the top levels of racing, but that jump from this level to that level and the funding that it involves at club racing level, any bit helps support really. It's really good, really needed, and there is a burgeoning scene even here now. I mean, Croft itself's had its best year in a couple of decades away from the touring cars, so there is a market of eyeballs in the region as well as streaming online. So
yeah,
you know, and you are seeing some people getting some great returns, not just stickers on cars, but a little bit of hospitality, a good day out.
Yeah,
it's cheaper than going to a football match sometimes when you think, you know, the kind of money that people ask.
Well, it is cheap. I mean, corporate entertainment is something that the club are looking at, and when Matt's finished with his vision,
yes,
you know, we've already the building work that you can see going on probably from the camera angles. You know, that's garage facilities that are under construction now. The clubhouse is going to be extended. It's a work in progress.
It's like a mini Daytona Rising, isn't it?
It is a mini. You know what? I've never seen it as that, but I'm now going to use that, Mike. It's a mini Daytona Rising.
Well, we're going to have the viewing platforms on top of the garage, which I think is another angle, another aspect, and it's just all these little things that make a difference, because, you know, it's 2023 heading to 2024. I think the days of people wanting to stand freezing cold in the mud,
I know
it's not expected anymore. You know, I mean, I'm quite happy to stand all day like a.
Well, that's where we were brought up. We were brought up in muddy fields, standing against fences. You only have to go to the likes of the Yas Marina facility in Abu Dhabi and realise that, this is what 21st century motorsport looks like. And that's what Matt's vision is.
Yes.
His vision is for that you know, you're not going to be standing out in the cold. You're going to have viewing terraces. There's a potential of some sort of corporate hospitality, team hospitality. There's, you know, he's just building and building, and you've seen the progress that, you know, Matt took over the ownership of this facility in late 2019. COVID got in the way a little bit, didn't it, with everything? And then we've seen, you know, the way that we've got the layout here, the collecting area that we're seeing now on the camera, the scrutineering bays, the parc fermé areas. It's just slowly evolving, and the next aspect of Matt's vision when it come back here this time next year, this time next year for the Autumn Cup, and you'll not recognise that part of the track off to driver's left as you head towards turn one. It's quite exciting. So you've been here taking some videos, yeah?
Yes.
And getting some shots and some video.
Yes.
And we're going to see that. Are we going to see that on the Warden Law Car Club Facebook page and on YouTube?
Yes. In the future, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, great stuff. Michael, thanks for chatting to us. You walked in at the perfect moment of a delay. Brilliant. I love when that happens. It was like, manna from God. God has sent you, my friend, because you helped us fill a bit there. And you brought us. So Ollie Behrman, he's the real deal.
Real deal.
Wow.
Yes,
wow.
yes.
Big
It'll
words.
be worth your Sky Sports F1 subscription in the future.
Yeah.
Cause it's not worth it at the moment.
I'm looking forward to that. Thanks, Mick, for popping in. And Touring Car Magazine is the magazine to look out for, because Mick's not like any other journalist. He calls it as it is. That's why he's not welcome in all those places. But there is absolutely a truth to that. Thank you, Mike. Let's get Johnny back in. Mick will get it back out into the cold. I'll try and get an update as to how long the delay is going to go on for. But interesting, Johnny, that... thanks, Mick. Interesting. All right, I perhaps haven't had my finger on the pulse of the Junior Formula and Formula 2. Nick has, as he's a big fan. He's a big Formula 1 fan. And interesting to see that Mick's opinion, an opinion which I value, says that we've got our next British star coming through in the footsteps of the three current stars. I mean, Lewis Hamilton's got to be at the edge of towards the end of his career, isn't he? You know, I mean, how many years would you give him, Nick? Just sign language. You reckon another 2, and then he was going to be looking at retirement. Surely he wants a championship in that, though. Anyways, less of the Formula 1 talk and more of the Autumn Cup talk here, because it gives us an opportunity to talk about all of our prizes. The current grid that is in the collecting area and getting ready to form up and complete their second heat. That's the Junior Rotax class. Now, what's up for grabs for this class? As well as a beautiful trophy by winning today, by coming first, second and third, we're going to amalgamate the scores from yesterday's final with today's final, which will give us an overall winner of the Autumn Cup. As well as a beautiful trophy, you will get a free subscription. I'm not in control, Kai. I'm not in control. You think this is down to me? I wish. I'm being blamed for this delay here.
Good on you, Kai. I like it, even though it's not true.
I've got to fill.
Yeah.
I've got to talk rubbish for a few minutes.
You have. I'm enjoying watching this.
No.
What was he doing, pointing at his watch?
He was pointing at his watch saying, come on, Joe.
Sort it out, mate. Yeah, well.
Anyways.
We had to call a race where the winner was actually an 8th a couple of moments ago. That takes some talent.
I'm talking about the important stuff now, and the important stuff is winning a free registration and 2 race entries for the 2024 UKC, the Ultimate Karting Championship. That is a big friend of Warden Law. They come here twice a season. Just want to confirm to everybody, bring everybody up to date. The reason for this slight delay is for a glitch in the timing system. The timing system is being rebooted or something far beyond my capability. And that's why we are going to this. That's why we are trying to catch up with and remind everybody about today's prizes, Nick, isn't it? So while we wait for the timing system or the chief timekeepers to get things sorted, as it was all a bit confusing for me and Johnny at one point.
Doesn't take much, in fairness.
No, that's not a high benchmark. That's
really
right,
isn't.
This is your 3rd karting event?
I think it is. I was counting back through those in recent times. I went to Llandau in the south of Wales last year, and practically as we drove out of that venue, they closed it forever. I don't know whether I had anything to do with that, but I mean, it did seem to be sort of on its last legs a little bit, and whether they thought they've got the one and only Johnny Palmer on site and thought, well, we're never going to get any better than that, so might as well just call it quits. And then we went to Mansell Raceway, which thankfully is still open as we speak, or Dunkeswell, as it's perhaps better known. You knew it as that.
I knew it as Dunkeswell,
up the road from Honiton. So I've done South Wales, I've done the south west of England, I've now covered the northeast. Where next? You keep going on to me about Rowra. I need to visit Rowra.
Well, speak to the man on your left, mate. You might get in for one of the rounds that will be televising on Karting Live TV. You're here at Warden Law, mate. You've heard a lot about this place. As you said, I virtually live here.
I will say
you've
I've been
here
many
before,
times.
haven't you?
Yes, I just haven't covered a race meeting here before, but it feels good now to finally do that because I can technically tick it off as a track I've visited. I didn't feel like I could do that without actually
seeing a race meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit like going to a football ground. Until you actually see a football match at it, I can't tick it off as one I've visited.
I mean, all right, Johnny, you do a lot of motorsport across the year, European Le Mans Series, World Endurance Championship, Creventic 24H Series, and lots of other stuff. British touring cars
I do.
For ITV. You travel to a lot of racetracks. I've always thought that this at Warden Law as a proper racetrack.
Yeah.
When I come here, you can go... The likes of the kart tracks that you've mentioned there, they have a feeling of being a kart track, but this is like a miniature kart track for me, and I think it's because
it's a race circuit.
It is. It's a miniature race circuit. Yeah, it's not wide enough for cars. I'm not sure you could even run a sprint on here, but very much as a facility, as a racing facility, and the way that you've seen the track behave with regards to how people race on it. What's your thoughts on that?
It's magnificent. It wasn't until I walked around the track yesterday morning that you can really drill down into the idiosyncrasies of each corner, because you can sit in the cafeteria, which I've done a lot of in actual fact, and peer out and go, oh yeah, looks good, the curbing, the tyres, the floodlighting looked all very impressive. But it was only yesterday morning when I started walking this just over a kilometre length track, and then I realised why people keep coming back for 30 or 40 years, because I also get the feeling that it's going to take quite a bit to really feel like you've cracked this place. There are lots of little secrets to it, which you're not going to necessarily expose in your first, let's say, 20 visits. I've been to Landau, as I say, I've been to Honiton. The other karting track that I know a fair bit about, and I'm not sure what sort of state that's in now, but there's one at Birmingham Wheels, next to the oval track where I used to spend many a time calling lots of stock car racing there. But Wheels has held some big meetings through its history, and possibly a similar length to this, and that looks great under the floodlights, but so does this place as well. So I suppose the only downside is, for a lot of the people in the country, it's a blooming long way to come to, but the reward is one of the best tracks in the country.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of biased, aren't I? Because I only live 2 miles away, but everywhere else I've got to drive miles to.
Indeed. So it flips around for you.
And yeah, absolutely. And if you become interested in motorsport and you live in the northeast, you have to get used to the A1 and the M1 and the M6 and the M5 and everything else, to get you about. I mean, Nick famously said, Nick's from Gillingham, which is in Kent, and he lives in Milton Keynes. So I kind of barely forgave him when he opened up with the very first live stream here back in February of 2020 with Welcome to Warden Law on the northeast coast, just north of Hull, which is like 2.5 to 3 hours drive away.
It is north of Hull.
It is north of Hull. He was geographically accurate, but he was way off, absolutely way off. And I turned to him and I says, Hull? And he says, well, it is, isn't it? And then the conversation ensued. But that's why he's basically not allowed to commentate here anymore, because he doesn't have a clue where he is. So, yeah, I mean, yes, it is a little bit further to travel. But like you said, Johnny, that was a very good point there. The rewards are that you get one off, if not the best track in the country. I mean, I know everybody states PFI, and, maybe it is. CIK approved track. The track itself is phenomenal. The facilities are phenomenal. But they are two very different tracks in nature. And this track is renowned for the physicality and the physicality of the race here, of the racetrack here. The drivers really, really feel it. They really, really feel it. I'm just looking at Oakley Garthwaite waving to someone at home. So they need to pop their heads in and tell us who they want to say hello to at home. That's the number 40 kart there. The orange helmet, Oakley Garthwaite. I think that's his dad on the phone next to him. They've just been waving at somebody who's obviously rang them and says, "I can see you on the live stream." So yeah, one of the best tracks in many aspects here at Warden Law. We're coming in with the NKC next year, aren't we, Nick? Yeah, great. Been working on that, trying to make that happen, and we are indeed making that happen.
Yes. The other thing I was just thinking was, in terms of high speeds, this feels like, average speed around here is actually pretty high compared to other karts around, tracks around here. You have the knowledge of these places, I really don't. And I'm going to hand over to someone who knows a lot more about karting tracks as well, in recent years at least.
You're right. It's got a massively high speed floor to it. Turn 1 is pretty unique. The turn in there is massively
lost. The world can hear me.
Because of this break, which I'll just remind everybody, we've got a bit of a glitch in our timing system, so we're just putting that to rights, and that's given us an opportunity to bring in Nick Damon. How are you? Nick's been sorting us the pictures. The pictures that you've been cutting, Nick, have been absolutely beautiful.
Well, they're done. That's down to Paul Nash.
Well, Matt Hunter finally got the contrast right for you and told you where you were going wrong. He sorted that out.
It's colour saturation.
So, what were you going to say then? Why have you snatched the headset?
Just about. This is coming to the end of our second season as Karting Live TV, full season. And I'd like to thank everybody who's watched any of our broadcasts this year. We've been going to new tracks, we're going to new places of country, but next year is shaping up to be even better. And it could be potentially 3 visits to Warden Law. You may never have to leave, Joe.
4 visits.
Oh, here again, yes, this one again. 4 visits to Warden Law. I might just leave the stuff here.
5 visits.
Well, possibly, yeah. So Karting Live TV, we are back with the NKC next year. We're back with the Autumn Cup, we hope, as well. We hope to be able to announce other... also, we're here with the IPKC O-Plate, or I-Plate, they call it. Or P-Plate,
yeah, they're calling it the IP Plate.
IP Plate. That will be the first, I think, that's going to be the first big meeting of the year on the weekend, February. The 25th and 26th of February. And hopefully we'll have some more meetings and perhaps more other championships. We'll dip in and dip out, but we'll announce that where it is. But it's been great fun, and I think that the karting circuit. I think we get to go around all of the world, all of the UK, and we're picking up more circuits as we go. And I can confidently say that this is one of the best circuits we go to, if not the best circuit we go to. And I can confidently say the worst thing about karting is the 6 miles on the way from the motorway to Mansell Raceway. It's so frightening. I hate it. For those who don't know, it's look, they've decided Nick's on the crowd, we're going to get racy again. Just if ever you have to go to Mansell Raceway, please find a way it doesn't involve the last 6 miles, because it's frightening. It's a single track road.
I remember going to Devon in that area where the Mansell Raceway is, and we went on holiday there when I was a kid, and I distinctly have the memory of... hello, Brandon. What have you got for us, mate?
There's a gentleman there, one of the drivers outside, talking about a pub he owns and stuff.
Yes, the Frost of the Inn.
Do you want to let him in?
You can, but I think we're about to go green, so let him in. Okay, no, is it Little Pork Chop?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, let him in.
Isn't he supposed to be driving?
Yeah, well, not in this. This is the Junior Rotax.
Ah, right, okay.
I think he wants to say hello to everybody at his pub.
Oh, wouldn't you all really?
Who are listening.
One thing I want to say is, I want to say to you and to Mick and to Johnny, is that we've been doing nothing kart-wise for the last half hour, but we've actually put on viewers. So people have stayed entertained whilst this complete gibberish has been going on. So we're going to add to this now with even more... Which one am I? Am I this one or this one?
Jake Richardson is here. He's one of our pro kart drivers. Jake Richardson, also known as Terence, and more affectionately, Little Pork Chop.
You're right.
Who are you going to say hello to?
Everyone in the pub, probably.
Are they listening now? Are they watching
Possibly,
now?
Yeah.
Right,
I think
okay.
my sister and my mum are listening. They've got the live stream up on the iPads, watching it. Everyone's sat around the bar, listening in.
Pub?
Yeah, it's our pub.
It's your family pub?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, Frostley Inn. Whereabouts in Weedale are you?
It's just called Frostley.
Oh, you're in Frostley?
Yeah, it's in Frostley.
All right, okay, right. So the Frostley Inn in Frostley. Hello to everybody. So Little Pork Chop. How are you going to get on later?
Hopefully well. I'm hoping to get a good position in, and maybe even try and get P2 off Scott again.
What's it going to take to beat Jessica Alexander? She's absolutely on fire, isn't she?
A lot. We can't keep up.
No.
Got no chance against her.
No, I mean, the way that we've seen how she can drive that pro kart, she's the finesse that it takes. Pro karts are a different discipline, haven't you?
Yeah.
Have you ever been out in a Rotax?
I've never been in a Rotax.
Right.
I've only done cadets and pro karts.
Well, when you get an opportunity, you'll see completely different discipline. I love pro karts. I've raced a lot of pro karts, and obviously you enjoy it.
Yeah, it's one of the best classes I've ever driven in.
So, right, everybody at the Frostley Inn, little pork chop here, is going to bring home a trophy. We're about to get going, mate. Thanks for popping in and saying hello. And saying, what's your mum's name?
Haley.
Haley, little pork chop's going to bring some silverware home. I am going to pop through for. Do you do Sunday lunches and stuff?
We used to, but we couldn't keep it up with how many we get.
All right.
So we only do pizzas now.
Pizzas, right.
Pizzas.
Well, I'll have to come through and try a pizza then. And Jess Alexander said that your pizzas are great. So pizza and a pint of Guinness, eh?
Yep.
That'll be mine.
One
right,
of the
thanks,
best
mate.
Guinnesses in the world.
Thanks, mate. Good luck later. You've still got one heat and a final to come, haven't you? So still a lot of racing for Jake Richardson there. Terence, I don't know where the hell they get Terence from.
That wasn't explained, was it? We need a full explanation about that as well. I mean, the pork chop one, they said, well, just look at him. He looks like a pork chop. I went, well, fair enough. I can't argue with that. Whatever you think a pork chop looks like.
Haley, they're bullying your kid, love.
Yeah, but he's complicit in it. That's the weird thing. He went,
Well,
I don't mind. Puts me on the map.
Well,
It certainly has done this weekend.
Well, he's blooming quick as well, because, to keep up with Scott Tate and Jess Alexander around here. You're looking at the Frostley Inn now, aren't you?
I am. I'm booking a table.
This is. What does it say about the Frostley Inn, Johnny?
What does it say? No, that's
so
Weird
it's
Day
99
Tuesday
Front
walks.
Street in Frostley.
Yeah.
It's honestly, it's a beautiful part of the
There
world.
is a website as well, which I'll try and find in a second. What's on? Darts and dominoes teams. I mean, pool table.
Brilliant.
Quiz every Tuesday, so that doesn't clash with your normal quiz night. Book club every month. Sky Sports, winner, jukebox, and an open fire. So you've got pizzas, a Sunday lunch pizza, effectively, and an open fire.
Sounds idyllic. Why am I opening your water bottle?
Because
So, Haley, I'm
you
going to
just
come
lost.
through for a pint of Guinness and a pizza.
Tremendous.
Me and the boys. Now then, all of our Junior Max drivers made a dash to get into their karts. So we're all ready to rock and roll here with a fabulous grid of karts there. 28 karts have lined up for us. Jack Thompson there on the number 65, the black overalls and white helmet. To the bottom of the screen, we've got Joe Anderson. Now, the number 16, Joe Anderson. Paul, who is on the roof, can you try and zoom in on Joe Anderson's kart? Because I want to see what team livery Joe Anderson is running. Kart number 16, just below Paul. It's on the front row. So Paul is going to do that, and we'll get an idea of who Joe's running with and get an idea of his team. Right, now I know the units in the middle of that. Let's see if I can see. Oh, he's an SPI, Sam Pollitt. Right, okay, Joe Anderson, Sam Pollitt Racing. Okay, Paul, you can zoom out now and take in the rest of the grid. So he's a Sam Pollitt driver, is Joe Anderson. I should have remembered that. So that's the driver who is on the front row of the grid. But he's also, coming into this weekend, the championship leader in this class. And he's been doing very well. And I think we're going to have an update of that before we get to the finals. So we can bring you an update as to who's just clinched the championship this afternoon. And everything provisional, of course, when we call it has to be ratified by the officials. Now, the second row there, kart number 40, with the black overalls and the bright orange helmet. That's Oakley Garthwaite. Now, he's the novice that we've been talking about. He might be a novice by status alone, but he's not novice by the looks of the way he's driving. He's been going really well. And then just to the right of him in the picture, with the green and yellow helmet, is Bella McConville. She's kart 82, and Bella's had a great run in time qualifying to get her on at the second row of the grid, and will hopefully be there or thereabouts. Now, going further back, the bright sort of luminous green helmet with the blue visor that you can see there, kart 99. That's Zach Turner. Now, Zach was looking like in very good shape to take the win yesterday. His mechanic there is Kyle Fletcher. Now, Kyle I've known since he was born, as he's Dave Fletcher's kid. And Kyle is he's a karter himself, as you can see. He's far too big to be anywhere near competitive, just by the sheer size of his shoulders. But didn't make him a slow driver. Now, he's looking after Zach Turner. Now, Zach Turner had some terrible luck yesterday, didn't he, Johnny? He lost an exhaust during the final and dropped out of the lead and basically had to relinquish that. To the right of that, just obscured by the gentleman in the grey hoodie, who I think is Bella McConville's dad, is Lloyd Palmer. Now, Lloyd Palmer is another one of our novice drivers here this weekend and going very well. To be on the third row of the grid, you have to be doing something right. The James Philip Byrne, we've mentioned many times as being the Gulf liveried kart. Now, that's kart 21. That's the blue, light blue and orange kart. James Philip Byrne in contention for the championship. And just to the right of him, with the red liveried kart, that's young Charlie Benson, who's just popped into the junior Rotax class. And that's his dad, Neil, just standing behind him with the silver beard. Neil, one of the big characters in North East karting. And Charlie, a big character in the rock category in the Super 1 Championship. Nothing official coming yet, gentlemen.
Well, we have had all the timing reappear on our screen, which is promising. So at least we've got names on there now. And the clock ready to tick down. Some of the LED boards are firing back into life as well. I get the feeling that was a really significant reset after timing system has been rather tired from a day and a half's worth of action. And there you go, confirmation of the grid being released, although there's a few tangled up there, including one that can't necessarily fire into life. It does know now, though. So let's hope 27, if not 28 karts heading out onto the racetrack for this much anticipated second heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Thank you for sticking with us, everybody. Kind of unavoidable pause there in the day because we want to make sure that the timing is correct and therefore is not giving us dodgy results after so many people have worked incredibly hard towards the Autumn Cup. And you would imagine that the 30 minutes or so that everyone has had to wait before getting out on track might mean that, I don't know, tensions are running high, shall we say, amongst some of these drivers.
Yeah, maybe. You know what, Johnny? You might have had the adverse effect of tensions sort of calming down. You come to the grid, you're all hyped up, you're ready to go, and then you've got that inadvertent delay. And just to get things back up and just to get those drivers stirred, they're giving them an extra warming up lap just to get... It's not like the tyres need warming, but certainly the engines will do. So the engines will be happy to be doing another lap to get them up to operating temperature. I'm just getting an update here. Right, we've had a change of plan, which I'll come to when we come to it.
So not for the heats, I'm assuming, but maybe for later
finals,
on in the day.
Finals, we had a change of plan to get us through and in order.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let you know. Right now, though, Johnny, we've got the grid forming up. Jack Thompson, who will be aiming to win the Autumn Cup because it's going to be a big, no pressure on Jack here. He just needs to finish up the order. He needs to finish behind. He can finish behind Joe Anderson or Zach Turner in the final. However, he's got to get through this second heat before he even thinks about that.
It will have appeared as if absolutely nothing was happening, by the way, for the last 45 minutes or so, but be rest assured that there was so much action behind the scenes in order to get everything straightened out and sorted out and trustworthy again, as it were, because the timing system may be getting a bit tired and starting to show certain karts out of position. So hopefully all those gremlins have been ironed out now, and we thank you again for your patience. Let's see how these go then. It's going to be 8 minutes plus a lap for the massively subscribed Junior Rotax field, with Jack Thompson on pole position alongside Joe Anderson. And next up, Oakley Garthwaite, who had such a good run earlier on alongside Bella McConville. We are racing into turn one for the first time, and fully sideways there, the driver with the white helmet, Jack Thompson, who just about got through in the lead of the race. Joe Anderson, I think, in second position.
No, it was Zach Turner. He'd done exactly what he did in the first heat. He went down the inside, and as Jack Thompson slid wide on the brakes, Zach Turner held the line magnificently, and he's done it again from that third row of the grid and up to second place and behind his teammate Jack Thompson, chasing him down. that kart number 40 is Oakley Garthwaite, the novice driver, just finding his feet very, very rapidly and running at the front of this field as the rest of the karts file through. It's Bella McConville behind, so that's Jack Thompson, Zach Turner, Oakley Garthwaite, Bella McConville, and then we've got Joe Anderson there. Joe Anderson down to 5th, just ahead of Charlie Benson,
who's gained 2 positions. Lloyd Palmer down 1 spot, as was James Philip Byrne. But after that terrific start for Zach Turner, it seems strange to say it wasn't quite as good as the one earlier on today, which put him right in the lead from 5th position. But he has gained 3 places, and it could be one more yet, as both run a little bit wide there onto the grey concrete on the exit of Cedar 2, the second very radical hairpins there, although not as tight as the Gasworks hairpin towards the end of the lap. It's 2 abreast further back. That's for 4th position, 4th, 5th and 6th, in fact, right together. This is a good lap, though, from Jack Thompson. He's marginally quicker than Zach Turner. They'll be getting back onto the main straight now to see Jack Thompson lead from Zach Turner, Oakley Garthwaite, and then the scrapping behind involved Bella McConville, Charlie Benson and Joe Anderson all together.
And Charlie Benson's got ahead of championship leader Joe Anderson. Charlie will come to the fore, and down the inside of Bella McConville he goes. Very experienced drivers, the 3 of these here at Warden Law, and Joe Anderson takes advantage as well and gets ahead of them both. They stopped each other, didn't they? They stifled each other, and we're literally 4 wide through the second sentence. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. But right now, we've got Joe Anderson, who's taken advantage and followed Charlie Benson through and even overtook him at the time, and finds himself now back in 4th place.
Yeah, so Benson on a real tear at this stage, and might be better off to get out of the melee in the middle order. Joe Anderson's also made good progress, though, and he is up to 4th position ahead of Benson. Bella McConville dropping those 2 places on a single lap, but there really wasn't much she could do about that. So Jack Thompson leading at the end of 3 laps by 2/3 of a second, with Oakley Garthwaite in 3rd position, dropping a further 1.5 seconds back. But now Joe Anderson has squirmed free of this big fight for 4th place. It might be that Joe can start to chase down Oakley Garthwaite in 3rd position.
Yep, he's got a bit of a job to do, though, hasn't he? 2.2 seconds of the gap. That's because he had to fight his way through past Bella McConville and Charlie Benson. Charlie Benson now settling in behind Joe Anderson. The leaders at the front, Jack Thompson, Zach Turner, Oakley Garthwaite. There's about 2 seconds between those 3 as 4 laps completed for Thompson. He's got a cushion to Zach Turner of 8/10, and then a further 1.7 to Garthwaite. And then 1.7 again to Joe Anderson. So Joe Anderson is coming back. So we'll keep an eye on that, Johnny, as the championship leader. Joe Anderson currently in 4th, closing the gap, and fastest lap there for Joe Anderson on lap 4 for the number 16 driver.
Nose-to-tail contact between James Philip Byrne in the replica sort of Gulf livery, as we were coining it yesterday, the blue and orange, and that kart behind, who is Oliver Fabricas. So there was certainly rear bumper to front bumper contact, and again Fabricas looks quicker through the chicane, almost pushing James Philip Byrne into the Gasworks hairpin, but no opportunity to prize the opening quite yet, and he's actually in danger, is Ollie Fabricas, of giving a place away to Lincoln Bevan. Thompson's already gone back across the line at the end of lap 5 to lead by nearly a clear second over Zach Turner now. But Turner is continuing to open the gap back to Oakley Garthwaite. Joe Anderson quicker than Garthwaite on that lap, and he was 0.6 of a second quicker, Joe, for 3rd place.
It's down to 1.1, isn't it? He's getting within that 1 second window. Another fastest lap of the race from Joe Anderson. Championship leader Anderson, quickest driver on the track at the moment, the Sam Pollitt Racing driver, chasing down Oakley Garthwaite. He's just ahead of this pack here as we watch Bella McConville, keeping Lloyd Palmer behind her. Charlie Benson's the red card just ahead, and Bella and Lloyd Palmer keeping in touch with Charlie. Charlie there on the red card, Bella and Lloyd Palmer from the same team as they come through to complete what will be 6 laps, 5th, 6th and 7th there. No change at the front, apart from Joe Anderson closing the gap now to 0.9 of a second.
Yeah, so Charlie Benson unable to stretch his legs over Bella McConville and Lloyd Palmer. So this is 5th, 6th and 7th totally together. 25 with a good run out of St John's, but there's a slight lock-up there, I think, behind from either Bella or from Lloyd in her wheel tracks. James Philip Byrne maybe not too far away from joining this three-way tussle for 5th place, essentially. Jack Thompson, Zach Turner separated by a second at the start of this lap, as again Benson is almost fully sideways. He starts the rotation of his cars well out of gasworks, but it does work for him as he hits the apex because he's got a lot of the turning of the car already done effectively. I keep thinking he's about to lose the kart, but it's all fully under control for Benson, who crosses the line. Another look over the shoulder. Slight lock up there for Bella McConville. It's 2 abreast behind, though, and very, very busy indeed. So that'll be James Philip Byrne, Ollie Fabregas, Gregor Reed involved, and Lincoln Bevan. And 40 versus 16 is the fight for 3rd position. So Oakley and down the inside there in the yellow helmet to force Garthwaite very wide and off onto the grass, and he's going to lose a lot of time there because it'll take the next few corners to clean up those tyres. He couldn't get across the track in time, unfortunately. I don't think there wasn't contact.
There was no contact, no.
He ended up on the concrete and then the grass, and there is no grip out there, Joe.
No grip, but he had a bit of a fist fight on his case there, didn't he, to get that kart, that number 40 kart, back onto the track and under control. So, good instinctive driving there. Joe Anderson has now taken the position of 3rd place, and Joe Anderson will consolidate his championship position, no question. Whether or not he can close that almost 3-second gap to Zach Turner and Jack Thompson remains to be seen. Zach Turner, however, is keeping the leader Jack Thompson honest by keeping him in sight. We've had a change of position there as Bella McConville has gone ahead of Charlie Benson for 5th. Now Charlie Benson has got Lloyd Palmer for company, and these three have been duking it out pretty much the whole of this race. And Johnny, we're inside the final 30 seconds.
Benson very ragged though, and he's lost a place as a result of that. Lloyd Palmer much smoother through the chicane. He started to lose control a little bit through the middle part of the chicane, and again get the rear stepping out very slightly for Charlie Benson. So a tough run that he couldn't really have collected up any more quickly than he did, but by the time that happened, Lloyd Palmer was through in the white helmet. So that's up to 6th place for Lloyd. Bella McConville in front. Oakley Garthwaite having lost that spot to Joe Anderson, remember, missing nothing at the front other than Zach Turner just starting to turn the screw, if you like. It was a second the last time I checked. It's now 0.7 of a second on lap 10.
He is bringing the gap down, but great management by Jack Thompson, as it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by. They're just going through the gasworks hairpin now while we can concentrate on this train of karts from 5th down to about 13th or 14th. Train of karts there through the gasworks hairpin. I'll keep an eye out for Jack Thompson taking the 1 lap to go board, which he does. Zach Turner closes the gap to 4/10. Let's head to the leaders, Nick, as they go into the final lap here. Jack Thompson has his, if he was in a race car, Johnny, he'd have his mirrors full of Zach Turner as we get into the final stages then of this second and last heat. There they are. That's Jack Thompson in the 65, the white helmet of Thompson, the bright green, yellowy helmet of Zach Turner, now right on his rear bumper.
I don't know what the equivalent of your ears burning in kart racing, but it's almost as if Jack Thompson can sense that his number might be up, and that was a do-or-die manoeuvre from Zach Turner. He really did throw it up the inside, and I wonder whether there was just a smidge of contact there. If there was, Jack Thompson was almost expectant of it and actually controlled that really well. He will take the race win, but Zach Turner knew he had one chance and one chance only of getting ahead of Jack Thompson, and it didn't quite come off.
Those two drivers are going to be starting on pole position. Let's have another look at that move from Zach Turner. It was a do-or-die move, wasn't it? From way back at the gasworks. And, oh my, we were so lucky there to not have a coming together. Hunter Motorsport 1-2 coming together there. We'll see them start the final from the front row. They'll be side by side. So more fireworks will continue in Junior Rotax. Joe Anderson, a solid 3rd place finish there, will put up the order and give him more championship points to go towards his pot now. Oakley Garthwaite recovered to 4th. Bella McConville, a very fine 5th place there for her. Lloyd Palmer was 6th, and then we had Oliver Fabregas. Charlie Benson losing out again and finishing in 8th. Gregor Reed 9th. James Philip Byrne 10th.
Terrific action, as usual, from Junior Rotax. And had Zach Turner had a few more laps, then that might well have been a different story. But Jack Thompson weathered the storm, 11 laps in total. And now the post-race discussion can begin. And I'm sure there'll be lots and lots to catch up on that. It's all fairly well tempered at this stage. And Joe Anderson had to really get his head down to work his way through the field there. Oakley Garthwaite, just a slight error, maybe telling us, how inexperienced Oakley is, but that's the only giveaway so far, because otherwise he had some superb races to this date and well beyond his years.
Very, very good driving from, I think, all of our juniors without very little or no incident there. We're about to go racing with our seniors now. We're staying in the world of Rotax. And it'll be the seniors out next, the 162 and the 177s. Up for grabs, the prize. The winner of the Autumn Cup will get a free entry and 2 race entries to the UKC Championship in the 162 kilogram category. The 177 winner, they're running on the Maxxis tyre, which is the tyre that the 177s, in fact, they hold all of our classes run in the NKC Championship. And it'll be the recipient of the Autumn Cup will also win a free season registration and 1 round free entry to the winner of the 177s. So the carts have been released. We have got a full grid of seniors out on the track. Angus Scrivener, our pole position driver, leads Alex Duncan around. And it will be Max Kettle and Louis Large sharing row 2, Andy Powell and Marcus King on row 3, and then the final 162 runner is Martin Fisher. The 177s, it's Zach Bolton and John Wilson on their front row, and Mark Gillibrand, Stephen Mottram on row 2 with Marty Gilfillan rounding off that 5-cart 177 field. Fireworks last time out with Alex Duncan and Louis Large. We had some very constructive discussions in the break.
That was fascinating for me. Yeah.
Isn't it amazing now with different perspectives? I mean, having talked to Louis, I understand what he means.
Totally.
The speed that Duncan came on the inside, arguably Duncan may not have made the corner, and Louis had nowhere to go. And if you look at it from, Duncan went for a gap. Mm-hmm. It's like, 50-50. Is it a racing incident? Is it not? Could it have been avoided? It's not. Thankfully, it's not our position to judge, Johnny. We're just commentators. And by mere definition, we make comment.
Yes. I stuck my head into the LRG tent to get a flavour of how they felt about it. And I don't think there were any mixed messages there at all. And neither should there be. I didn't have a chance to catch up with Alex Duncan to get the other side of the story. But yes, that'll be interesting in this race potentially now as the next phase of the day, heading down into the first corner. And it is a good getaway then from the top 2 as they work their way into dogleg for the first time. So Angus Scrivener getting just about the judgment through the first few corners over Alex Duncan. Louis Large sets the crosshair on the rear of Duncan's car then to try and reel in the top 2.
I thought I saw Max Kettle sneaking into 3rd place. However, Louis Large made short work of that. And now we've got Louis Large honing in the sights. And he's got Alex Duncan in them sights. And a little bit of payback maybe. He just wants to beat him. I know that. Louis Large is a very experienced driver, as is the Argenti driver, Alex Duncan. So we're going to get some good racing here. These 3 peeling away from the carts behind. And as we come across the line for the first time, we get an idea of who's who. Angus Scrivener, Alex Duncan, Louis Large. They've broken away from Max Kettle, Marcus King and Andy Powell. Martin Fisher there in 7th.
So round the dogleg they go with Scrivener, Duncan separated by half a second, and then a little bit of a gap back to Louis Large in 3rd. But the gap is definitely closing. Then the larger one to Max Kettle of 1.4 seconds. Marcus King 0.2 of a second further back, and Marcus in the second of the LRG cars could yet make waves as well. He's right in the middle of a 3-way dice for 4th, 5th and 6th. Large, though, Joe, definitely getting closer to Alex Duncan. So I can't help but think what happened in the earlier race. Let's see how this one develops.
Oh, I'm getting excited, Johnny. I tell you what, tyres just beginning to come into view now as we get the tyre pressures and temperatures up to working and operating temperature. We may see Alex Duncan begin to pull in a little bit more faster a lap to keep Louis Large at bay, but Louis got him in his sights. Angus Scrivener, I've got to say, winner of the first heat, he's off out into the lead and he's got almost 0.7 of a second. We've got Alex Duncan there being chased by Louis. Max Kettle not that far away, and if we can dare break away from this battle, perhaps now is the time, Nick, to have a look at the 177s and bring them into view, because I think it's going to be a couple of laps before we see the three leaders coming back together. Zach Bolton's the kart that is leading. He won the first heat. He's on target to, I'm not going to say it, Zach Bolton continues to lead the second heat. I daren't say that. John Wilson in second. Mark Gilliatt is in third. Stephen Mottram, who finished third in the previous heat, he's now in fourth. And Marty Gilfillan is coming through in fifth. There's Zach Bolton there. Hello to Jo Joke. She's in the paddock, the founder member of the Zach Bolton fan club. He'd be delighted to be here. A bit disappointed you can't be at home watching on the live stream, out in the cold in the paddock though. And that's Zach Bolton. And look at that. Now, John Wilson, I know, John on that Lando Norris car, John hasn't raced all season.
Oh, wow.
This is his first time out, and he's a regular here. But look how much he's come on.
I know.
Across the 2 days. He couldn't catch Zach this time yesterday.
Well, if
here he is catching him.
Yeah, yesterday, if we were about this sort of distance into a heat, then we're talking probably double or triple the distance back to John Wilson. So he's obviously learning a lot in the wheel tracks of the race leader, Zach Bolton, who now worked his way through the Gasworks hairpin and into the first part of that 3 left-handers in a row through the horseshoe. So they'll head out of paddock corner and back onto the main straight. Zach Bolton leading from John Wilson. Yeah, he does increase the gap a little bit. It's gone from 0.5 up to 0.7 of a second, but Wilson trying his level best to stick with the 177 race leader.
He is as well, isn't he? Oh, I see he is. A bit of a moment there for John. He's got mud on his tyres, so he'll be having to work that. Let's have a replay of that as Zach Bolton takes the corner on the line. John just kept the speed of the kart up, and that's where he went across the mud. And here, this part, I'm not sure we're going to lose it. Yes, we do, as he goes sideways. So John, and look at the effect that's had. Just one slight excursion off track, dirties your tyres. The important thing is, Johnny, for a moment there, it cools the tyre down slightly, so you do lose grip. Let's get back to the 162 battle, and it looks like it's stagnated somewhat, with Angus Scrivener having a gap now of 1.6 seconds to Alex Duncan, who's got 1.4 seconds to Louis Large. 7/10 Max Kettle, and it looks to me, Johnny, as if Max Kettle on the 21 is actually catching that number 13 of Louis Large.
Terrific action there as Louis basically stops his 13 car on the nose. It was great to see that rear left wheel fully in the air heading into the first of the centre hairpins. And he appears to be wasting no time whatsoever. But at the moment, any inroads into Alex Duncan, not evident. In fact, it's Max Kettle who's looming larger behind Louis Large at this time. So 21 definitely getting visually closer, and the timing screen would agree as well. Lap time last time around for Max Kettle, was about 0.4 of a second faster than Louis as he continues to lose touch with Alex Duncan. But 2.5 minutes still to go. I still think we might have another phase of this race yet. It's the two Scotsmen who are bossing this. And is that some traffic that one of them was dealing with then? I think just an optical illusion. So the top two are still relatively strung out at 2 seconds.
I think if there's going to be any change, it's going to be Max Kettle, the Sam Pollock driver, chasing down the LRG Motorsport driver in the shape of Louis Large. And if anything, Max Kettle now getting very, very close to the bumper of Louis Large. 2 minutes remaining in this final heat for the senior Rotax classes. Louis just turning through the dog leg there. Angus Scrivener's gone 2.5 seconds ahead in the lead of Alex Duncan, who's about 2 seconds ahead of this battle that we're watching here now. And if anything, that's Max Kettle gaining. Now Louis, by his own admission, carrying a little bit overweight of about 8 kilograms, I think is what he told me. And that is going to come into when you were working at this level, an optimized level, it does make a massive difference as 8 kilograms. But Louis dropped down from the 177 class, where he recently won the MSUK All-Plate meeting at PFI. So that's won him a trip to Bahrain in the World Finals, and that's why we see Louis out on the 162s, on the 162 Rotax to try out the Mojo tyre, which is a completely different tyre that he's been racing on the past couple of years.
Brian's Ben's getting a bit tricky at times there. There's distinct lack of grip, just as there's a fair bit of dirt being brought onto the road from Dogleg as well. And it's a similar situation. We had some karts off at Brian's Ben yesterday, almost nose-to-tail contact between Louis Large and Max Kettle, but the kart placement on the road for both is near enough perfect. Terrific speed being carried into the hairpin as well, as now they find themselves on the back straight. And is Max Kettle close enough? No, he's not, because nicely defended from Louis Large into Gasworks. We're not quite on the last lap. In fact, we're going to see the end of this one and then one after that as well for Angus Scrivener. He crosses the line with 24 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, still plenty of time, Johnny. 2 more laps remaining. It'll be the 1 lap to go aboard next time by for Scrivener, who leads. He won the first heat. He's on line to winning the second heat. Alex Duncan, the Argenti driver this weekend, running with the Hunter Motorsport stable, so he's slightly ahead of this battle for third. That's beginning to heat up. Max Kettle gotten onto the rear bumper of Louis Large through the second centres, and Max will want to get through the chicane here. He's a hard act to get by, Louis Large. It's one thing catching someone, it's a completely, dare I say it, kettle of fish to get by. But this Kettle, Max Kettle, is not going to give up trying until the very last moment, and that's 1 lap away, Johnny. We've got 1 more lap of this race to go.
Louis looming large and Kettle on the max. I almost got there. Anyway, nose to tail for 3rd and 4th position as they go now into the right-hander at Dogleg. And again, Louis Large right in the middle of the road, so no opportunity for Max Kettle to outbrake into the first of the centre hairpins. Second one again, tighter line being held by Louis Large. This is the last lap, and there's really only Gasworks still to go as a realistic opportunity to overtake. Max Kettle pushing as hard as he can, but it's brilliant outbreaking into Gasworks for Louis Large, so no opportunity there either for Max Kettle. It'll be a Scottish 1-2 though, as Angus Scrivener crosses the line and sees the checkered flag. He wins by 0.92 of a second over Alex Duncan in number 63, and Large ahead of Kettle confirms the bottom step of the podium.
Great stuff, wasn't it? Louis Large, a very, very quick driver. Former British champion, of course, so it's not an easy job for Max Kettle, who I think is only in his 2nd, 3rd year of karting. So Max Kettle has come on leaps and bounds. But the man of the moment, Angus Scrivener, very much the man of the moment in 162s. As we look at the line for Zach Bolton, the Zach Bolton fan club will be delighted that Zach Bolton has continued his 100% journey to winning the Autumn Cup. He takes a great win there in the second heat. John Wilson a distant second place. Mark Gilly, he'll be delighted with that 3rd place. And Stephen Mottram making a comeback to karting in the northeast. The Sunderland lad there coming 4th. Marty Gilfillan rounding off the field in 5th place. It's the last of our heats, would you believe, Johnny? So we've got a bit of a change to the format of our finals, everybody. We've got the last of our heats, which will be a duration of 8 minutes and 1 lap. We've reduced the length of the finals to 8 minutes and 1 lap.
Okay, so they're going to be the same length as the heats?
Yes, basically. 8 minutes and 1 lap for the final then. We've had because of that timing glitch and that delay, we've decided to do that and we don't want to be running in full darkness here. We've got a bit of twilight when we turn the floodlights on here at Warden Law, and so we want to get everybody up and running. We've got pro karts out on the track at the moment, and the name at the top of the timing screens pretty much all weekend has been the current British Pro Kart Endurance Champion, Jessica Alexander. 100% record so far this weekend, 2 heats and a final win yesterday, a heat win this morning, and looking very much like she's going to be very hard to beat going towards this second heat, Johnny.
Yeah, just a view to the finals. The Bambinos was going to be 8 laps plus a lap for the final anyway, so that doesn't change. But the other 6, we take effectively 2 minutes off them. But yeah, let's prepare ourselves for what is going to be another intense fight at the head of the order. There's definitely a firm favourite in Jess Alexander, but that doesn't necessarily mean for sure she's going to win this one, because Scott Tate has been superb out of the blocks throughout the course of today. But the thing with Jess and her experience is that doesn't faze her in the early part of the race, even if she loses out for the run into the first corner. That has got the power from that number 113 to get ahead. And again, it looks like Tate's going to jump ahead.
He's done it again.
Makes it more entertaining for Jess, you see.
Absolutely. It's more entertaining for us, you see. Gives
and
Jess,
Matt.
Yeah, waiting for a Tate to come on. Got a spinner there out of 4th place. I think Little Pork Chop was involved in that. So everybody at the Frostley Inn is going to be dejected to see Jake Richardson just spearing off there. Not quite sure what was involved there. I think just maybe cold tyres coming into action.
Jake is there. The spinning cart is David Brown, now late through the first sector. So it's Brown and Jake, you're right, side to side.
Is Jake still in behind Jessica?
Jake is maybe 4th now. I'll have to check that in a second. But David Brown was the really heavy delayed one. Very sideways indeed. Maybe. No, Little Pork Chop's in there in 4th, I reckon, in 133. He's got the red backing on his number. So Scott Tate leads. Jess Alexander in 2nd. 3rd place could well be Brewis now. We'll just check them through at the end of the lap. No, it's Luke Tomlinson, but there is Little Pork Chop still in 4th. Brewis is 5th, and in 6th place, Isaac Needham.
Well, we've got a different leader in the junior category in the form of Joseph Williamson. Can we try and pick him up there, because that's going to be a battle with Rossi Costello. Now remember, Rossi Costello, that won everything yesterday, he fell out of Heat 1, so that's put him way down the order for the starting grid for the final. We're going to just wait for Jessica Alexander to do what she normally does and pass Scott Tate by lap 3. Meanwhile, back in the junior category, right on each other's tail, Joseph Williamson in the number 811, being chased down by Rossi Costello and Oliver Watson, who's dropped back about a distance of 3 seconds. Are we going to try and pick that up, Nick? I think he is, yes.
Well, yes, we were waiting for Jessica Alexander to get by, which she managed to do on the brakes into Gasworks. So Alexander from Tate, then Pork Chops up to 3rd, Luke Tomlinson moving back to 4th, so a tidy little overtake from 133 to put Jake up to 3rd place. In the juniors, though, Joseph Williamson will complete lap 2 ahead of Rossi Costello, and the gap on the road is only 24 hundredths of a second, so they are guaranteed to be right with one another as we have a look now at the juniors in action.
It's a great battle continuing, isn't it? Joseph Williamson and Rossi Costello. Rossi Costello has really been the fastest junior out there pretty much all weekend, but now, where has the Stanley driver, Joseph Williamson, got the speed from? Because he's holding Rossi Costello back out of the back chicane and onto the back straight. The curving back straight here at Warden Law leads to the Gasworks hairpin. And the blue overalls of Joseph Williamson there, just hanging onto the senior pro kart ahead of him. Costello not that far away, not quite on the bumper, but as they come out onto the start-finish straight, it'll be 3 laps completed. And here comes Costello. Is Costello going to have a challenge? No, stays in the slipstream of Williamson. Williamson now through the dogleg, and if anything, Williamson being slightly held up by the senior pro kart ahead of him in the form of Dominic Needham. So he'll want to get by as quickly as possible, because Costello has pace, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, agreed, and possibly a slightly more manoeuvrable kart at this stage, which you would expect, because Rossi Costello has had some wonderful results already this weekend. That feels like Rossi can just react a little more readily than Joseph Williamson, but that's saying one thing. Can he dart up the inside into the Gasworks hairpin? Not on this occasion. But Dominic Needham's presence could well provide an opportunity for Costello to the inside line, and that is it. The lead for the juniors snatched away in the latter portion of Horseshoe, and he might even be able to get a good run on Dominic Needham here to pick off the tail-ender in the seniors as well. No, not quite.
No, the more powerful senior kart on the straight there. I think Costello is going to have to use the twisty bits to get by Needham. And Needham trying to just run his own race. He may not be aware that it's a junior driver behind him, and he's not racing him directly. And there again, just shutting the door, slamming the door into the junior's face there. Maybe a blue flag or something can be used as we go out of the back chicane. But the more powerful senior kart should pull away towards the braking area. And there, down the inside, as Needham slid wide, both juniors getting by. And that race continues then. Rossi Costello, Joseph Williamson. But Costello was waiting for that. He was we saw how much pace, and Rossi Costello was at pace all weekend, and already look at the gap he's pulled there. We're inside the final 3 minutes of the heats phase of this race meeting. I think that's the junior lead pretty much settled. Let's have a look where Little Pork Chop is, shall we, Nick? He's currently in third, behind Scott Tate. He's the number 133. We'll just get a location on him. Just coming towards, he's round about the middle of the, just coming out the back chicane, actually. Or even, I think that might be Little Pork Chop, just coming into the Gasworks hairpin now, or the one ahead of him.
The other tight battle is between Luke Tomlinson behind Pork Chop, actually, and then David Brewis and Isaac Needham, who will cross the line all together. So I'll keep an eye on that. But meanwhile, Pork Chop's just heading round the right-hander that leads into Dogleg in the first sector. And Tomlinson, Brewis, Needham crossing the line absolutely together. So heading into centre one now, the 133. And out the other side. It is an interesting point you make. There is Little Pork Chop, 133 running in third. The point you made about blue flags. Now, that's a rule that happens on the short ovals as well. You don't have to be a lap ahead to have the person in front being shown the blue flags. Can it be judged by the race director to say the car behind is quicker, and they throw the blue flags even if they're on the same lap?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that's a stock car rule as well, which I'm used to.
And it's not a mandate. The blue flag is not that you have to move out of the way. The blue flag is to raise awareness that there is a faster car behind you, and you should be aware of that faster car. It's up to you. If you're directly racing with them, then you don't just let them by. But they weren't in the same race. Thing. The juniors are in a completely separate race, so there was no point for either of those karts to get mixed up with one another. So that's why I was thinking along those lines.
I mean, blue flags, in a Formula One race, for instance, they would only ever be shown if it was a lapped car being caught by the leader, for instance. And then you get a certain amount of blue flags that you see before you have to react to them. But in karting and in other forms of motor racing, blue flags just can be a warning to say, hold your line and allow the quicker car, be aware that there's a quicker car trying to get through. Less than 30 seconds to go on the clock, but Jess Alexander should force another lap out of it, which he does. So 20 seconds to go. They'll go around for this one and one more, therefore, to make it a 10-lap race. And Jessica Alexander with a 3.5 second lead over Scott Tate. In turn, he's 2.5 seconds ahead of Jake Richardson. But a cracking fight for fourth and fifth, which changes again. So David Brewis now ahead of Luke Tomlinson for fourth. Isaac Needham is still right with them, though.
I think Jessica Alexander just likes driving this Warden Law track. She was here last weekend, taking victory in the 6 hours of Warden Law and clinching the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. I have got the name of her teammate, Sam Spinell,
Belgian,
who she was sharing the kart with. Scott Tate there, he's the kart in second place. He's got about 2.5 seconds on the driver in third place, which is Little Pork Chop, Jake Richardson. There's the leader. On to the final lap of this second heat in Pro Karts. This will form the grid, and that's going to be the pole position driver that we see coming out for the final race of the weekend later on. We have got our finals coming up very shortly when we see the checkered flag fly for Jess Alexander. The 133, the Apollo Kart driver, she's with Adam Nichols Apollo Karts, which again we thank Adam Nichols and his fiancée Danielle for their fantastic prize of a free sticker kit for the winner of this event. The winner of the Autumn Cup will get sticker kits in both senior and junior pro karts and the cadets. And that's going to be Jessica Alexander. If she continues to go at this pace, I can't see. We heard Little Pork Chop tell us that we have no idea how we're going to beat her. Checkered flag flies, and the second heat to Jessica Alexander. Scott Tate second. There's Jake Richardson, Little Pork Chop in third. And then we wait a little bit. And there's that battle that you've been talking about, Johnny. Luke Tomlinson clinches fourth, David Brewer's fifth, Isaac Needham sixth, David Brown seventh, Amy Frame eighth, ninth is Jacob Cardani, Zach Dawson 10th, and then Rossi Costello, our junior winner, 11th overall for Rossi. Danny Bean was 12th, Joseph Williamson second in the juniors, 13th overall. We then had Dominic Needham finishing in 14th, Matthew Hauschby 15th, and then third in the juniors, Oliver Watson. Max Mannion finishes fourth, and Leon Wilson was a non-starter. Leon has injured his wrist, so Leon Wilson didn't come out because he's got an injured wrist, is what I've heard.
Okay, well that's unlikely to fix itself, isn't it?
He's out for the
period.
day.
So yeah, that's a real shame. Sorry, Leon. I hope you can get that. Take a few months to repair that, because this is the last action at this track for a little while. But I'm sure you'll be back in the new year for the next opportunity to race here at Warden Law. I'd imagine wrist injuries. Oh, yes, definitely. That was Rossi going winner, winner, chicken dinner.
He knew where the director
Certainly
was.
Did.
Yes, well done.
I'm the winner again.
Well
and it was a
done.
cracking overtake as well, in fairness, Rossi.
Brilliant. Yeah, got to do it all again for the trophy, though, Rossi. We saw you yesterday at the trophy presentation. We're going to be recording that tonight, Johnny. We're going to be recording that. Now, here's the last race of the day, Nick. Let's get this. It's the dad's race. Here they go, charging down that main straight. They've got a bit of a couple of interlopers there. It's Sebastian Crawford's dad who's winning the race from the collecting area, but a couple of non-contenders there ahead of them.
Just sauntering along.
Yeah, well, they've cheated. I think they've had a head start. Yeah, they've had a full start. They'll be deemed a jump start. Get the defibrillators ready, everybody, as it's the Sebastian Crawford's dad, looking like he's going to cross the line first. Just eases back. Is he going to make it? No, it's the man in the blue hat that takes it. The man in the blue hat crosses the line first to take the dad's race.
Sneaking up on the outside. Yeah. I like that little bit of strategy. And yes, no one caught him in the blue hat until it was too late. Wonderful way to end the foot races today. We've had 6 of them across the weekend. That might be just one of the best.
Yeah, I think so. We had a lot of technicalities to contend with as well there, Johnny. It's Bambinos. That's why we're talking about the dad's foot race. The Bambinos are out for their final. This is the 7th round of the Warden Law Kart Championship for 2023. And we've got Sebastian Crawford. Who is going to beat Sebastian Crawford? Been absolutely on it all day long. Freddie Blackshaw's alongside with LBJ Stubbs and Brady Atkin on row 2. We've got Arlo Gamble and Calvin Simon on the 3rd row, Benjamin Siviar and Ethan Pearson on row 4, Sullivan Crawford and Abel Hutton share row 5, and on row 6, Phoebe Rogers and Summer Upton. Tyler Gruffity and Verity Crawford round off the 10-kart field.
And Sebastian Crawford in the green number 6 has had some really good getaways from the majority of the time the pole position. So we're expecting very similar behaviour in this, but it really depends on how long drivers like Freddie Blackshaw, this will be the best start that he's had all weekend, I think, as they're inching their way into position.
These drivers are going to be given an extra warm-up lap.
Okay.
The ambient temperature coming down, Johnny, only 6 degrees here in the northeast of England. So we're going to give these drivers a chance to get some heat into those tyres. Treaded tyres for Bambinos, don't forget. Treaded tyres for these youngsters, 6 to 8 years old, incredibly. The Coma C50 engine. It's all about, dare I say it, momentum in this category. The underpowered kart. It's all about smooth lines and perfect driving from these youngsters. So that's why the dads are staying in position on the grid, because the karts are going to be driven round at speed, which is what we're seeing now. And there's an indication of why, Johnny. See that kart just spinning there? Been doing just turned in, and the tyres just gave up the grip.
Yeah.
That's because there's no temperature in them.
Yeah, that was Phoebe Rogers, I think, in 54, but she's facing the right direction again now and should be able to catch up with the rest of the field. This is the only final now that hasn't been shortened, because we were always only ever gone to the 8 minutes plus a lap, so they don't have to think about making moves any earlier than they would have done ordinarily. Everyone else, though, might have to just take a moment to say, right, we will only have 8 minutes to play with rather than the 10 that was originally billed, and attempted overtakes will have to happen obviously a lot earlier, a lot closer to the finish, perhaps. Sebastian Crawford, though, will take some stopping for his first run down into the first corner, because he always has a terrific getaway. Maybe it's all down to the heating of the tyres, either on the release lap that they normally get, or perhaps the extra lap that everyone's got as well. See how quickly he can lay that power down for these karts that have clearly limited power for 6 to 8 year olds, but they still don't hang around as they leave the grid.
Well, the sun's beginning to drop in the sky. The floodlights have come on. The lighting is beautiful. This autumnal feel to the Autumn Cup, quite aptly so. Still lush green grass for Matt Hunter there on the screen. And we've got the grid formed. The grid is cleared. And Dan Ashton, our clerk of the course, giving the thumbs up. It's a sequence of lights for the start. We've got a little bit of a jump starter in the mid-pack there. We wait for the red lights to come on. The red lights will go off, and we've gone green, so to speak. Don't actually show a green light, Johnny. The red lights just go off. And look at this. 3 wide into turn 1. The number 23 of Freddie Blackshaw, is it? Number 23 of Brady Aitken.
Yeah.
Or Atkin, I should say. Taking the lead once again. And wow, look where Sebastian Crawford, our pole position driver, is. Down in 4th. Atkin leading through turn 1, through Brian's Bend and out of the dog leg and down towards St John's. Sebastian Crawford not really knowing what happened there.
I can't help but feel partly responsible for that, because I was building him up massively, saying his starts have been electric all weekend, and that's by far the worst of them. So a true bit of commentator's curse hitting, it would seem. However, Sebastian Crawford will see this merely as a challenge. As I said, it's running to exactly the same length as it was billed, so he's still got the 8 minutes plus a lap, and he's already homing in on Freddie Blackshaw in the white helmet. It's Albie J. Stubbs in second, and here down the inside will go Crawford to snatch third position at Gasworks. So down the inside of Freddie Blackshaw to be back into the provisional podium positions. Brady Atkin looks like he's going to lead the first lap ahead of the gold helmet and gold bodywork of Albie J. Stubbs.
So here we go then, across the line to complete one lap. It is, as we see, Brady Atkin, LBJ Stubbs. Now, if these two start battling, that's going to let Crawford back in, and they are side by side through turn 1. They're still side by side by the time they get to Brian's Bend, and there's Crawford about to sneak in. And who's that behind Crawford?
Blackshaw.
Crawford's gone down.
Oh no, it's Arlo Gamble.
Arlo Gamble on the 72 has come through and overtaken Crawford, and now stays in third. It's anybody's race with what? How many karts have we got there, Johnny? About 9, I think, isn't it?
2, 4, 6, yeah, around about that. 8 or 9 of them, with Gamble now to the inside line and the high line being taken by Sebastian Crawford. But as we've established already, there's no grip out there on the concrete, and he's actually lost another position, this time to Freddie Blackshaw, who slots into third place. So the race is led by Brady Atkin, then it's Albie J. Stubbs, then Blackshaw, who I think I was mistakenly calling Arlo Gamble in the first lap, but it was Gamble who was fighting with Crawford in that white helmet. And now Gamble is running 4th, with the man who's been doing all the winning across the whole weekend, Sebastian Crawford, only 5th.
That's the lowest he's been all weekend. He'll not be happy with that. As the rest of the field then come across the line, the leader is Brady Atkin, and LBJ Stubbs there, right tucked in the slipstream. They jink to the left to take the ideal line through turn 1. There they are through Brian's Bend. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Absolutely line astern as they come through and out of the dog leg, head towards St John's through the left-hander. Already Brady Atkin having to drive defensively, it seems, even at this early stage, as they go into the first of the centre hairpins. They are absolutely together. Blackshaw and the number 72 of Arlo Gamble go side by side, and as they accelerate out towards the back chicane, that battle for 4th place is not over yet, and because they're tripping over, they're letting the first 3 build a bit of a gap there.
Benjamin Slivar coming into the reckoning, along with Calvin Simon, the two international drivers that we've not mentioned a great deal about during this race. Level pegging almost between Arlo Gamble and Sebastian Crawford for 4th place, but Crawford couldn't go around the outside in the early part of the horseshoe. Heads bobbing from left to then to right for the race leaders, Brady Atkin and Albie J. Stubbs. Freddie Blackshaw taking the slightly more unusual route, round the outside maybe. But then the top two dart over to the left-hand side to take the natural racing line. Brady Atkin, I think it's fair to say, has not got the quickest of these 3 karts. However, where he's putting the kart on the road is just superb to defend.
Incredible, isn't it? 6 to 8 years old, these drivers.
I can't believe that.
The mentality of them, the racers' mentality, is kind of, you've got to say, it's instinctive, isn't it? They're 6 to 8 years old, these drivers, and yet they know where to position their karts. They know how to defend a line, and there, Atkin there, coming through the second centres, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, almost together, line astern, with a little bit of Sebastian Crawford, just trying to look for a way by that number 72 of Arlo Gamble. And here come the rest as well. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, line astern into the gasworks hairpin. And there's nothing Sebastian Crawford can do to get past that kart in front. The leader is driving a sterling race. Albie J. Stubbs just wants to get by. And I think, Johnny, if Stubbs gets by Atkin, we may even find Stubbs pulling out a little bit of a lead. Are they side by side across
they
the
are,
line?
And I worry that Brady's going to have to close the door. It's just a bit too late about that, and he's going to allow 1, 2 and maybe 3 through. No, he does find space to slot between Freddie Blackshaw and it's not Crawford, it's Arlo Gamble. So the new race leader is Albie J. Stubbs from the 28 of Freddie Blackshaw. And then it is Brady Atkin who found the gap, thankfully for him, between Blackshaw and Arlo Gamble.
This 8-minute final has just flown over. We are inside the final 2.5 minutes of the Bambino Autumn Cup here. And it's still anybody's race. Albie J. Stubbs trying all they can to break out a bit of a gap, but there's not any gap appearing. Freddie Blackshaw right on the rear bumper. Is he going to try at the gasworks? No, because there's very little speed difference between the top end straight line speed and the speed they can carry through that corner as they head on now through the horseshoe and to complete what will be 5 laps. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. And it's Albie J. Stubbs. There's a back marker in front of them, Johnny. It's going to come into play.
Certainly, I think that's the case. I was also looking at Sebastian Crawford. I think he's overdriving that kart now because he's also allowed Calvin Simon through. Albie J. to the outside line. That might be brave. And there's contact between Arlo White and Phoebe Rogers, the back marker. Arlo not too badly delayed by it, in fact, although that might be looked at again. It's the same top 5 as actually Crawford's got back ahead of Calvin Simon. So the Slovakian driver was in 5th at the line, but I think Sebastian Crawford, our pole sitter, has broken back into the top 5. Yes, he has, and in fact, on the brakes there, he got inside Arlo Gamble as well. So it's the grid, but he's running out wide and towards that concrete strip again. So is that Gamble back through? Not quite into the chicane.
No, being able to hold him off. Back markers, 2 of which are right in front of our leaders. Albie J. Stubbs, let's have a look at this again. Here they come through. That was the change of lead. Oh, and that was the back marker there, just being tripped over, the 54 there. Phoebe Rogers didn't do anything wrong. Just it was the leaders just trying to find their way back. As we have now gotten by, certainly 1, now 2, as they cross the line. Would you believe it, everybody? It's Freddie Blackshaw in the lead. All hell broke loose there. Albie J. Stubbs in 2nd, Brady Atkin in 3rd, Sebastian Crawford 4th.
I'm going to say, no, Crawford's 3rd now.
Crawford
and
3rd
I
now.
just wonder whether this is going to be an opportunistic run, because Crawford, feeling time's really running out, he's in 3rd. He had a sneaky look up the inside of Albie J. Stubbs there for 2nd.
Be 1 lap to go board next time by as well, Johnny, so time very much is running out for Crawford to get that lead back. He's been dominant all weekend. And here we are, 3rd place going into the final stages of the all-important final for the Autumn Cup.
So Blackshaw, Stubbs, Crawford, and then a few kart lengths back is Brady Atkin on the recovery drive in number 23. And this time Crawford puts the kart in the middle of the road. He's trying to outbrake one or maybe two at the same time. They're going to catch the 20 now, a back marker again. So breathe in, that's Verity Crawford, who stays to the racing line. 0 on the clock, so they get the last lap board this time around. Blackshaw just ahead of Stubbs with Sebastian Crawford up to third position again. Oh, Stubbs fainting to maybe the inside line, and here comes Sebastian Crawford on the high line, Joe.
3 wide across the line and into turn 1. Crawford trying to go around the outside. He's going to have the inside line for Brian's Bend. Are they going to sort themselves out by the time they get to the dogleg? No change. Blackshaw, Stubbs, Crawford into and out of the dogleg now, and the run down to St John's, the left-hander. We're on the final lap, so time running out, sliding very wide indeed, Stubbs, and that maybe has let Crawford through, and down the inside goes Crawford, and into second place, latches onto the rear bumper of Blackshaw as they come out of the second of the centre hairpins, and Crawford's going for the lead. He's side by side into the back chicane. He's got the lead back. Sebastian Crawford into the lead, right where it counts, and will lead this race going into the Gasworks hairpin for the final time.
Who has written this script, Joe? It's
Incredible.
absolutely superb from the Bambinos. This is a standout race of the weekend, perhaps. Oh, but now, slow out of the Gasworks with Sebastian Crawford up the inside line. Will come Blackshaw in the dying stages. Blackshaw in 28 gets the inside line out of the horseshoe, but then the track swings to the right, and Crawford will have the better exit, maybe. To the line, it is the green number 6, and Stubbs just misses out on second place to Blackshaw. The gap is 7/100ths of a second, Freddie Blackshaw to Albie J. Stubbs. But how on earth did Sebastian Crawford come back from, I think, 6th place at one point to eventually win it? That was a stonking race.
I think we should just stop there.
Yeah. Can we just end now and come back tomorrow for the rest of the finals?
If not it's got to be one of the races of the season, the Bambino C50s there. Wow. Sebastian Crawford incredibly takes the win after sitting in 5th for, I think, lap 2, 3, 4 and 5 maybe.
Yeah.
Got the lead back there on the very last few corners. Freddie Blackshaw finished 24/100ths of a second in second. A further 7/100ths of a second was Albie J. Stubbs in third. They are the drivers we'll see on the podium. Everybody gets a trophy, though, in Bambinos, so don't forget to be there at the presentation. If you're a Bambino competitor, you will get a trophy. 4th place then, Brady Atkin. 5th was Benjamin Sivyart. Ethan Pearson was 6th. Calvin Simon 7th. 8th was Arlo Gamble. Abel Hutton 9th. 10th, Verity Crawford. 11th was Summer Upton. And then we had Sullivan Crawford, Tyler Grufferty and Phoebe Rogers. It'll be Sebastian Crawford that wins the Autumn Cup, I think, with a win in the final yesterday, a win in the final today. He will win a free registration to the Champions Kart Club Championship of 2024. We'll see him at the presentation. But I tell you what, Johnny,
that was magnificent.
6 to 8 years old, those drivers.
Honestly, were it not that we could see their bodies in the karts, I would have thought they were grown people who've been doing this for 20 years. And, you know, the fact that they've got helmets on, you know those little models you can get with a very small body, and then there's a famous name for those.
Bobbleheads.
Bobbleheads.
Yeah.
They're almost like bobbleheads, because you could be sort of full-size helmets, and you expect them to be able to take the helmet off and then give you a full resume of how the race has gone as if they're 25 years old. And I'm going to meet them all in the bar later on, and I'll be...
not in the bar, Johnny, in the cafe.
The bar. I call it a bar. I call it a bar. You know what I mean. Yeah, maybe. It's a bar. It's not a bar because they don't serve any alcohol whatsoever. All right, I'm going to meet them on that little podium in the cafeteria, and I'll be reminded again at just how early on in their racing career they are.
Right, staying with the cadet classes then, we've got the Honda Cadets out next. Ralphie Branscombe has been pretty hard to beat this weekend, but a child that's going to try it is the current British champion, Ryan White. He starts alongside Branscombe and White on the front row. Second row is Thomas Potter, Morgan Cooney, Toby Turner and Hugo McCluskey, row 3. Row 4 is Archie Garner and Riley Blakemore. And then we've got Tristan Gilfillan and Harry Clark, with Jake Gibbon rounding off the, what will be 11 karts, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, Ryan White, Ralphie Branscombe, Thomas Potter, Morgan Cooney, these have been the pace setters here. And if it wasn't for Thomas Potter's engine cutting out on him, he could have finished a little bit higher in the second heat there. We're about to go racing. The red lights will go out and we'll get these underway. Branscombe off the line, but not quite as good as Ryan White, and then his engine kicks in. Ryan White slots in behind. He wants to be right on the bumper of Branscombe as they go through turn 1. Little bit of bumping and boring going on there, and Thomas Potter's the driver that's lost out slightly there. Thomas finding himself down in 6th, but it's very much Branscombe's race so far, and Ryan White and Branscombe already eking out a tiny cushion of a kart's length there as they head towards the centres.
Toby Turner's the one in 3rd, putting his head down briefly on that short straight out of St John's. So Turner's got a very good start from 5th on the grid to run in the early stages just outside the top 2. And having to be a touch defensive on Morgan Cooney as they turn right, left and right through the chicane on the back section of this Warden Law circuit. Now into the braking zone where you can build a lot of brake temperature for gasworks. But Ryan White needs to be careful here because Ralphie Branscombe is threatening to just stretch his legs very early on in this shortened final, remember, just the 8 minutes plus a lap.
Yeah, still all the race for him. Branscombe, he's got a cushion there, hasn't he? Remember, slick tyres here this afternoon. We've got an ambient temperature of 6 degrees. It's very cold out there. The track temperature is barely going to be anything higher than 6, maybe 8 degrees there. No heat in the tarmac whatsoever. So these drivers at the moment on their second lap will just be getting their tyres up to working temperature. Branscombe and Ryan White it is then at the front, and then behind them Turner, Cooney, McCluskey, Potter, and I think even Archie Garner is in that little group there just behind them as the leaders go through the back chicane then and heading down to the gasworks. We'll get a check on the gaps there. I think Ryan White's playing a bit of a waiting game though, Johnny. I think he's not going to challenge until we get to the latter stages of this event.
Well, the key for him is that he doesn't have anybody immediately behind him, so it's not an attack and defend at the same time. Multitasking, far easier for Ryan White to focus on wrestling the race lead away from Ralphie Branscombe, but that is going to take some doing. Branscombe through the clear visor of his helmet, very focused indeed on the road in front, and particularly the turning point for turn 1. Through Brian's Bend they go now, and the top 2 definitely breaking away from the rest of the field. Nice clean run though through dogleg for both of these runners. Ralphie and Ryan out front from Toby Turner still in 3rd.
And now Ryan White gets onto terms with the leader Ralphie Branscombe. This is what we've been waiting for. These two starting on the front row. We knew it was going to happen at the final by the way that they were going in the heats, and here we go. Current British champion Ryan White on the 47 chases after Ralphie Branscombe into the gasworks, and out of the gasworks they come. Ralphie Branscombe has the pace he's had all weekend, so he's going to be a hard kart to pass. Ryan White, though, you don't win a British championship by being a slouch, and we know how quick these two can be. However, I think, Johnny, we're about to witness some fantastic racecraft once again from these youngsters.
Yeah, well, being a British champion, Ryan White's obviously going to have something up his sleeve, although he did seem to just miss the final bit of the corner there through turn 1. So Brian's Bend went okay for Ryan White, and he's still on the tail of Ralphie Branscombe. Behind, Toby Turner is just about able to fend off Morgan Cooney, but there's only 0.15 of a second between those two karts as well. So they're definitely paired off here. We have a completely separate battle for the lead of the race, and then 3rd place hotly contested behind.
Great stuff, isn't it? And we're not even at half distance. We're ticking away here. Just over 4 minutes still remaining. There's a battle for 1st and 2nd. There's a battle for 2nd and 3rd. Toby Turner, Morgan Cooney. The bright yellow wheels of Cooney on the tail of Toby Turner as we concentrate back where it all matters. Top step of the podium up for grabs here. And an RPM engine build to the winner of this event, as well as a red graphic sticker kit. Big thanks to Danielle at Red Graphics for that. As we have Branscombe very composed, isn't he? He's these two, you know what, cadet karters are used to running nose to tail in very close proximity. And we look at the composure of these youngsters and think, well, you know, my nerves would be shattered by now, but they just seem to be able to just race nose to tail, wheel to wheel, week on, week off. And here we are, about to go. We're inside the final 3.5 minutes, and we've got 3.5 minutes of nose to tail racing from these two youngsters still to come.
Well, I'm guessing most of these will have had 2 or 3 years in Bambinos prior to their season in Honda Cadets. I suppose there will have been some later starters, but if that Bambino race is anything to go by, then, you know, racecraft is being bred for these guys very early on indeed, and it's almost like their home environment, their natural habitat, to have someone right on your rear bumper or to be following somebody right off your front bumper and being unfazed by it all, just as these two are.
Yeah, unfazed is a good word, actually, because neither of them are phased. And I'm pretty sure I prefer at this stage to be the chaser rather than being chased. You know exactly how to gauge it. And Ryan White now looking like, with the clock ticking, because the drivers can see how long there is left in the race. They're not in the dark. Every time they pass under the start-finish gantry on the Conrod Straight, they will see a big clock. And that clock is ticking down. And every time they pass it, they'll see exactly how much time they have left. As Branscombe into the horseshoe, the first apex, the second apex, and then the third apex before you then have to flick the kart right through paddock. Has Ryan White got the engine power? Have they got the pace to maybe mount a challenge? The answer is no. They're very, very equally matched. Inside the final 2 minutes now, Johnny, I'm not sure where, if anywhere, Ryan White can maybe mount a challenge.
There's been a change for fourth position, though, as Thomas Potter, I think, did Morgan Cooney on the brakes into Gasworks, so he had a really good run out of the chicane. And Thomas Potter, whose engine cut out in Heat 2, you went to speak to him after the second heat and was really frustrated whilst that was happening in the race, thumping the steering wheel. There's nothing he could do at the time, but Thomas Potter having therefore to come back from a poor result in the second heat, and he's up to fourth position. Now, what about this run for Ryan White? Again, good driving on the approach to Gasworks from Ralphie Branscombe, so that's not going to allow the gap to open up. So first and second remain the same.
And no sign of any defensive driving needed quite yet from Branscombe to keep Ryan White back. He just needs to optimise his lap, hit his apexes and his braking points, and he knows he's got the pace. They are absolutely matched everywhere on this track. It's hard to see who's got the advantage or the disadvantage where. As they come through the dogleg, we've got a cracking battle between three karts for those positions of third, fourth and fifth. Daren't take our eyes off this lead battle, because as we know, getting into the final stages, I think we've got 2 more laps. We've got 33 seconds, and I think the karts are going to make their way around in good time to give us 2 more laps of racing.
Oh, rattling the curb there for Ryan White. That was just a bit too much and became massively unsettled. So the exit speed for Ralphie Branscombe was very good indeed. Look at the 3 going through the chicane, though, and into the back straight. They are still absolutely nose to tail, with Thomas Potter being called as in third position, but I think he's dropped back to fourth. Yes, he has, to confirm that. Race leaders over the line. Now, this is going to be interesting. 2 seconds, 1 second, but it may be called as the last lap. Then again, it was a shortened race to start with, so let's hope they get the rest of this one and one more at the end.
Yeah, they are. I think I saw 4 seconds on the clock, Johnny, so they're well inside. So we're going to get 2 more laps of racing. A change for third again as Toby Turner goes back ahead of Thomas Potter, demotes him to that 4th place. Morgan Cooney still 5th. McCluskey, Blake, Morgana, Clark, Gibbon and Gilfillan, who we lost on lap 2. That's the order all the way down the field. Back at the lead, though, it's still Ralphie Branscombe racing very well indeed. More curb than perhaps was needed from Ryan White, but who am I to critique a British champion in this class of karts? As Ryan White, he's got about 2 karts lengths now, and I think Branscombe has pulled out a bit of the stops, if you like, as we cross the line to take in 1 more lap to go aboard. There they go into turn 1. And I'm not sure Ryan White has anything in the toolkit to make this happen.
He's trying every trick in the book, isn't he? But he may be running out of ideas now onto the final lap. Absolutely four together for the bottom step of the podium. And Potter looking for a way underneath Toby Turner in front of us at turn one. But we'll stay with the battle for Ryan White because he's now thinking maybe an outside line to give him the inside line through the second bit of the centre sweeps. But it can't happen there. And Ralphie Branscombe again feeling a bit unsettled here. Another glance over the left shoulder to see precisely where Ryan is, but it's a good exit out the chicane. Ralphie Branscombe likes this part of the circuit, realises how key it is to get a good run through the chicane and exit there, because that determines your top speed into Gasworks.
And here we are then, final turn, and Ryan White has turned into the paddock in the wheel tracks of Ralphie Branscombe, who is delighted to take the victory. Branscombe across the line and into the pits with a victory in the final of the 2023 Autumn Cup. And here's the battle for that third place. Nose to tail across the line. Toby Turner will take the third and final step of the podium. It's Thomas Potter in fourth. Hugo McCluskey right with him there in fifth. Then we had Morgan Cooney, who's dropped down behind Hugo McCluskey there right at the very end. Behind Cooney in sixth, we had Riley Blakemore in seventh, Archie Garner in eighth, ninth was Harry Clark, Jake Gibbon finished in 10th, and we lost Tristan Gilfillan on lap 2. Well, some very, very high-speed chess there with those two. Absolutely flat out.
Superb. And you are allowed to use that phrase today because that's the first time you've mentioned it, I think. So that's pretty good to get to.
You sort of give me a stern talking to at dinner last night, the pair of you, didn't you?
We did, Nick and I. Quarter to four in the afternoon for the first high-speed game of chess mentioned. Very, very good from Joe.
Johnny, guess what's next?
Is it perhaps, well, I was going to say the best race of the day, but they've got a very high benchmark to go by here.
They
like
really
that Bambino Final, is that ever going to be beaten this weekend?
I'm not sure that's been beaten all season.
The gauntlet has been thrown down by the Bambinos, and the one that might be able to pick it up is Micro Rotax with their massive 6-car entry. However, that doesn't matter because we've had 4 absolutely nose to tail, if not more of them, for virtually every race that they've done this weekend.
This is going to be fantastic. We talked about Sebastian Behrmann's cousin, Ollie Behrmann, Ferrari Academy driver, about to become Britain's next best hope in the world of Formula One. Here we are, carrying on the dynasty with a pole position going into the Micromax final here at the Warden Law Autumn Cup. Alongside him is Max Jolly, the Hunter Motorsport driver there, who's in his first ever season of karting and really showing great pace with very experienced drivers around him. It's Luke Millward that will start third with the True Performance Motorsport driver Jack Moss alongside. And the third row of the grid, rounding off a 6-kart field, is Grayson Crawford, Caleb Franklin. Only 6 karts, Johnny, but it's going to deliver drama and intensity, no question. It has all weekend.
So, Sebastian Behrmann looking for a better start from Max Jolly. They are side by side on this rolling start, and in fact, Jolly's caught on the outside line, so we'll lose a place to Luke Millward and possibly to Jack Moss as well. So, Jack slots through in the second of the red and white karts. And yes, Max Jolly just caught on the outside line, whacks the curve, exiting dogleg as well, and an indication of how little grip there is out there as these tyres work their way into the working temperature. Oh, there's contact there as well from Luke Millward on the race leader, Sebastian Behrmann. So he's going to have to be cautious about bumper penalties perhaps at the end of this, because that was a rather forceful manoeuvre into the first of the two centres.
Yeah, we've had a change for third as well, as Jack Moss has dropped back behind Max Jolly and dropping back. Who is that? That is Jack Moss there, dropping out of the order, isn't it? As we have the leaders coming through. Luke Millward now in the lead. We've lost Jack Moss. Jack Moss just going very slowly through the gasworks and then coming through the final turn. Into turn 1 then. It's Luke Millward, Sebastian Behrmann, Max Jolly there together. Grayson Crawford now 4th. Caleb Franklin 5th. And Jack Moss there pulling off to driver's left, just coming on to the Conrad Straight there, the start-finish line, just ahead of him. So he will show it not completing the first lap, and that is an absolute shame for true performance motorsport.
Yeah, particularly this early on in such an important race today. The heat's all geared up to the final for 8 minutes plus a lap, and the fact that now we're running slightly shorter because of the earlier delay means there's less time in the race to catch up. But Jack appears to be out of the race anyway, as Stearman now goes to the inside line. Sebastian Behrmann rather to the inside of Gasworks to get the race lead back again from number 38, Luke Millward. But Millward still carrying good speed through the last bit of horseshoe and through paddock corner and onto the grid hatchings once again. Just tapping the side of the helmet there was Luke Millward, saying, "Don't lose heart, keep your mind, keep the focus."
He's telling Max Jolly behind him, "Don't fight with me."
Here he goes to the inside line,
yeah.
Takes the race leader back again.
Don't fight with me. I'm going to have a bash at leading this race again. There's Luke Millward into the lead and ahead of Sebastian Behrmann, but it's not going to be long before Behrmann tries. This is helping Max Jolly stay in the mix, isn't it?
Hugely
These
so.
two swapping and changing. Max Jolly there, able to stay with them. Looked like Behrmann was about to have a look up the inside there, just didn't quite have the speed. And out onto the curving back straight there towards the braking area for the Gasworks hairpin. They are pretty much equidistant with very little distance between all first, second and third place karts. Into the horseshoe then. It'll be the third lap completed when they cross the line. And if anything, Luke Millward looks like he's got a cushion already. I don't know what he's saying to the drivers behind him. Don't fight with me. Let's go forward. Well, you're in the lead, mate. The guys behind you are going to fight with you, no question.
You don't think he's talking to himself, saying, "Come on, Luke.
I don't know. Maybe,
come on, Luke. Keep your head.
Yeah.
Keep your head. We're going well here. Don't allow him back through."
Or he may be talking to his crew, as I say, or his parents, on the sidelines there at that part of the track.
Yeah, it could be that as well. Thinking another lap done. And there's less chance, perhaps, of Sebastian Behrmann from getting through, although the blue kart with the Dayglow yellow and blue helmet looking more racy. And, yes, on the brakes up there through Gasworks. Oh, and very nearly Millward was able to catch him coming out of that corner. But another different leader, that's Behrmann back in front again. So something like our fourth lead change already, and we're not even at half distance yet. Back over the line they go.
These two were beginning to pull away from Max Jolly, but once again, they've swapped positions, and that is enabling Max Jolly just to stay in touch. You never know, Max Jolly. You might have these two tripping over one another to the extent where they'll hand you the lead. We've just ticked by half distance, so this race is going to continue. Millward right in the slipstream now, and a little bit of a nudge there. That wasn't intentional. It's just as the karts brake, they kind of concertina together. I hope that wasn't harsh enough to cause the bumper to drop as they go through the back chicane then. Look at that. Jolly in third place right now with the two leaders. Behrmann leads. Millward looking down the inside but then slotting back in. Downhill sweep on the exit of the Gasworks hairpin leads into these sweeping left-handers that form the horseshoe here and then into the final turn at paddock. It's still Behrmann leading, but it's Millward who's lining up for a move maybe into turn one. Is it going to happen? Not quite.
Well, Jolly's closer again now. 1 lap ago, 2 laps ago, Jolly was slightly more distant than this. So they head through Brian's Bend. Oh, and up the inside there goes Luke Millward to again catch Seb Behrmann. A touch napping there. Too late to defend because right across the road came Luke Millward, and he'll break a little later into the first of the centre hairpins. These two much more evenly matched than I remember all weekend, really.
Yeah, I think it was more Behrmann sliding very wide at the dogleg, wasn't it? And Millward just kept the steering at the same point, and he had the grip to turn into the corner. Here we go then, down towards the Gasworks. Can Behrmann challenge? Bit of a defensive line now, creeping in. 2.5 minutes remaining. Clock ticking down to that checkered flag, and Max Jolly, he's saying, come on lads, trip over one another because I'm going to have this. He's still there though in third and right on the bumper of Behrmann as they came out the final turn. Here we go then, Behrmann looking down the, and they're coming together there right in the middle of the straight, way before the braking area. Little bit of a misunderstanding creeping in, and Max Jolly saying that's exactly the script I want.
Yeah, I don't think certainly Millward thought they were overlapping quite as much as they were. They crossed the line by 0.2 of a second, and Millward thought he could just pull across the bows of Sebastian Behrmann, but he was already just a hair's breadth level with their rear wheels. So contact made, but thankfully didn't take either of them out of the equation. As you say, Max Jolly might be thinking otherwise somehow. And now darting to the inside line before the braking area for the hairpin goes Behrmann. And as long as he can get it stopped and turn through the corner, he will lead the race again. 2 more minutes of this and an extra lap to enjoy, Joe.
Incredible there. All about coming out that chicane, wasn't it? And pulling alongside before they got anywhere near a braking area. Here they go again then. This time it's Millward's turn to try and do the same for Behrmann. Behrmann leading, Millward second. Max Jolly there hanging on very well indeed for third place. Out of Brian's Bend and into the dogleg. They are first, second and third. So close together there as they come down the hill towards the left-hander now at St John's, and then heading up that short chute to the first of the centre hairpins, the left-hander first. Here they come then, nose to tail it is. Can they challenge? Can we see a challenge? Behrmann uses more of the road, doesn't he? He uses all of the track and makes it look as though he's sliding wide. Now this is where Behrmann made it happen the last lap, but Behrmann sitting in the middle of the track. Millward goes to the outside and optimises the line through that corner, and then once again the 8th time through the horseshoe with inside the final minute, coming out the final turn now and crossing the line.
So again, as one, throw a blanket over them, the top 3 with 40 seconds still to go. So we're inside 1 lap time now, as a real challenge being made by Luke Millward, but he wasn't quite close enough to the inside line. Maybe a bit more front to tail contact there, but Millward no opportunity to get through. Max Jolly could be again the best placed here. He's been so patient, sitting in third position. No jink to the inside for Millward at the centre hairpin. It'll be a lap more at the end of this one, and they will be certainly gearing themselves towards the final opportunity on the next lap. You don't want to go too early, I suppose. So even if Millward snatches the lead at Gasworks, which he can't do, that might be terrible timing, because Sebastian Behrmann will have a few more opportunities to the inside line of horseshoe, but there's no way through there for Luke either.
Here we go then, into the final lap of this Micromax final. The Autumn Cup 2023 up for grabs, as well as trophies for the 7th round of the Warden Kart Club. And it's Sebastian Behrmann leading Luke Millward, who's ahead of Max Jolly in third. These 3 have been like this the whole race. There's only been 6 karts in the field, and these 3 have broken free of that and have been absolutely nose to tail. Defensive line into the first of the centres from Behrmann. He's going to have to defend that inside line pretty much the whole lap. He does it the second centres. That's going to put him wide. And there we go, Millward trying to get up the inside into the chicane. It didn't quite happen for him, and I think he's lost a bit of speed there coming out the chicane. He's going to prove me wrong, is he? As Behrmann down the inside or the middle of the road, defending well. It's only going to be side-by-side racing out of the horseshoe and into paddock. That's going to work for them now. As Behrmann leads into paddock turn for the final time. The checkered flag is readied. And here we go across the line. And what a fine win that was for Sebastian Behrmann. Luke Millward, congratulations to them. What a fantastic race, Johnny. Max Jolly as well in third. Yeah. Hanging on to those more experienced drivers. Be a big pat on the back for him tonight at the presentation.
And he would have learned an awful lot as well, following Sebastian and Luke for such a long time in that race. I mean, that he won't actually tell us that that was any good at all. He wanted to finish in the top 2, but I think thinking more long term, that could pay dividends in the future. The one thing I thought Max might be able to luck into was Luke's poor run out of the second centre hairpin, and I really thought there might be a chance for Jolly into Gasworks on that final time, but it was well defended in the end by Luke Millward to hang on for second position. And I mean, you think the top 3 are separated by less than 0.4 of a second at the line. Terrific stuff after basically 10 minutes of racing.
Absolutely awesome stuff from the Micromax class. We've got Intermax out next. We've got 10 karts that have qualified for that one. We're still in the scrutineering bay for Micromax, the Park Fermi area. Just putting the lights on as it's getting dark here at Warden Law. Floodlights on, Johnny. something about racing under the lights, isn't it? And the atmosphere building, the sky beginning to have that sort of... say that again, Nick? Yes, I know that. Yeah, I know it is. They've put the lights on in Parc Fermé there. Our cameras... we've got a bit of cloud cover in comparison to yesterday. It was a clear sky, pretty much. But today there's a bit of cloud cover. There's only bright sky on the horizon. So, yeah, we're hopefully going to be not too dark. So, we're about to go into Intermax next. I can hear their engines being warmed up for Junior Rotax. That's them in the background. Behind the Rotax Racing banner, that's the class that's coming out after this lot that have just been released. So, Intermax out next. We've got no sign of... Yes, we have. So, we've got Daniel Minto, who's qualified. I'm not sure if he's come out. So we'll get Johnny or Nick to see if we can see Daniel Minto at the back of the grid. Him not competing in the second heat has put him right at the back, qualified right at the back of the final.
That's there.
That's Alex Goodson.
Yeah, but Minto's triggered the first sector timing.
No, that's not how it works.
It is.
No.
Because the blue disappears.
No, honestly. Right, you might have a point there.
There's a blue thing to tell me that they're in the assembly area, and that disappears as soon as they go on the track. Yeah. And I've also seen the pink helmet of Daniel Minto as well.
Brilliant.
So he's all right.
Excellent. That's going to be worth watching him come through the field, which he will invariably do. It's his two teammates, Alex Goodson and Hasnan Khan, on the front row of the grid, bringing the grid round. Sebastian Clark and James Fabricas are on the second row. Third row is Jonathan Furby and Blair Smith. And they've got Sat Mackay and Thomas Jackson, and Harley Franklin and Daniel Minto forming on the back. And yes, there's Minto right there, Johnny. Good spot, mate. Well spotted. Here we go.
I've been looking at that timing screen all day and all day yesterday as well.
Weekend. Here we go.
I finally worked out how it works.
Here we go.
So Goodson from pole position. Alongside him is they're waving, but we are racing.
No. That's a wave round.
Okay.
That's what they mean when they wave.
So okay. Yes, because that's the old timing screen from the previous race. So we still have the red lights displayed, which has disappeared now. Thank you, Nick. And yes, an indication to everybody, we'll be going around again. The green board with the yellow V displayed on the digital screens as well. And as they go through those, they are steadily cleared at each of the individual marshal points. And they'll grid up again for 8 minutes plus a lap. So Alex Goodson alongside Hasnan Khan, Sebastian Clark and James Fabricas on the second row, but definitely one to watch, assuming he's fit and raring to go, is Daniel Minto. I mean, clearly he's been cleared by the medics to take part. He feels he wants to take part in this final as well. And it'll be quite some drive if he can be with Alex Goodson in the closing stages, because he's right at the back of the field in the pink helmet, Daniel Minto, but one of the quickest Inter-Rotax drivers here this weekend.
So here we go then. Alex Goodson slowing them down nice and steadily through the horseshoe. A little bit of weaving going on there. Trying to get a little bit of heat into their tyres. They'll still be relatively cold tyres going into the first part of the circuit here. Being told to just steady the pace. The starter will like them. This is where they put the foot down. Dan Ashton steps out the way, and this time we get green. And it's Goodson leading. I think that's Clark who stepped in behind him. Look at Minto. Minto's already 4 karts ahead of that as we get through Brian's Bend and into the dogleg. Goodson already pulling out 2 kart lengths. I'm just trying to see the number on that second place. That's 51. It is Sebastian Clark. As down the inside of Clark has gone Hasnan Khan. Hasnan Khan into second place. That's where he wants to be, just behind his teammate. Clark there in third, and look at that. Is that Daniel Minto in fourth already?
28.
Wow. Within the space of a few corners, Minto is on the rear bumper of Clark, and he hasn't just got Clark in his sights, he's got Alex Goodson in his sights. Daniel about to clinch the Warden Law Championship for 2023 as well as a podium position perhaps.
Well, that's a sign of a true racing driver, as well as he now overlaps Sebastian Clark for third position and just powers his kart into the first corner. deal done at Brian's Bend, but your ability to wipe clean from the memory bank that incident from earlier on, which will have been a big shock for him on the brakes into Gasworks, had to sit out the second heat, but now so eager to, as I say, move on from that, block it off and just charge on for the rest of the day. And he's really pressurising Hasnan Khan now for second position. Of course, Alex Goodson will like this to take as long as possible for Minto to find the overlap on Hasnan Khan, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it quite yet. Having said that, he has done it.
He's done it.
Here comes Hasnan Khan on the fight back, but no way through into Horseshoe.
Not at all. Absolutely mugged his teammate, didn't he, into the Gasworks. And now we've got a fight, Johnny. I can't believe that within 2 laps, Daniel Minto has made his way through into second place and now chasing down after Alex Goodson, chasing after him for the race lead. Goodson has checked out. 2 seconds, the gap at the line. Now that Minto is through into second, we'll find that he's got clear air now in front of him, basically. So the chase is on. Daniel Minto started at the very back of this 10-kart field and is now chasing Alex Goodson down. These two are teammates. We saw what happened last night. Minto, right there on the very final lap of the final in yesterday's round, managed to get past Goodson and take the win. Now, Goodson does not want that to happen again.
Yeah.
And even if Daniel Minto catches him, it's going to be a very, very tricky job to get by. He's already pulling a gap to Hasnan Khan, and Hasnan Khan is not that far away from Sebastian Clark in fourth.
I'm not suggesting Daniel Minto has to be any more energised ahead of a race, but I just wonder whether the incident from earlier on has just charged him up even more to get a good result in this final. Obviously, he's playing for a championship as well, as you've just described. So Daniel Minto, very neat and tidy on the exit of Dogleg there. The car always moving through that trying right-hander, but he carried really good speed through it and off the corner, more crucially. Now reaching the second of the centre hairpins. And he keeps the steering put in, the input in for the chicane. Sparks flying, which we don't necessarily see in the daytime hours, but it looks very, very spectacular indeed from Daniel Minto's kart, and very good momentum off the Gasworks corner as well.
You got my script, Johnny. I was just about to say the sparks that we're seeing off the curbs there at the chicane. Phenomenal. The gap was 2.3, it's 2.5. Alex Goodson is not being caught by Daniel Minto. The fastest kart on the track at the moment is Alex Goodson, 53.76. And we're at half distance now, and Goodson is not being caught by Minto. Minto is pulling away from Hasnan Khan, who sits there in third. Sebastian Clark is still fourth. Blair Smith fifth. James Fabricas sixth. Zach Mackay seventh. Eighth is Thomas Jackson, Jonathan Furby ninth, and then it's Harley Franklin rounding off the 10-kart field.
The worst news possible for Daniel Minto as a result of our stoppage is that the final is only 8 minutes rather than 10, so he's got a lot less time in order to try and catch Alex Goodson, but unfortunately, because Minto hasn't been on the tail of Goodson, then Goodson's really been able to fully focus on the road in front and ticking off really good lap times, although 0.2 of a second slower than his absolute best, Alex Goodson, across the line that time around. But Daniel Minto now staring at a gap of 2.6 seconds that he needs to try and eat into in the remaining 3 minutes and a lap.
Well, that's Sebastian Clark there, the number 51. The red overalls, the white helmet, the sort of turquoise and blue and white liveried kart, just going through the first of the centre hairpins, the left-hander. And they're coming into our view. The number 56 is Blair Smith. James Fabricas is the kart behind him as Blair Smith goes through. There's Fabricas. You can see the name on the back of his overalls as we continue to watch Blair Smith continue. And this is where the karts are coming together, aren't they? It's 5th down to 9th or 10th, actually, as they go through the final turn here. And out to complete what will be 6 laps for these karts. The gap is out to 3 seconds between the leaders, Johnny. 53.65, Alex Goodson, another fastest lap of the race as we continue to focus on the midfield.
Yeah, that's not good news for Daniel Minto, is it? But the closest fight on track, as we've identified, is Blair Smith in 5th versus James Fabricas 6th, and then behind them Zach Mackay, Tom Jackson, Jonathan Furby in amongst that group as well. And there's a larger gap back to Harley Franklin in 10th. but really hotting up now for these positions outside of the podium in 5th places. More sparks flying as the karts ground out very slightly over the curbing on the exit. And they make a great sight, zipping through the gasworks hairpin under the floodlights. Blair Smith having gained a spot from his starting position ahead of James Fabricus.
Johnny, the window here at the Joe Bradley Memorial Media Suite is showing signs of rain. We've got splashes of rain on the window of the booth. I'm not sure if, well, the drivers will have that on their visors. It's called psychological rain. We'll see if this is going to affect the track condition any, but the rain that was forecast is here, right on time as well. It was forecast for 4 o'clock, would come in at 10 past 4 here in the afternoon, and right now we've got splashes of rain. Not enough, I think, to affect the track condition, but I'm not sure how it's going to be for the rest of our finals. It's going to really make this a bit of a lottery going forward.
I think the painted areas of the racetrack could be pretty slippery once we have some more substantial rainfall. It was only advertised as light rain from 4 o'clock, and I think for the remainder of the meeting. So I agree with you that it shouldn't really be affecting this final. Alex Goodson might be more mindful of it than anything else because he hasn't got any other distractions. 3.5 seconds over Daniel Minto, then a gap of 1 second exactly back to Hasnan Khan and Sebastian Clark on his own as well. But Blair Smith under a huge amount of pressure for 5th place from James Fabricus and the rest of them.
Well, the clock is ticking to 0 time, so it'll be the 1 lap to go board with the leader Alex Goodson extending that lead to 3.5 seconds, just coming through the gasworks now. And then into the horseshoe. He'll complete 9 laps when he crosses the line here. So Daniel Minto will follow through in 2nd place. Let's watch Alex Goodson on his run to the checkered flag. He's got no Daniel Minto close enough to rob it off him tonight. So it's been a fabulous drive from Alex. He knew what he had to do and get out there and make the gap as big as he could, so that if we did have indeed Daniel Minto coming through, Daniel Minto unable to catch him, and certainly Alex Goodson, the fastest driver on the track. He's put in the fastest lap of the race as well, and he's only got 3 or 4 corners to get past through the gasworks hairpin and now into the horseshoe for the final time. It'll be Alex Goodson from Hunter Motorsport will take the checkered flag out onto the start-finish straight for the final time then, and he punches the air with delight. Alex Goodson takes the win. It's a Hunter Motorsport 1-2-3 as Daniel Minto comes through in 2nd, Hasnan Khan 3rd, Sebastian Clark 4th, and then that battle we were watching, Blair Smith 5th, James Fabricus 6th, Zach Mackay 7th, Thomas Jackson 8th, and then we had Jonathan Furby with Harley Franklin rounding off the 10-kart field.
And for Alex Goodson, what a difference a day makes, because I still have a strong memory of him storming away from his kart about this time yesterday afternoon. Not happy at all with perhaps his driving style or mistakes, but the situation has flipped entirely around today, and Daniel Minto with the merest of errors in Heat 1, resulting in a non-finish. He then could not start race 2 on medical grounds, but race 3 didn't waste any time at all getting to the front 2 in the final. Daniel Minto, though, then had lost effectively too much time in the remaining segment of the race to close what eventually became a 3-second gap. So just a bit too much for Daniel to do, but that's taking nothing away from Alex Goodson's performance there as Daniel Minto works his way back to the paddock.
Yeah, great drive from Daniel Minto, but an even better drive from Alex Goodson. He could have easily have just stroked that kart to the finish and to the checkered flag. He didn't. He kept pushing, fastest lap after fastest lap. He ends up with a race fastest lap as well as the race win. I'm not sure. I'm not going to take a punt. I think I'm wondering, because we're going to be equal on points, aren't we, for the Autumn Cup? And I'm wondering how we're going to decide that. I know there's a formula for it. I'm just going to try and.
But is it done purely on points for the final,
yes,
not for the heats? You don't add the
not for
heat
these.
points
No,
in as well?
No, just for the final.
So what you're saying is it was Minto ahead of Goodson yesterday, and it was Goodson ahead of Minto today. Is it down to who got the win first then? Because sometimes that is the case. Or perhaps you look at some form of quickest laps. There is a formula, says Joe, but he's all of a sudden gone very quiet on me. I'd be fascinated to know what that formula is. When clearly, you know, if you are counting performances in the heats as well, then Alex got on better in today's heats, as in he finished both and I think won both, whereas Daniel Minto didn't finish either of them. But if you're thinking about just the points scored in the finals, that's a completely different story, because they both had one of each, effectively. They both had a win. They both had a second place.
This is why I've sent out an inquiry. Nick's going to have to tell us that one in a moment, because we've got the junior Rotax out on the track. Jack Thompson heading towards that registration for the UKC. Zach Turner, who had a non-finish yesterday, he's not going to be able to score as many points as Jack can over the 2 days now. Then the worrying thing is whether or not that rain's going to continue. Thompson and Turner on the front row. Championship leader coming into this weekend, Joe Anderson, is sharing the second row with Oakley Garthwaite. Then we've got Bella McConville, Charlie Benson. That's going to be a battle, isn't it? Lloyd Palmer and Oliver Fabricas, James Philip Byrne, and then Lincoln Bevan all the way over from the Isle of Man, being run by True Performance here this weekend. Gregor Reid and John J. Buchan, Jake Rufferty and Oliver O'Donovan, Owen Wallace and Oliver White, Miles Roby, Elliot Surtees, Zane Stout, Bella Brown, Sam Robson, Matthew Clark, Ollie Poole, Liam Watson, Harry Warby, Jacob Rump, Lewis Peace, and then Jamie Lumsden starting off the back after that retirement in Heat 2. Nicely formed grid coming through the horseshoe. Very experienced drivers bringing them through. They've had a great season in 2023, these drivers. Jack Thompson, Zach Turner, Joe Anderson, Oakley Garthwaite, Bella McConville, Charlie Benson, Lloyd Palmer, Oliver Fabricas, James Philip Byrne into contention, Lincoln Bevan over from the Isle of Man. Great to have you here. Here we go then. I think we're going to be racing. No, we're not. That's a false start.
It was rather untidy at the front. Interesting that the whole grid basically came to a stop on the run into paddock, and that rather meant that everyone else behind had to react. The rain's coming down with slightly more ferocity now, I noticed.
This is going to be tricky on slicks than John.
Just right, yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. There are a lot more spots now on the window in front of us in the Joe Bradley Memorial Suite. So Nick's complaining that not only is it dark, but also now we can't see much of the track because of the rain. I don't know, it's light rain still, without being torrential.
Yeah, it is. I mean, usually, you know, during the summer when it rains like this, only very lightly, there's enough temperature. There's enough temperature in the track to not have any effect. However, we've got a very cold track here. Ambient temperature still showing at 6 degrees. Beautiful pictures though under the lights here at Warden Law. Karts really being set off there, showing them glinting in the floodlights. And towards the horseshoe we come. It's Jack Thompson who's slowing the pace dramatically, bringing the grid to order. Still trying to keep the heat in those tyres as they do so. They was very, very speedily. We've come to a stop almost, which is not what you're supposed to do.
That's what they did a lap ago.
That's not what you're supposed to do, gentlemen. No.
So, by your book, Joe, you're not allowed to weave, which they're doing, and you're not allowed to stop, which they're also doing. I'm going to have to have a word
with Dan Ashton about that, because I mean, as far as I'm concerned. But you're not allowed to do that as well. You're not allowed to stop. And that's the wrong thing to do there. Here we go then. Let's get this thing underway. Dan Ashton's happy. We've got a bit of a spread out grid. And there's Zach Turner into the lead. Jack Thompson may find himself in third. Oh, we've got a big off there.
Yeah.
Not quite sure who the number was.
But willing to continue. Yeah, great stuff.
The number
42.
So
back into it. Talk about the adrenaline taking over. Number 42. Who's that, Joe?
Lloyd Palmer.
Well, he's desperate for a podium in this. I think, unfortunately, that might put paid to it. But
we've got Rin.
Well,
we've got Rin.
I did say that. I did say that.
Right,
but
Johnny.
I think that's definitely what everyone is discovering is the lack of grip out on the racetrack. And Zach Turner having to zigzag his car just to see how little grip there is beneath him. Jack Thompson falling to second position.
Yeah.
Third is Oakley Garthwaite, though, who's got ahead of Joe Anderson.
Now, if Jack Thompson wants to win the Autumn Cup, he's just got to sit there. He doesn't have to bother racing with Zach Turner. Zach Turner wants to take the win here this weekend to make up for yesterday's retirement. Zach Turner's gone. He's on slicks, incredibly. I'm pretty sure he's on slicks. As parts of the track is dry, look at the speed they're carrying out of the final turn, and then other parts of the track are wet and slippery. So we've got rain on certain parts of the track. Jack Thompson all the way around the outside. That's where the grip is. Jack knows where the grip is here at Warden Law. You saw him go all the way around the outside. Oakley Garthwaite took the middle line, but the traction that Jack was able to pull, into St John's. Garthwaite down the inside. It's a drag race into the first of the Sennas. And Jack Thompson finds himself behind Garthwaite. Garthwaite on down the inside of Garthwaite now. It's the Hunter Motorsport team coming together now, and that's Bella McConville getting involved. And there's Joe Anderson. Joe Anderson on the Sam Pollitt Racing Kart, number 16. He wants in amongst it as well. It is so tricky out there, Johnny. I'm glad I'm stood here.
Yes. Zach Turner needs to be a little careful here because he's got a massive lead as, again, it's side by side working their way through Horseshoe. We've also still got yellow flags down at the first corner, and, of course, that incident cleared. Beg your pardon. Okay, so there's a car further around which is causing the yellows to be out, and then greens afterwards. I thought that was still out for Lloyd Palmer. 65 very deep into the first corner, and that's Jack Thompson to potentially certainly lose time.
No, he's on the wet line, Johnny.
Yeah, okay, well.
He's on the wet line. That's where the grip is on the outside of the turn. You'll see how he fires off the corner.
Why did Garthwaite gain time when he was taking the more conventional racing line?
You'll find that Garthwaite would lagged behind as they came out of the corner.
Just on...
you mean over the course of the lap?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there's different styles being used here.
There's different interpretations of where the grip is.
Indeed so. And the timing system will eventually tell us which is the better way of doing it. But it feels like almost in segments of this race it's being held at walking pace. And you can understand why, because the track, if anything, is getting wetter now.
And there's Bella McConville trying the wet outside line and finding not enough grip to keep her on the track. Lost 2 places. And there's I think that's Oliver Fabricas, who's ended up off the track and on the grass. Joe Anderson's gone through on both of them. So Joe Anderson will now come through in 4th as they complete 3 laps. Turner, Thompson, Garthwaite, Anderson, Fabricas, McConville, Charlie Benson through there in 7th. This is a lottery. As down the inside has gone McConville. See the way that he accelerated off there?
Yeah.
You're able to just get the power down with more grip.
Well, Bella McConville went for the line that I was expecting everyone to take and just showed me to be an absolute fool because you can't get the power down, as you say, from the higher section of the exit of turn 2. But yet, Garthwaite's sort of somewhere in between the two. So you've got Thompson very high indeed, straddling the outer white line, and Garthwaite, still fairly new to karting, working out precisely how best to get out of the second of the centre hairpins, again at walking speed through the chicane, but nobody catching the 40, showing that's just about as fast as you can go through that segment.
Well, we've clicked across half distance. The thing is, all right, the karts after us, or after this one, the seniors, they'll be on the wets. The pro karts, they'll stay on the slicks because that's what the regulations say. We've got karts spearing off. We've got the slippery surface flag flying at pretty much every one of our marshal points. And that's Oakley Garthwaite there coming out to complete a lap. Still got Zach Turner and Jack Thompson leading. They've got quite a cushion in between themselves. You've then got Garthwaite, Anderson, Fabricas, Benson now getting ahead of Bella McConville. Still watching Garthwaite there. There's Joe Anderson. There is, and a change there as, it's Fabricas ahead of Charlie Benson. There's Charlie Benson now, just beginning to try to find the grip and get on terms with Fabregas. And look at that. You said walking pace, Johnny. I think you were right there. It's walking pace on some of the sections of this track. And Benson through. Fabregas just didn't have any grip. He turned the steering wheel. The car just did not turn. And look at Benson sliding around there through the chicane. Dry, slick tyres are absolutely hopeless on this wet track.
There is some grip on the inside line for Oliver Fabregas, so he's got to head all of those skates into the tyres as a result of that. So better speed out of the chicane. Charlie Benson ran way, way wide coming out of Gasworks as well, but actually got the place back again. So there's Benson in the number 25. Behind them is a recovering James Philip Byrne, maybe, 21. Well, they're just behind the 91 of Oliver Fabregas, who made that move on Benson at Gasworks.
We've got to make an official announcement to the paddock. Attention, paddock, attention, paddock. It is now been declared an open meeting. We have now declared an open meeting. I'll be repeating that as we go forward after this final of Junior Rotax. It's still Zach Turner and Jack Thompson out in the lead, and it's been very, very treacherous. Jack Thompson's got a lot to lose in the last 90 seconds of this race. He's currently on target to win the Autumn Cup here. As Kart's behind there, we're looking at Fabregas and Benson absolutely tussling. Local knowledge will be good. I think going into the final minute, we'll try and pick up the lead as Zach Turner. Zach Turner just disappeared, and Zach Turner, he was the one that met the rain. There's Zach Turner there, just coming through the horseshoe.
Yeah, but
just in the background.
At times, Jack Thompson's finding quite a lot of time on Jack. I admit it's 3.3 seconds at the start of this lap, but that could well fluctuate a fair bit between Zach Turner, who heads out of paddock and across the line. So that's the 99 of Zach from Jack Thompson. And in fact, no, Zach is quite a bit quicker through the final sector compared to Jack Thompson, who's losing time through the horseshoe and into Paddock Bend. Oakley Garthwaite running in third position, and the lap time significantly slower than the top two as Zach now approaches St John's. We have the rest of this lap and one more. Miles Roby's found a place on Charlie Benson, who's had a nightmare run on that lap, and Benson loses a whole load of places. In fact, he hasn't come through. There was a car off at Gasworks. I think that can only be Charlie Benson now.
Yeah, Zach Turner, our leader, slipping and sliding his way through the chicane for the penultimate time. He'll have the welcome sight as we see karts being spearing off left, right and centre here. Treacherous conditions on slick tyres now as the rain begins to steadily fall. There you see the karts just turning in and just not gripping. There's Jack Thompson trying to follow his teammates' wheel tracks into the horseshoe for the final time then. It'll be the one lap to go board that Zach Turner will be greeted with, and I bet he can't wait to see that, and neither will Jack Thompson. Jack Thompson on course to win the Autumn Cup there, second on the road, will put him ahead in the points. And they've pulled... No, they were telling people to stay out the way. We've got a kart off on the start-finish straight. They were giving the lead a warning. As Zach Turner out of the dogleg.
The fight's on here for the race lead, Joe.
Well, I'm not sure whether we're going to see a change. As Jack Thompson does gain, he is closing that gap.
Massively gained on that previous lap.
It'll be unbelievable if Jack Turner gets by.
Thompson's more comfortable in these conditions right now.
He's pulling yards, isn't he?
But he found a full second through, and over the curb there goes Zach Turner, so loses completely mid-corner speed. However, then gets very good exit. And over the curbs, again, the sparks fly. It's the rotation of the kart that he's really struggling for.
The thing is, Johnny, Jack Thompson doesn't have to risk anything.
No.
He's got to think of the big game. Here they go. Out of the gasworks then. And this is where he's been gaining, hasn't he? He goes through the horseshoe, the sweeping left, and Zach Turner surely has this in his grasp now as he goes through the final turn here at Paddock, slipping his way, spinning the wheels and putting the kart sideways across the line. Now, that's some consolation, isn't it, Johnny?
Totally. For yesterday's trials, definitely, and the tribulations of the exhaust failing on the car, and he's absolutely loving the fact that he can take the final win today. To show you how slippery it is, Jack Thompson completely missed the pit entry road there and had to do a full 360 to find his way eventually into the pits, and sensibly the man all weekend has been guiding everybody into the pits, stepped well out of the way there and is off the track, because there's no telling what sort of speed some of these will arrive into turn one, where they need to be turning left at the end of the race. But a terrific drive from Zach Turner. Talk about having to win a race in the most difficult possible conditions. We're going to start you on slick tyres and then allow the heavens to open and see how you get on. And I was really quite fearful for Zach, because a 3.4 second advantage became a 1.7 second advantage from Jack Thompson heading onto that final lap. But he didn't let it make him crumble, and he stays ahead by 1.6 seconds. Oakley Garthwaite will make the podium in the final here on Sunday for round 7 of the Warden Lord Kart Club Championship. Oliver Fabricus in 4th ahead of Joe Anderson, Bella McConville, Gregor Reed and Ollie White, and then of the Isle of Man, Lincoln Bevan in 9th position ahead of James Philip Byrne.
You know what, for me, the rain spoiled it, Johnny.
It did.
It absolutely spoiled things.
Yeah, but
I mean, that's why it's gone dark a little bit prematurely.
I mean, apart from red flagging it and allowing everyone to go onto wets, there wasn't really a lot we could do about that, because it was the timing of the rain and the delay from earlier on.
It wasn't really raining when we started that off. Now we've got all of the seniors changing onto wets.
Yeah.
What you're going to see, Johnny, is a pro kart race where the overall winner is probably going to be a junior. Juniors in pro karts are allowed to use wet tyres.
Okay.
The seniors are not allowed to use wet tyres. They stay on dry, slick tyres. So the pro kart's going to be slipping and sliding around.
And the juniors have
motion.
The juniors have less power.
The juniors have slightly less power.
So that might be helpful on a wet surface as
Yeah.
well. Yeah. So you've got less power and a grippier tyre. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Rossi maybe taking the race win overall. He's had a storming weekend so far. But there are others in the junior pro kart category: Oliver Watson, Leon Wilson, Joseph Williamson and Max Mannion, who could well show everybody else in the senior pro kart division that the junior is the better kart to have in the wet weather. However, we are not going to go to pro karts just yet, because there's a senior Rotax race to take place first of all for the 162s and the 177s, the differing weight categories within this division, and a chance now to give you a grid as the cars are released from the assembly area. So once again, not for the first time this weekend, an all-Scottish front row with Angus Scrivener and Alex Duncan on the inside and outsides respectively of the front row. Max Kettle and Louis Large will start from the second row. Then it's number 26 Marcus King, also from the LRG awning, alongside Andrew Powell in number 19. Martin Fisher and Zach Bolton come next. And Martin Fisher, the final of the 162s, but Zach Bolton will be on pole position in the 177s ahead of John Wilson, who gave Zach a really good race in Heat 2. He just made that slight error coming out at Dogleg, and actually John Wilson hasn't appeared yet coming out of the assembly area, so let's keep our fingers crossed that he will be part of this race. Stephen Mottram will start third. Mark Gillibrand Gilly will be in fourth ahead of Marty Gilfillan, and I'm not seeing John Wilson's car come out onto the track.
I suspect John Wilson, no disrespect to him, I can see his point, hasn't even bothered buying wets.
Okay.
For this weekend. The forecast was for dry up until, I mean, what hasn't helped is we had a slight delay, isn't it? And, we would have been well into this.
True.
We have got the senior 162s on wets. We've got the 177s on wets. We've got a UKC registration up for grabs, and we've got an NKC registration up for grabs here for the winners of the Autumn Cup. On target to claim that is Angus Scrivener and Zach Bolton in the 177s. Look at the difference we have with wet tyres on these karts. As Scrivener leads into turn one, Alex Duncan, he slides wide, Alex Duncan squeezes there. Louis Large looming. He'll be happy with the wet conditions because the added 8 kilograms is going to benefit Louis Large massively. And there's Andy Powell sneaking through as well. Alex Duncan got mugged in the very place he mugged Louis Large in the earlier heats, and Louis Large has gone now and gone into second place. And look at Andy Powell. He likes the wet, doesn't he? And also, he knows where the grip is at Warden Law.
Well, Louis Large was going to great lengths earlier on to explain to me that you can get through at dogleg without contact, and he did exactly that, in fairness, on Alex Duncan, so that was a bit of role reversal. Yes. As Louis Large now running in second place ahead of Max Kettle, and Alex Duncan down a position. Large has gone deep, though, into Gasworks and does lose a spot. I think that was Kettle nipping by Powell. I beg your pardon. Andy Powell then is now up into second place and taking the high line. And very sideways indeed, but going with the movement of the kart, as you have to do in these wet conditions on the wet weather tyre. Andy Powell drops his head well below the steering wheel level to gain that extra bit of time and way off the track limits. But I know what they're doing, because you then are able to straighten the kart up much earlier in the corner at turn 1 and get a better run into Brian's Bend, Joe.
It's all about where the grip is, Johnny. It's incredible when you look. When you try and drive around the inside on the conventional line, there's rubber being laid down so much, and then you add water, it becomes impossible. Mind you, there's those guys there showing us that is possible on certain parts of the track, but on other parts of the track where the tarmac's different, it's better to be right on the outside and find out where the grip is. And you'll see that's called the wet line, I suppose. And as Scrivener leads, Andy Powell there, not letting Angus get too far away from him. And it looks like Powell has dropped the advances of Louis Large, and behind them, Alex Duncan, Marcus King, Max Kettle. Max, I think, struggling in the slippery conditions, and struggling as well is Angus Scrivener, and into the lead has gone Andy Powell. And Andy Powell, for True Performance Motorsport, will lead across the line for the first time this weekend. Angus Scrivener does not lead a senior Rotax race.
So way up on top of the corner again. Part of that is because of the steep camber at the first corner. So you don't want to be fighting gravity as well when there's next to no grip on the inside of the corner. But also you're able to put put the loud pedal down nice and early in the middle portion of turn 1. And that delivers you into Brian's Bend at a much higher rate. So all is not lost for Angus Scrivener after that very slight mistake in the latter portion of Horseshoe. It's also side by side between, I think that was Alex Duncan and Marcus King. Yeah, they were right together at the line. Max Kettle 0.6 of a second off the back of them. But Powell versus Scrivener, not done yet. And Scrivener in the green helmet, very close indeed to the rear of Andy Powell on the brakes into Gasworks that time.
Well, Scrivener maybe in second, but he's on target to win the Autumn Cup. He won the final yesterday. Andy Powell dropped way down the order in yesterday's final and through on the inside of Paddock. Oh, and they come together. I think that was a bit of inadvertent contact there from Andy Powell. Angus just looks again. Scrivener will post second there across the line. Andy Powell continues to lead. Scrivener on target still for the Autumn Cup, though. No question. With a second place, he only has to follow Andy Powell. I know he'll not want to. He'll want to take the trophy for round 7. He's coming back into the championship as well. And there's Andy Powell down the inside on the more grippier line. So, got to mention Zach Bolton, who's got 5-second lead on Stephen Mottram, the 177, 7th and 8th overall. Mark Gilley in 3rd. John Wilson didn't start, as you said, Johnny. Marty Gilfillan there in 4th. But there's a huge gap between the 177 runners.
Incredible speed approaching Gasworks. It feels like it's way too much, but they are able to scrub it off at the very last possible moment, deliberately running very deep into the corner, although over the grass again. That was a very similar mistake for Angus Scrivener as he made when Andy Powell eventually got through. He wants to run right along the white line, but the difficulty is you can fall off the top of the track there and just drop a couple of wheels in the grass, and obviously there's no grip then out in the weeds. Andy Powell a much more neat and tidy line in that final sector, and it gains him half a second probably, so it's now up to 1.5 seconds. Andy Powell ahead of Angus Scrivener.
This is great stuff here. Louis Large getting onto the back, and that's Marcus King. Marcus King getting onto the back of Alex Duncan. Marcus King looking very racy. Marcus running with Louis' team. And LRG Motorsport here having a presence here at the Autumn Cup with Zach Bolton leading the 177s as well for LRG. And looking like being on course to take that free registration for NKC. He won here in the final yesterday. So Zach Bolton on course to take the Autumn Cup here in 177s on the Maxxis tyre. That's Alex Duncan. Oh, and who's that? That's
59.
59. That is Martin Fisher. Martin Fisher off on the side. Alex Duncan, Marcus King crossing the line. 4th and 5th. Shall we see if we can find Zach, Nick?
Zach Bolton, who leads the 177 division. The other great thing at this time of day, as we're now fully dark at Warden Law, is you can really see the LED steering wheel screens piercing through the darkness. That's giving a real-time readout to all of the drivers as to the time of the race and therefore how many laps there are likely to remain. And there is Zach Bolton. He's turning right at Dogleg now, comfortably ahead of Stephen Mottram. 8.5 seconds to the good for the LRG run, Zach Bolton.
Well, our Karting Live cameras are really being stretched with their exposure. It's literally pitch dark out there. We're under floodlights and the track glistening in the rain here as Zach Bolton heads towards an NKC registration. He's got just over a minute of this race remaining and 1 lap. And it's been a very dominant win for Zach in the 177 class. The LRG Motorsport driver here being run by Louis Large and Darren Large in that awning. And it's Jojo, the founder member of the Zach Bolton fan club, here as well. I hope she's getting out of the rain. Usually watching at home, but here in person at her home track, of course. So there's Zach Bolton crossing the line now, 6 laps completed. It'll be, if I can get a handle on just where we have... yes, there's the leaders are just going into the back chicane. There's very, very little in it. Andy Powell has now got a second. If we can... There's that battle still going on. Alex Duncan. Marcus King. Marcus King looking very racy down the inside at the gasworks, the slippery inside line. Will it work out for him? Alex Duncan doing the switchback, and it's side by side, and Alex Duncan makes it work. He basically had more traction, Johnny. He had more grip to get the power down.
Yeah, unbelievably. I mean, it's very difficult to find any traction whatsoever out there, but yeah, just about managed to get ahead, and as you say, greater speed off the corner. So Duncan now ahead. And down towards the first corner, they will go again. Duncan versus King, 4th and 5th. Louis Large ahead of them across the line in 3rd. And Andy Powell, remember, leading the race by 1.1 seconds. And actually, Angus Scrivener has managed to do the fastest first sector of anybody else. I don't know whether that's an indication of things maybe drying up a touch, but all of a sudden... Angus Scrivener is able to find more time at 23.6 through that first sector, which is 0.3 of a second faster than the race leader, Andy Powell.
There's Andy Powell going 20.1 to 20.06 in the second sector.
I think there's a bit more grip out there slowly.
Yeah, I think the leaders are coming together. They are just coming into the horseshoe, coming out of the horseshoe now and into the final turn. They'll be crossing the line very soon. We'll try and pick up Andy Powell now and just get a gap. There's Andy now. That's Andy Powell and Angus Scrivener 1st and 2nd. Into the last lap then. Andy Powell, the Hunter Motorsport mechanic who hasn't raced all season. He's done a few practice sessions. He's about to lift a trophy for round 7 of the Warden Law Kart Club Championship. Angus Scrivener, the winner of round 6. The green helmet there in the foreground, just going into the centre hairpins. Angus on target for an Autumn Cup win, a 1st in yesterday's final, a 2nd on target for a 2nd place here behind Andy Powell, will give him the accolade of the Autumn Cup winner and the winner of a UKC registration, the Ultimate Karting Championship registration, coming in very handy for Angus Scrivener, and he's deserved it with some great driving all weekend. And here we go, Johnny. Final turn then for Andy Powell coming up.
Louis Large through Gasworks in 3rd position, but Andy Powell tapping the side of the cart to say it's all down to this engine. Well, no, it's all down to Andy Powell's outstanding skill, as well as he gets the checkered flag and wins by just over a second, despite the fastest lap of the race being set there by Anders Scriveler. And what's happened to Louis Large? Did he drop a position there to Marcus King in the closing stages?
I don't know what happened to Louis Large there, but he won't mind that too much, because Marcus King's one of his customer drivers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a 107.5. This was one of the slowest laps that Louis put in there. I didn't see the overtake happen, whether that was a slight error into Horseshoe in the dying stages, but Marcus King ahead at the line to make the final podium.
So Louis Large 4th, Alex Duncan 5th, and Max Kettle finishes 6th. 177s, and I can say an NKC and one race round win for Zach Bolton. He's won a registration for the NKC and a one round free entry for the 2024 NKC. The Zach Bolton fan club will be delighted. I'll tell you who else will be delighted. Mark Gilly, coming out of bit out of retirement, coming through in second in 177s. And then we've got Stephen Mottram third. Marty Gilfillan finished 4th. We've got the Pro Karts out, Johnny. And I think we may be starting the juniors ahead of the seniors. So we'll get a look on track when Nick gives us some pictures of the grid. We sometimes, yes, we have. Yeah. Because the juniors are on wets, we put the juniors out first, Johnny, and the juniors will just drive away from the seniors, who will slip and slide their way around. So, leading the field round, Oliver Watson on the pole position. Rossi Costello, with that non-finish, puts him alongside. Joseph Williamson and Max Mannion are next up. We've lost Leon Wilson, unfortunately. The seniors, Jessica Alexander once again with Scott Tate alongside her. Jake Richardson, Little Pork Chop, has got Luke Tomlinson alongside him on row 2. Row 3 is David Brown and David Brewis. Then we've got Isaac Needham and Amy Frame, Danny Bean and Zach Davison, Jacob Cardani and Matthew Hauschby, and Dominic Needham on the 69.
Sadly, Leon Wilson won't be taking the start in the junior race, so it'll be 4 karts out front for the juniors, and then the rest of the field made up of seniors, but they are unlikely to be able to live with the pace of the juniors, even though I do think it has been getting drier out on the racetrack, because the times were starting to tumble in the previous race, as shown really by Angus Scrivener, able to set the fastest lap of the race on the final tour. Let's see how these juniors get on. It's their chance to shine out front on the wet weather tyres, and Oliver Watson will take from the pole position maybe the race lead, giving a helping hand.
I think that's Rossi Costello.
Yeah, I think you're right. So so it's Watson in behind, and Watson almost helping Rossi Costello into the lead of the race there to force the 75 up ahead.
Seniors begin their race as well, and this is a completely different ball game, Nick, if we want to drop back and pick up what's happening there, because this is where the action will be. They are on slick tyres, just coming out of the dog leg now. Slick tyres for the senior pro karts, and there we're going to get them through St John's any moment. We'll get an idea of who's leading. That looks like Alexander leading, Scott Tate second. And they will be looking for the grip and where it is. And Scott Tate takes the lead from Jessica Alexander. You know what? Scotty Tate knows his way around here. He knows where all the grip is and more. And Jess Alexander side by side with Scott Tate now towards the back chicane. And Alexander makes it happen. And back into the lead she goes.
Somebody didn't make it through the first of the centre hairpins there. It was either a half spin or a full rotation. And I'm just trying to work out which one of the front runners that was. In fact, Zach Dawson's had a phenomenal start. He's right up to about 4th position in the seniors. We'll check on that in a second, but you're right that Rossi Costello has got the better of the starts. It was Oliver Watson right on his bootlet into turn number 1. Max Mannion will be 3rd of the juniors, and then Joseph Williamson still waiting for the first of the seniors to appear out of paddock corner, and it's Jessica Alexander with a firm look over her shoulder with Tate, Richardson, and then Dawson is 4th. So a brilliant start for Zach Dawson in number 83.
Danny Bean dropping down the order. Just watching these pro karts on the slick tyres in these wet conditions, has got a cart off just in front of us in the booth. They look like they're in slow motion at some points, don't they? They are absolutely slipping and sliding around. You turn the wheel, nothing happens, and then the rear end picks up. It's you've got to get the cart rotating, and you need front end grip to do that. Jessica Alexander seems to be doing that the best out there at the moment. Scott Tate following around, outside line being the choice of line for Scott Tate. Just look how composed these drivers are. Just very little movement on the wheel. Just getting the cart to turn in and finding the grip to have that happen. Alexander out towards the Gasworks hairpin. Now, when they go on the brakes, it's very tricky, because literally no grip whatsoever on that rear axle.
All the weight's at the back, isn't it? Because of those two engines, and also the seating position is fairly rearward too. So as you say, the one thing you want is the front tyres to grip, but it's massive understeer, as you just cannot get the cart to turn unless it's the case of the one at the Gasworks there, which was a full rotation pretty much. And we'll try and work out how that is in just a tick. Luke Tomlinson has not come through. You said there was one having a drama at the first corner, so it may well have been 52, Luke Tomlinson. We'll look to see whether that cart has rejoined. Sparks kicking up for the juniors.
You mentioned Zach Dawson making his way up the order. He's now making his way back down the order.
Oh, dear.
I suspect Zach Dawson might have been... he's just come through now, Johnny, to complete 2 laps.
Yeah.
But Zach Dawson's dropped about 4 carts behind there, and he's dropped to 12th place. He was running... this is overall. We've got the 4 juniors ahead of us, remember. So he's down to 12th place. He was in about 8th or 9th, which is effectively 4th place behind Little Porkchop.
And the slowest runner through that final sector was Luke Tomlinson. So I wonder whether it was Luke going for a spin coming out of Gasworks that time around, number 52. I know, but maybe their 52 had the drama at turn 1. Very difficult to keep on top of this because it sort of turned the race on its head compared to earlier on, and that's what just a little bit of moisture can do. As they go into Gasworks, really wide run through Gasworks for Jessica Alexander. And in contrast, Scott Tate was happy to hug the more conventional racing line. And although that's good mid-corner pace for Scott Tate, the route out of the corner was surely more successful for Jess, who is about to cross the line again.
The juniors being led by Rossi Costello, Oliver Watson, Max Mannion. The gap is 8 seconds to Watson, and then Max Mannion right on the tail of Oliver Watson for that second place. We might try and pick that battle up going into the final 3 minutes of the event. So the Kart 5 and Kart 90 just coming, I think, into... In fact, it's hard to pick them up in the dark, Nick. It's a pretty tricky situation. Right, they're getting towards the end of the lap now. So this is Rossi Costello. The battle for second of Oliver Watson and Max Mannion, I think, are just maybe coming through the horseshoe.
Watson's had a moment in the first sector, so he's dropped to 4th, I think.
Oh, my goodness.
Behind Max and behind Joseph.
So that 2/10 between second and third has completely disappeared with that little fracas.
Here we go. Max Mannion over the line in second. Joseph Williamson third. And Oliver Watson is still running, but he only crosses the line now, And that was all down to a drama in the first sector that cost him 5 seconds. That's just a drop onto the grass, isn't it, really? And you lose that time in the blink of an eye.
There's our overall leader. It's our junior leader, Rossi Costello. No, that's the 90. Oh, sorry, that's Max Mannion. Max Mannion currently now second after squabbling with Oliver Watson right on his tail. Joseph Williamson is in the 811. Is that our junior leader? Yes, it is. Looking across the murky, dark, wet conditions here, and just making his way. He's on wet tyres, remember, so he easily makes his way past the senior pro karts. Into the final turn then, coming up to 90 seconds remaining. Costello it is, that leads juniors. Down to the inside of turn 1. On the brakes really early, that's how different the conditions are.
Yeah.
Braking halfway down the Conrod straight there, Johnny.
Max Mannion over the line now, and I was just wondering whether Joseph Williamson was close enough to challenge. He's got about 2 seconds to make up, so again, comfortably for Max Mannion into the first corner. Second place, Joseph Williamson in third, and unfortunately for Ollie Watson, his error in the first sector has rather put pay to a podium finish. Jessica Alexander is about to cross the line still as the seniors leader, and ahead of Scott Tate by pretty much 4 seconds. About the same margin back to Jake Richardson as well. And there aren't any other significant movers and shakers in the sharp end of seniors, shall we say. Although David Brown could be a threat to Little Pork Chop before the end of this. Yes, they've crossed the line, only 0.8 of a second now. So Pork Chop will have to be wary of the 30 car in the closing stages here.
Incredible action here, 26 seconds on the clock. Question is, can Rossi Costello get around to complete the lap? I think he will. So there'll be 2 more laps of racing here this afternoon. 2 more laps of the 2023 Autumn Cup to race for. And there's Rossi Costello. Leaps on the brakes into turn 1 all the way around the outside. Much more grip round there. Through Brian's Bend and then into the first part of the dogleg. Just finding grip so easily. Complete comparison to the senior pro karts who were out there scrimping and scraping for any sort of grip on those slick tyres. And then Rossi Costello able to control the kart in a lot easier fashion than just what the seniors. And look, just the way that he just is able to waltz past the seniors. In fact, pushing the seniors out the way to an extent.
Yeah.
Just he's got so much more grip and drivability when you've got the treaded rubber on. I mean, the rain is falling heavily now here. You can see that on our cameras against the floodlights. Steady, heavy rain that these pro karters have finished with. They'd be used to that. There was the 6 hours of Warden Law for the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship last weekend, with similar conditions to start the 6 hours. It brightened up a little bit. It's in reverse order this weekend. So it's the 1 lap to go aboard this time, Johnny. And there he is, Rossi Costello leading this field.
Yeah, and the one position that could change in the lap and a half still to go for the juniors is for the podium finish in this final, because Little Pork Chop is under stern pressure from David Brown. They're heading into the first of the centre hairpins right now, and it's virtually nose to tail. There's about a kart length between them. They'll head through the right-hander and head for the chicane, and Terence has just about got the measure, pulling out of the right-hander. I'm remembering all the nicknames here.
Laugh that.
Terence Jake Richardson.
Or is it Jake
Terence Richardson? It probably should be, yes. Tail kicked out by Rossi Costello in the 75. He's almost a full lap ahead now of, certainly the battle of a third position, hitting the chicane as we speak. Jessica Alexander will be crossing the line in a moment or two to start her final lap. But and as the rain really begins to pour down now in the distance, Jessica Alexander now into the first corner. But the junior leader finds more time than he's done all race through the second sector. Wow. So very swift indeed for Rossi Costello, continuing to build the margin over Max Mannion. It's nearly 15 seconds for this race win.
Checkered flag flies then for Rossi Costello. He will take the Junior Pro Kart win and an RPM engine rebuild and a red graphics sticker kit. Fantastic finish. And there's our senior leader. I'm not going to call her the winner quite yet. She's got to negotiate the very tricky conditions here. Tippy-toeing round, the difference being these senior pro karts are on the slick tyre. And as Jessica Alexander through the back chicane for the final time, and then on to the curving back straight here towards the Gasworks hairpin for the final time in 2023. We are racing at Warden Law to our final checkered flag of the season. We hope to be back in February, March and April with more double-header weekends. Get your entries in early. They'll be very well subscribed. As Jessica Alexander takes the checkered flag.
Is there going to be a chase for the podium? We're right. Jessie's over the line and now wins the seniors, but they're right together for the final corner through paddock, and Pork Chop under massive pressure for the podium. Who's going to get it? Jake and David Brown cross the line almost together, but it is Jake Terence Richardson who makes the podium.
Everybody at the Frostley Inn will be delighted. We've got Jake Richardson, Little Pork Chop, on the podium. It's dark, it's wet, it's the end of the 2023 season. It's been a fantastic Autumn Cup. We're going to record the trophy presentation. Look out on YouTube and our Facebook channels for that, both on Karting Live TV and the Warden Law Kart Club. Big thank you to Ash and Paul out there braving the elements. Big, massive thank you to Nick Damon, who's been cutting the pictures, to Johnny Palmer. My name's Joe Bradley. We thoroughly enjoyed it.
There are only 364 days to go until the next Autumn Cup here at Warden Law.
That's a very valid point, and we leave you on that. Looking forward to next year already. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for joining us.